the south and southwest, is a rising ground, so near as to overlook the top of it, from which it falls so quick, that nothing planted against it on those sides can touch it further than the front wall, and on the north and east sides there is another rising ground, even to the edge of the moat. The situation of it may be compared to the palm of a man's hand, flat in the middle, and covered with a rising ground about it, and so near to it, that the enemy, in 2 years' siege, were never able to raise a battery against it, so as to make a breach in the wall practicable to enter the house by way of storm. 42. It is said the camp of the besiegers was in a woody dell, near what is now called the Round Oak Quarry, about half a mile from Lathom. This dell is still called Cromwell's Trench, and a large and remarkable stone, having 2 circular hollows or holes on its upper surface, evidently once containing nodules of iron, is called Cromwell's Stone, the country people supposing these holes were used as moulds for casting balls during the siege. The besiegers, however, thought to reduce the place by famine, being deceived through the following device of her ladyship's chaplain, the Reverend Mr. Rutter, a person whom the Earl had left to her assistance, that she might be guided by his great skill and prudence. During one of the conferences before named, a captain of the parliamentary forces, recognizing in the chaplain an old friend, with whom he had been educated, and very intimate and familiar aforetime, took a secret opportunity of addressing him, hoping to worm out her ladyship's secrets, conjuring him, by reason of their former friendship, to tell truly upon what ground or confidence she still refused these offers, seeing that it was impossible to defend her house against such a numerous and well-furnished army as was then encamped in the park. Rutter, casting his eyes earnestly towards the ramparts, bade his friend note their disposition and defence. Her ladyship, as commander-in-chief, to prevent any sudden assault, and likewise to awe the enemy by these demonstrations, had disposed her soldiers in due order, so that they should be seen, under their respective officers, from the main guard in the first court, down to the great hall, where they had left her ladyship's council. The rest of her forces she had placed upon the walls, and on the tops of the towers, in such manner that they might appear both numerous and well disciplined. She is in nothing so desirous, said Rutter, as that you should waste your strength and forces by a sudden assault, wherein you would not fail to have the worst of the battle, the place being armed at all points, as thou sayest, and able to withstand any attack but that of famine. A promise of secrecy was exacted, when the wary chaplain pretended to unfold her ladyship's plans. He said there was but little provision in the place, that she was oppressed with the number of her soldiers, that she would not be able to subsist more than 14 days, and she hoped to dare them to a sudden onset, not from her own confidence to give them a repulse, but knowing that, should they continue the siege, she must inevitably be forced to surrender. The captain, after embracing his friend, and promising faithfully to maintain the secret, revealed, as Rutter intended he should, the whole of his confidential story to the enemy's council, who, giving credit to the tale, laid aside, for the present, all thoughts of an attack, and resolved to invest the place in a close and formal siege. 14 days being expired, and they, supposing her provisions were nigh spent, and the garrison reduced to the last extremity, sent another and more peremptory summons. But during this time her soldiers were training, the walls and fortifications were undergoing a thorough repair, and the cannon properly served and mounted. The fortress, too, was well stocked, and even abundantly stored with provisions, in spite of their enemies, who kept a strict watch, but failed to detect the source and manner of the supply. She was not without hope, too, of relief from the king's troops, whom she daily expected to her assistance. The besiegers finding themselves deceived, their confidence abused, and their schemes only serving to the advantage of the opposite party, orders were given and preparations made for more offensive measures, by drawing a line of circumvallation round the house. The garrison consisted of 300 men, commanded by the captains Henry Ogle, Edward Chisnell, Edward Rawsthorne, William Farmer, Molyneux Ratcliffe, and Richard Fox, assisted in their consultations by William Farrington of Wearden, Esquire, who, for executing the commission of array, and attending her ladyship in these troubles, had suffered the seizure of all his personal estate and the sequestration of his lands. There were 150 men each night upon the watch, with the exception of 16 select marksmen out of the whole, who all day kept the towers. The besiegers' army was between 2,000 and 3,000, divided into tertiaries of 700 or 800 men, who watched every third day and night. They were commanded by Colonels Egerton, Ashton, Holland, Rigby, Moore, and Morgan, with their captains and lieutenants. After many warlike demonstrations, by which they hoped to intimidate the garrison, and after some days spent in fruitless endeavours to bring her ladyship, as they said, to a due sense of her condition, they sent one Captain Ashurst, a fair and civil gentleman of good character, with fresh proposals. But Lady Derby, justly considering these frequent treaties and debates were a discouragement to her men, implying weakness and a want of confidence in her resources, replied sharply, that no one should quit the house, but that she would keep it, whilst God enabled her, against all the king's enemies, that, in brief, she would receive no more messages, but referred them to her lord, scorning their malice, and defying their assaults. As the sequel of a business often depends upon the manner of its beginning, to second and confirm this answer the next morning she ordered a sally, when Captain Farmer with 100 foot and Lieutenant K with 12 horse, their whole cavalry, went forth at different gates. Captain Farmer, determining to take them by surprise, marched up to the enemy's works without firing a shot, then pouncing upon them suddenly in their trenches, he ordered a close and well-aimed volley, which quickly made them leave their holes in great disorder. Immediately Lieutenant K, wheeling round with his horse, took them in flank, doing great execution as they fled. There were slain of the enemy about 30 men. The spoil was 40 muskets, 1 drum, and 6 prisoners. The retreat of this little band was skilfully secured by Captain Ogle and Captain Rawsthorn, so that not one of the assailants was either slain or wounded. The besiegers were much annoyed with devices, ingeniously contrived by the garrison to intimidate them, and hinder and injure their work. Hitherto they had not been able to cast up a mound for their ordnance, so harassed and occupied were they with these incessant alarms. But Rigby, on whom devolved the plan and conduct of the siege, seeing that their affairs were in no thriving condition, but that rather they were the scoff and jest of the garrison, who daily taunted them from the walls, determined at all hazards to raise his cannon. For this purpose a considerable number of the peasantry and poorer sort in the neighbourhood, and for miles round, were driven like beasts to their daily work, labouring unremittingly at the mounds and trenches. At first they were sheltered by baskets and hurdles, afterwards by a testudo, or wooden house running upon wheels and roofed with thick planks. Still many lives were lost in this desperate service. In the end they brought up one piece of cannon, amusing themselves like schoolboys at a holiday, in practising their harmless reports. The first shot struck the outer wall, but it was found proof. Afterwards they aimed higher, intending to beat down a pinnacle or turret, but this also passed without damage. The last shot, which missed entirely, went over and beyond the buildings, burrowing in a field on the other side. When they had performed this mighty feat they sounded another parley, having, as they supposed, mightily beat down the hearts of the besieged. Colonel Rigby's chaplain then appeared at the gate with a letter that Sir Thomas Fairfax had received from Lord Derby, who was now at Chester, on his return from the Isle of Man. In this epistle he desired a free and honourable passage for his lady and their children, if she so pleased, being unwilling, as he said, to expose them to the uncertain hazard of a long siege. His lordship knew not, by reason of his long absence, either how his house was provided with ammunition and sustenance, or in what condition it might be to withstand the attack. He was desirous that the garrison alone should bear the brunt, and that a defenceless woman and her children should be rescued from captivity. Her ladyship replied that she would communicate with the Earl, and if he should then continue in the same opinion, she would willingly submit to his commands, but until this, she would neither yield up the house nor abate in her hostility, but would abide by the result. Immediately she despatched to his lordship a messenger, conveying him from the house by a well-executed sally. The attempt succeeded, but whether he was suffered to reach his destination or not we have no means of ascertaining. No answer was returned, though some days had elapsed, during which the enemy made many fruitless attempts to batter the walls. They had now mounted the whole of their artillery, including their great mortar piece, at that period looked upon as a most destructive engine, casting stones 13 inches in diameter and 80 pounds weight, likewise grenadoes, hollow balls of iron, filled with powder, and lighted by a fusee. These were dangerous intruders, calculated to produce great alarm and annoyance, as we shall find in the sequel. The mortar was planted only about half a musket shot from the walls, southwest, on a rising ground, from whence the engineer commanded a view of the whole buildings. The work on which it stood was orbicular, with a rampart of 2 yards and a half broad above the ditch. To lessen the destructive effects of this dangerous piece of artillery, chosen men were set as guards with wet hides and woolen coverlids to quench the flame, had the enemy been skilful enough to accomplish their purpose, it being their general opinion that to burn the house would be the most effectual means of subduing and driving out the garrison. But finding their endeavours met with no prosperous return, they bethought them to cast a show of religion over these attempts at robbery and rapine, issuing out commands to all men well affected towards their success, to cooperate with them for the overthrow of the Babylonish harlot, by which term some worthy disciples of the visible church scrupled not to call the Lady of Lathom. 43. The following proclamation was sent forth from their headquarters at Ormskirk, to all ministers and parsons in Lancashire, well wishers to our success against Lathom House. These, forasmuch as more than ordinary obstruct ons have from the beginning of this peace and service AGT Lathom House interposed our proceedings, and yet still remain, which cannot otherwise be removed, nor our success furthered, but only by divine assistance. It is, therefore, our desires to the ministers and other well-affected persons of this county of Lancaster, in public manner, as they shall please, to commend our case to God, that as we are appointed to the SD employment, so much tending to the settling of our peace and peace in these parts, so the Almighty would crown our weak endeavours with speedy success in the said design. Signed, Ralph Ashton. John Moore. Ormskirk, 5 AP 1644. The 4 following days were, on their part, consumed in these unholy exercises, but the garrison, tired with inaction, resolved to awaken them, and turn their thoughts into a more profitable channel. On Wednesday, the 10th of April, says the Ms. Journal, about 11 o'clock, Captain Farmer and Captain Mullineux Ratcliffe, Ute Penket, Ute Wirral, WTH 140 soldiers, sallied out at a postern gate, beat the enemy from all their work and batteries. WCH were now cast up round the house, nailed all their cannon, killed about 50 men, took 60 arms, 1 colours, and 3 drums, in which ACC on, Captain Ratcliffe deserves this remembrance, that WTH 3 soldiers, the rest of his squadron being scattered WTH execution of the enemy, he cleared 2 sconces, and slew 7 men WTH his own hand, Ute Wirral, engaging himself in another work among 50 of the enemy, bear the fury of all, till Captain Farmer relieved him, who, to the wonder of us all, came off without any dangerous wound. 44. The Salaport was that day warded by Captain Chisnell, who with fresh men stood ready for succour of ours, had they been put to the extremity, but they bravely marched round the works, and came in ATT the great gates, where Captain Ogle WTH a petai of musketeers kept open the passage. Captain Rawstorn HADD the charge of the musketeers upon the walls, which he placked to the best advantage to vex the enemy in their flight. Captain Fox, by a call hours from the Eagle Tower, gave sign all when to march and when to retreat, according to the motions of the enemy, which he observed at a distance. In all this service we had but 1 man mortally wounded, and we took only 1 prisoner, an officer, for intelligence. In former sallies some prisoners were taken, and by exchange released, Colonel Ashton and Rigby promising to set at liberty as many of the King's frames, then prisoners in Lancaster, Manchester, Preston, and other places proposed by her ladyship. But most unworthily they broke condic ons, it suiting well with their religion neither to observe faith with God nor men, and this occasioned a greater slaughter than either her lap or the captains desired, because we were in no condicon to keep prisoners, and knew the Commandeus wold never release them but upon base or dishonourable terms. Though their cannon had been injured in the spiking, yet were they not rendered useless, for the same night they played a saker twice, it is said, to tell us they had cannon that wold speak though our men had endeavoured to steal up all their lips. On the 15th a grenado fell short of the house, in a walk near the chapel tower, some pieces of the shell, 2 inches thick, flew over the wall, and were gathered up by the attendants. It was a mighty achievement to fire this unwieldy engine, requiring great labour and exertion to fill up its mouth when once it had vomited forth its malice. The day after, they loaded it with stones. To their great joy, Morgan and his bombardiers beheld one of them strike within the body of the house, it being always a matter of some uncertainty where the ball might spend itself. Indeed, it was said, in derision it might be, that sometimes their guns occasioned more damage to the besiegers than to the besieged. Morgan now set to work, keeping as accurately as he might the head of the blatant beast to the same level, and loading it with a grenado. When the gunner had finished his task and lighted the fusee, Morgan rubbed his hands for joy. Retiring sharply, off went the missile with an explosion that shook the whole fabric. When the smoke was gone they perceived some trifling damage in an old court, where the bomb, striking about half a yard into the earth, burst as it rose, much abated of its violence, yet it shook down some slight buildings near, but without hurting any one, save 2 women who had their hands scorched as a memorial of their presence at the siege of Lathom. This mortar-piece was like some mighty dragon of old, causing great terror in the minds of the soldiers, who knew not how to escape, but were in continual fear and watchfulness, dreading the assaults of this terrible monster. To allay their apprehensions, and to show their own indifference, the captains lodged in the uppermost rooms, behind clay walls, when not upon duty, and many other devices were resorted to for the purpose of encouraging their troops. One circumstance, however, seemed to renew their courage. A gunner opposite, as he was mounting the ramparts to see the success of his shot, was slain by a marksman from one of the towers. The next day one of their cannoneers was slain through the porthole by a skilful hand, which made the enemy more cautious than formerly. Yet did they not slacken their endeavours, but fired almost incessantly. On the Saturday afternoon they played their mortar-piece 5 times, and in the night twice with stones, and once with a grenado, which by the turning of the gunner fell short of the house. On Easter Monday and Tuesday Colonel Rigby must needs gratify the country people with some pastime. He had already spent upwards of £2,000, and his great pretensions were hitherto unfulfilled. Accordingly he ordered his batteries to be directed against the Eagle Tower, which, as we have before seen, stood near the centre of the buildings, and was the place where Lady Derby and the children usually lodged. "We will strike off a horn of the beast, or level one of her hills," said Rigby, as he strode forth early on that morning to the enterprise. "Which 7 towers be the 7 hills of Rome or spiritual Antichrist," said Jackson, his chaplain, who kept near his master, or rather kept his master between himself and the Babel that roused his indignation. Morgan was just preparing his engines when Rigby approached, cautiously worming his way along the trenches, for the marksmen were become unmercifully expert by reason of continued practice. The match was lighted, when bounce went the shot, a 24-pounder, against the Eagle Tower. "We will beat the old lady from her perch, I find she hath taken to high roosting of late," said Morgan, as he watched the despatch and destination of his messenger. The ball had entered into her ladyship's chamber, where she and the children were at breakfast. With as little emotion as Charles XII on a like occasion, she merely remarked that since they were likely to have disagreeable intruders, she must e'en seek a new lodging. "But," said she, rising with great dignity, "I will keep my house while a building is left above my head." This mischievous exploit, though an occasion at the time of great triumph and exultation to the besiegers, was the main cause of their subsequent expulsion and defeat. We now propose to follow out their operations with more minuteness, tracing the consequences of this action to its final result. That same night some of the garrison, having permission from their commanders, annoyed their enemies with strange and noisome alarms, during which they contrived to steal some powder, and other necessaries of which they were much in want. Colonels Egerton and Rigby were in close council before their tent when they beheld a terrible appearance moving towards them, looking in the dark like the leaders of some mighty army, waving their torches to light them to the assault. This frightful apparition was a poor forlorn horse, studded with lights fastened to cords, that shook and flickered about in so fearful a manner. In this plight he had been turned out of the gates, the garrison looking on, with frightful shouts and yells. The sentinels ran from their posts, crying out that the king's army was coming. In an instant all was uproar and confusion, the trenches were cleared, and happy was he that came foremost in the rout. Rigby clasped on his sword belt, which he had doffed for the night. Springing on his horse, he met some of the runaways, whom he forced back, hoping by their means to stem the main torrent. But, lo! In the very height of the panic, appeared another and more direful intruder. An avenue of fire seemed to extend from the walls to their own trench. It appeared as though the enemy had by some unaccountable means formed in a double line from the fortress, illuminated rank and file as if by magic, flinging their torches by one simultaneous and well-concerted movement into the air with great order and regularity. Had a legion from the puissant army of Beelzebub been approaching, their terror could not have been greater. Yet fear kept many from escaping, while they knew not which way to run for safety. Rigby in the nick of time galloped up to this awful and hostile appearance, crying out to his troops that he would soon demolish the bugbear. This saying encouraged some of the runaways, who followed him to the combat. Approaching within a sword's length, for he was not deficient either in hardihood or valor, he made a furious stroke right in the face of this flaming apparition, when down it fell, revealing its own harmlessness and their cowardice. Taking advantage of the panic which followed the lighted horse, a few of the garrison had thrown a cord covered with matches and other combustibles round a tree, close to the enemy's camp. One end was fastened near the walls, and the other was quickly carried back after being passed round the tree. The whole, on being lighted, was swung to and fro, producing the terrific appearance we have described. Rigby was greatly mortified at this exploit. It seemed as though they were become the jest and laughing stock of the garrison. Morgan at this moment galloped up in great dudgeon. The enemy had found him a similar employment, he having twice bravely discharged his cannon, loaded with cartridge and chain shot, against 2 lighted matches thrust into balls of clay that were thrown at him from the walls. The leaders, provoked beyond measure, speedily assembled in council. Egerton, who had the most influence, from the beginning had urged milder measures, thinking to starve the enemy into submission, but Morgan, Rigby, and some others were now red-hot for mischief, smarting from their late ridiculous disaster. "And what have we gotten by delay?" said Rigby. "We have wearied our soldiers, wasted our powder, and emptied our purses, and this proud dame still beats and baffles us, casting her gibes in our very teeth which we deserve to lose for our pains." "Take thine own course, then," said Egerton, mildly. "We are brethren, serving one cause only, the which, being best served, is best won." "Then be tomorrow ours," said Morgan, with his usual heat and impatience. "We will burn them up like a heap of dry faggots. The house, though well fenced against our shot, hath yet much inward building of wood, and you shall see a pretty bonfire kindled by my bombshells, a roaring blaze that shall ride on the welkin between here and Beeston Castle. Whilst thou art plying thy vocation, we will scale the walls, and the sword shall slay what the fire hath failed to devour," said Rigby. "Fire and sword," cried Egerton. "Ye are apt at a simile, but, methinks, these be your own similitudes." "They give their prisoners no quarter," said Morgan, "and why should we sheath the sword when a weapon is at our own throat?" "Why, doubtless they have more mouths to feed than they can conveniently supply," said the more pacific personage. "Living men, to keep them so, even though prisoners, require feeding." "Our vengeance is sure, though tardy," said Rigby, rising in great choler. "The blood of these martyrs crieth from the ground. Tomorrow," and he breathed a bloody vow, looking fiercely up to heaven in the daring and impious attitude of revenge. "We had best give her ladyship another summons, which, if she refuse, her blood be upon her own head." Saying this, Egerton abruptly left the council. On the next morning, which was cold and drizzly, pragmatical drummer went out from the nearer trench, beating his drum for a parley, lest his person should be dismissed without ceremony to the hungry kites. Early had he been summoned to Rigby's lodging, where Ashton and Morgan were contriving a furious epistle to the contumacious defenders of their lives and substance. A summons, couched in no very measured terms, was drawn up, to the purport that the fortress should be surrendered, and all persons, goods, arms, and munitions therein, to the mercy of Parliament, and by the next day, before 2 o'clock, her ladyship to return her answer, otherwise at her peril. Their valour grew hotter with the reading of this cruel message, which they secretly hoped and suspected she would refuse. The drum major was called in, one Gideon Greatbatch by name, a long, straight-haired, sallow-faced personage, of some note among the brethren for zeal and impiety. By this we mean that awful and profane use of scripture phraseology with which many of these gifted preachers affected to interlard their everyday discourse, attaching a ludicrous solemnity to matters the most trivial and unimportant. In delineating this species of character, unfortunately not extinct in our own days, we do not hold it up to ridicule, but to reprehension. Irreverence and profanity, under whatever pretext, are without excuse, even beneath the mask of holy zeal and ardent devotion. The man stalked in with little ceremony and less manners. He stood stiff and erect, the image of pride engendered by ignorance. "'Tis our last," said Rigby, folding up the message, "and if our arms are blessed, as we have hoped, and, it may be, unworthily deserved, ere the going down of tomorrow's sun yon strong tower wherein she trusteth shall be as smoke, for the hope of the wicked shall perish. Yea, their idols shall fall down, yea, their walls shall be as Jericho," said the drum major, with a sing-song whine, to sanctify his blasphemous allusions, "and shall utterly fall at the sound of thy 2 drumsticks, mayhap," returned Morgan, sharply, for this latter personage, though his presence became needful in the camp by reason of his reputed skill and bravery, was a great scandal to the real and conscientious professors, of whom not a few had joined the ranks of the besiegers, as well as the hypocritical and designing, some of whom did not hesitate to liken him to Achan and the accursed thing, by reason of which they were discomfited before their enemies. Thine ungodly speeches, Master Morgan, I would humbly trust, may not be as the fuel that, when the fire cometh, shall consume the camp, even the righteous with the wicked, said Gideon, as if shrinking from the contact of so unholy a personage. Morgan replied not to this deprecation, save by swearing, covertly, though it might be, at the impudence and insubordination of these inferior agents, whose disorderly conduct it was necessary to connive at, while they were looked upon as saints and prophets, men from whose presence was impiously expected the blessing and protection of heaven. A loud screaming was heard, and Rigby, darting a furious look through the doorway, ordered it to be closed. Another porker, said he. I verily think she hath provision behind the walls that would last out our siege till doomsday. There is treachery somewhere. Have we not heard, morning by morning, the self-same cry? A whole herd of swine have been martyred in the cause, said Morgan, sneeringly. Every day they have slain a pig, said the leader of the drums. 28, reckoning upon his fingers. Verily a drove from the legion. They knew not that this unfortunate swine, the only one in the garrison, was made to perform so uncomfortable a duty every morning to mislead the besiegers, and impress them with the idea of a plentiful supply within the walls. Even the rabble about the garrison throw shivs of bread into our trenches, said Morgan, and once or twice I have thought their muskets were loaden with peas instead of pellets. Then is our assault the more urgent, replied Rigby, delay doth not increase her strength. Prince Rupert too, some fair morning, may jump between us and headquarters. I have as many grenadoes, said Morgan, as will save his highness the trouble. Were he here, I would make him dance the Flemish coranto. The Amalekites shall ye utterly destroy, said Gideon, with a sudden indrawing of the breath, as though he were suffering the pangs and throes of possession. Neither shall ye spare the women and the little ones nor the stuff, no, not even a kid for a burnt offering. Your eye shall not spare as Saul spare Agag, whom Samuel hewed in pieces. Keep thy counsel to light thine own courage. Yon fiery-tempered woman will not be over-nice in her respect to thy vocation. Peradventure she may dangle thy carcass over the walls in defiance of our summons. Morgan would have rebuked him farther, had not Rigby hastily put the message into his hands, and bade him good speed. With inward but audible murmurs at this unholy connection, for Morgan valued not their prayers a rush, Gideon strode forth, his eyes twinkling grievously as the drizzling rime came on his face. His long ungainly figure, surmounted by a high-peaked hat, was seen cautiously stealing through the trenches. Near to the embrasure by Morgan's mortar-piece he made a sudden halt. After preparing his drum, he first beat the roll to crave attention. He then stepped upon the redoubt, drumming the usual signal for a parley. It was soon answered from the walls, and Gideon, with much ceremony and importance, arrived with his musical appendage before the gate. The requisite formalities being gone through, the drawbridge was lowered, and this parliamentary representative was speedily admitted through a little wicket into the Babylon which he abhorred. His very feet seemed in danger of defilement. He looked as if breathing the very atmosphere of pollution, but when ordered to kneel down that he might be blindfolded, his spirit rose indignantly at the command. Ye be contemners and despisers of our holy heritage. I have not bowed the knee to Baal, nor will I worship the beast or they that have his name on their foreheads. Do with me as ye list. Ye would cover mine eyes that your iniquities may be hidden, but ye shall suddenly be destroyed, and none shall deliver. A loud laugh was the answer to this denunciation, for truly it were a marvellous thing to hear an ignorant, arrogant drummer misapply and profane the words of Holy Writ, wresting the Scriptures to their destruction, if not his own. In the outer court soldiers were playing at span-counter with silver moneys, which Gideon observing, again lifted up the voice of warning and rebuke. But destruction cometh upon them, even as upon a woman in peace, thou spirit of a drumstick, cried one of them, and, as though he were playing at chuck-farthing, he threw a tester between his teeth, for the soldiers had about 50 pounds amongst them in silver coin, but it was of no use except as so many counters, which they lent one another by handfuls without telling. Sometimes one soldier had won the whole, then another, but if they had been heaps of the rarest jewels they had been of less worth than pebble stones. Gideon's speech was marred in the delivery. Thinking he had been hit with a stone, he sputtered out the offending morsel, but, seeing the coin with the king's image and superscription, he gathered it up again. "This shall be to me for a prey, even a spoil, as Moses spoiled the Egyptians." Saying this, Gideon thrust the king's money into his pocket and consented to be blindfolded, as was customary, in order that he should not act the spy in his progress. He heard many gates unbarred, many sentries challenged, and the passwords demanded. Indeed, the order and discipline throughout was of an excellent and well-contrived regularity. "Make way for the drum," ran along the avenues, as though he were passing through a numerous array of guards and soldiery. At length he was safely deposited in a spacious hall used as a guard-room, where his conductors delivered him to Captain Ogle, the officer in waiting that morning upon her ladyship. Being informed she was at prayers, for, as we are told, her first care was the service of God, which in sermons and solemn prayers she daily saw performed, Gideon lifted up his hands and said, "Their new moons and their fasts are an abomination." He then desired to be conducted near the fire, for the double purpose of drying his threadbare red coat, and relieving his extreme length by a change of position. He had not waited long ere the signal was given for an audience. Still blindfolded, he was led by a circuitous route into a little wainscoted chamber lighted by a single bay window. Here the bandage was taken from his eyes, and when the dimness had a little subsided, he beheld that heroic lady for the first time whom he had often compared, in no very moderate terms, to Jezebel, and many other names equally appropriate. A very different person she appeared from what his heated and morbid fancy had suggested. Indeed, if she had been the personification of all evil, with a demon's foot and a fiend's visage, he had been less surprised than to find her with the outward form and attributes of humanity. She was sitting with the children, before a narrow table covered with papers. She wore a black habit, with a white kerchief on her head, and a long Flanders veil of rich open work. This she threw back, and Gideon beheld a countenance not at all either commanding or heroic, but one to which smiles and good nature would have been most congenial, though a shade of anxiety was now thrown over the natural expression of her features. Her eye seemed to have forgotten its bland and benevolent aspect, and was fixed sharply upon him. For a moment his spiritual pride was daunted, and that natural and inherent principle, not extinct though often dormant, a deference to superiority, whether of intellect or station, rendered him for a while mute and inoffensive. It is even said that he made a sort of half-conscious obeisance, but his mind misgiving him during the offence, which smote him on the sudden as an act of homage and idolatrous veneration, he breathed out a very audible prayer. "Pardon thy servant in this matter, even if I have bowed in the house of Rimmon." As he said this, he threw himself back, lifting his narrow eyes towards the ceiling, then thrusting out his hand with the despatch at arm's length, he was striding forward, but Ogle intervened ere he had made his way to the Countess. "With all courtesy, friend," said he, "these communications must proceed from the officer on duty." With great gallantry and respect the captain presented it to his mistress. "I service and will worship," growled Gideon. "'Tis like your vain and popish idolatry and the like, through the ministry of saints, even to a woman, vain and sinful as yourselves. I would as soon commit my prayers to the angel of the bottomless pit." Her ladyship had broken open the seals. Her eye kindled as she spoke. "Thou hadst thy reward were we to hang thee up at the gate. Yet art thou but a foolish instrument in the hands of this traitor Rigby, and we do not punish the weapon, but him that wields it." Now Gideon, finding himself moved by natural heat and choler, and mistaking this wrath for a righteous indignation, thought himself surely called upon to reprove these unrighteous ones for their iniquities. His body fell into the usual disposition for a harangue. His eyes rolled upwards, and his whole frame swung to and fro whilst the exhortation was preparing. To his great mortification, however, the lady quitted the room, leaving word for them to follow her to the hall. The preacher was greatly chagrined, when his eyes resumed their office, to find himself almost thrust out and on his way back to the guard chamber. A number of soldiers and domestics were here assembled. Lady Derby, with her chaplain, steward, and captains, ranged on each side, stood at the higher end of the chamber. Silence was commanded, whilst she read aloud the despatch. And this, my answer," said she, tearing the paper as she spoke, and throwing the fragments indignantly from her. "Tell that insolent rebel he shall neither have our persons, our goods, nor yet this house. When our strength and provision be spent, we shall find a fire more merciful than Rigby, and then, if the providence of God prevent it not, my goods and house shall burn in his sight, myself, children, and soldiers, rather than fall into his hands, will seal our religion and loyalty in the same flame." A loud shout burst through the assembly, who, with one general voice, cried out, "We will die for his majesty and your honor, God save the king." Gideon's countenance grew terrible, and he seemed as though suffering under some violent excitement. Lifting up his hand, he was about to thunder forth anathemas and denunciations, the dealing out of which, strange to say, most parties agree in reserving to themselves. Even men whose honesty and single-heartedness we cannot doubt, who have boldly defended our rights and liberties against religious tyranny and intolerance, have still arrogated to themselves exclusively the control of opinions and modes of belief, wielding the terrors of heaven where the arm of omnipotence can alone be felt, their efforts futile and ineffectual, as though a feeble worm were attempting to grasp the quiver, to launch the bolt and the arrow from the skies. But Gideon's purpose was again frustrated. The impious idolaters, refusing to listen, blindfolded him before he was aware. But his spirit kindled suddenly, and he cried aloud, "Yet shut your eyes wilfully, and go blindfold to your destruction. Tomorrow these walls in which ye trust, this Egypt in whom your soul delighteth, shall be as Sodom. Brimstone and fire shall devour you, and they that flee from it shall not escape." Gideon and his threats were, however, speedily thrust out at the gates, and the answer transmitted through him was faithfully reported to the council. Though this heroic woman was not daunted, yet she saw her soldiers were, at times, dispirited, by reason of the expected succors so long delayed. The mortar-piece, too, which, if it had been well managed, was sufficient to have laid the fortress in ruins, was an object of daily terror and annoyance. One of the Ms. Journal states 45, the little ladies had stomach to digest cannon, but the stoutest soldiers had new hearts for grenadoes, and might not they at once free themselves from the continual expectation of death. Her ladyship was well aware that inactivity is, of all things, the most dangerous and dispiriting to the soldier, who, used to the bustle and array of camps, doth fear nothing so much as a quiet home and winter quarters. It was needful that something should be done, some decisive blow struck, for, according to the historian, changes of times are the most fit for brave attempts, and delays they are dangerous, where softness and quietness draweth more danger than hazarding rashly. A hard choice either to kill or be killed, but such was their case. The Countess therefore proposed that the next morning, a little while after daybreak, they should make a sortie, and though ordnance was planted against every passage, yet that they should sally forth, and stake their all upon one desperate throw. On the 26th of April, about 4 o'clock, before sunrise, the action commenced. Captain Chisnell and Captain Fox, with Lieutenants Bretta, Penketh, Walthew, and Worrell, were appointed for the service. Captain Ogle had the main guard to secure a retreat at the southern gate, while Rawsthorn had the charge of the Sallygate to secure a retreat on the eastern side. Captain Ratcliffe had the command of the marksmen and musketeers on the walls, while Farmer, with the reserve, stood ready at the parade, to relieve any of them in case of necessity. All things being ready, Captain Chisnell and 2 lieutenants issued out at the eastern salleport. The morning favoured their attempt, being wet and foggy, so that before he was discovered he got completely under their cannon, marching immediately upon the scouts where the enemy had planted their great gun. It cost him a light skirmish to gain the fort. At last he entered, many slain, some prisoners, and some escaping. Now by the command of that battery, the retreat being assured, Captain Fox seconds him with much bravery, beating upon their trenches from the eastern to the southwest point, till he came to the work. WCH seconded the mortar-piece, WCH being guarded 50 men, he found sharp service, forcing his way through musket and cannon, and beating the enemy out of the sconce. Stones, his musket, by reason of the high work, being unserviceable. After a quarter of an hour's hard service, his men got the trench and scaled the rampier, where many of the enemy fled, the rest were slain. The sconce, thus won, was made good by a squadron of musketeers, which much annoyed the enemy, attempting to come up again. The 2 main works thus obtained, the 2 captains WTHEs walked the rest of the round, whilst Mr. Broom, WTH accompanied of her lap servants and some fresh soldiers, had a care to level the ditch, and by a present devise, with ropes lifting the mortar-piece to a low drag, by strength of men drew it into the house, Captain Ogle defending the passage AGT another company of the enemy which played upon their retreat. The like endeavour was used to gain our great guns, but lying beyond the ditch, and being of such bulk and weight, all our strength could not bring them off before the whole army had fallen upon us, however, our men took time to poison all the cannon round, if anything will do the feat. Captain Rawstorn still defending the first pass AGT some offers of the enemy to come up by the wood. It was near the conclusion of this affray, as Mr. Broom, the steward, and several of his helpers, were encompassing the great dragon which had so often vomited forth fire and smoke upon them, intending to carry it away captive, that they heard a voice from the breach below, Hold, ye uncircumcised, I will make your house desolate, and the glory thereof shall be turned into ashes. The mortar was ready charged, and they beheld Gideon, with a lighted match, springing towards them. Several of the men drew aside in dismay, but as Providence willed it, he was prevented from his purpose, the light being struck from his hand, and himself tumbled backwards into a deep and muddy ditch, extinguishing both light and life apparently together. But he arose, and would have run a tilt at them in this unsavory condition, had he not been caught by one of his enemies, who waggishly exclaimed, Let us yoke this great Amalekite to the gun. He'll help us well over the ditch. This goodly piece of advice was not neglected, and the unhappy Gideon, fastened between two yoke fellows, was dragged on by main force, the hindmost threatening to shoot him if he made any resistance. In vain did he cry out for vengeance upon them. His gods were deaf, no miracle was wrought for his deliverance, and though he would have called down fire from heaven upon his adversaries, the thunders he impiously desired died harmless on his own tongue. We again quote the words of the journal, This action continued an hour, with the loss of 2 men on our part, who, after they were mortally wounded, still fired upon the enemy, till all retreating. What number of the enemy were slain it is not easy to guess. Besides the execution done in their trenches, Captain Farmough's and Captain Ratcliffe's reserves, WTH the best marksman, played upon them from the walls with much slaughter, as they quit their holds. Our men brought in many arms, 3 drums, and but 5 prisoners, preserved by Captain Chisnell to show that he had mercy as well as valour. One of these was an assistant to their engineer, Brown, who discovered to us the nature of their trench, in which they had laboured 2 months to draw away our water. Our first design was to drain and open our springs, not considering that I rise from a higher ground southeast from the house. WCH must needs supply our deep well, wherever they sunky their fall, this invencon failing, they bringe up an open trench in a worm work, the earth being indented or sawed for the security of their miners, and the ditch 2 yards wide and 3 deep for the fall of the water. But now neither ditches nor aught else troubled our soldiers, the grand terror, the mortar-piece, which had frighted from their meat and sleep, like a dead leon, quietly lying among every one had his eye and his foot upon him, shouting and rejoicing as merrily as they used to do WTH their ale and bagpipes. Indeed every one had this apprehension of the service, that the main work was done, and what was yet behind but a mere pastime. Her lap though not often overcarried WTH any light expressions of joy, yet religiously sensible of so great a blessing, and desirous, according to her pious disposition, to return acknowledgments to the right author, God alone, presently commands her chaplains to a public thanksgiving. The enemy, thus terrified with this defeat, durst not venture their works again till midnight, towards morning removing some of their cannon, and the next night stealing away all the rest, save 1 piece for a memorand. This one escapade nailing, which the colonels durst not venture on it so any mount, but planted at a distance, for fear of the madmen in the garrison. One thing may not here be omitted, that day that our men gave Rigby that shameful defeat, had he destined for the persecuting of his utmost cruelty. He had invited, as it is now generally confessed, all his friends, the holy abettors of this mischief, to come see the house yielded or burnt, he having purposed to use his mortar gun WTH fireballs or granados all after no one, but her lap before 2 o'clock, his own time, gave him a very scurvy satisfying answer, so that his friends came opportunely to comfort him, who was sicker of shame and dishonour, to be routed by a lady and a handful of men. This proved a sore disaster to the besiegers. The soldiers, too, began to cry out for their pay. The long-expected plunder of Lathom had hitherto kept them quiet, but they were now willing to leave this precious booty to the next comers, and content themselves with their stated allowance. Rigby, fearful of the crumbling away and dispersion of his army, made shift to furnish some small arrears of their pay, declaring that it had cost him £2,000 of his own moneys during the siege, but how he got such great store of gold we are not informed, save that he was once a lawyer, and a bad one. Still there were many deserters, escaping even in the open day, not a few of them coming over with valuable intelligence to the garrison. Wearied with duty, and sorely perplexed, Rigby sent for Colonel Holland, from Manchester, to his assistance. Many days now elapsed, during which little happened worth recording on either side. On the 23rd May, Captain Moseley brought another message to her ladyship, desiring, in terms of great courtesy and respect, that she would grant him an interview. He was received with great ceremony, for she abated not a whit of the dignity belonging to her high birth and station. Captain Moseley, said she, having read the summons, commanding her that she should yield up the house, together with the ammunition, arms, goods, servants, children, and her own person too, submitting to the mercy of Parliament, you are, I understand, an honourable man and a soldier. He bowed with great humility. I would not receive this from any other. But, and her lip curled proudly as she spoke, here seems a slight mistake in the wording of your message. They should rather have written cruelty and not mercy. Nay, my lady, he replied, the mercy of Parliament. Trust me, you will not be evil entreated at their hands. The mercies of the wicked are cruel, said she, quickly, but with great composure. Not that I mean, she continued, a wicked Parliament, of which body I have an honourable and reverent esteem, but wicked agents and factors, such as Moore and Rigby, who for the advantage of their own interests labour to turn kingdoms into blood and ruin. Besides, 'tis dangerous treating when the sword is given into the enemy's hand. Most assuredly, madam, as our tractates on the art of war teach us, which it seems you have not studied in vain, said Moseley, bowing with an air of great deference and gallantry. Your ladyship is commander-in-chief, we hear. My lord being absent, I am left in trust, and cannot listen to treaties without his permission. Not to dishonourable overtures, assuredly. But if we agree to your own conditions, quitting the house in the way it shall seem best to your ladyship, as was once the basis of your own propositions, I believe, it cannot in this case be a reproach or a breach of trust, but will prevent much damage, and be the saving of many lives. I will not treat without my lord's commands, Captain Moseley, and I have listened to you longer than is expedient. It is unjust to myself, and these brave defenders, that I appear in any way doubtful of their ability and courage. For their sakes, and for my own, I must end this parley. The officer bowed low at this peremptory dismissal, wishing her ladyship's resolutions were less firm or her means more ample. I can but deliver your reply. Yet, he hesitated a while. There be fierce and bloody men about the camp, who would lay down their own lives to compass your destruction. It is not in our power to restrain them. One of these flaming zealots is already extinguished, we have him safe under cover, said her ladyship, smiling, in our own custody, I trow. He threatened us with all the plagues of Egypt and that of his own tongue to boot, the worst that e'er visited the garrison. One morning, an earthquake would devour us, another, we were to be visited with the destruction of Sodom. Some of our men once looked out for the coming tempest, and buffeted him well for their disappointment. He seems either malignant or insane, but in charity, of which Christian exercise he seems utterly ignorant, we suppose the latter. We have therefore made his feet fast in the stocks, from whence, I hear, he pronounces his anathemas as confidently as though he were armed with the power and thunders of the Vatican. May I crave the name of this doughty personage, we have but too many of them amongst us. Verily, 'tis your drum, by whose hands I have had a message heretofore. The chances of war have again brought him hither, but now a prisoner. Gideon Greatbatch. The same. We have heard him, with many blasphemous allusions, liken himself unto that great one among the judges of Israel, and truly he seems more fitted to wield the sword than the drumstick. Your ladyship would perhaps indulge me with an interview. It might comfort him to see one from the camp. Provided that no sinister design or advantage be lurking under this request. Yet am I speaking, I would fain hope, to a gentleman and a soldier. Moseley was conducted down a dark flight of steps, damp and slippery. The ooze and slime rendered his footing tedious and insecure. Soon he recognized the mighty voice of Gideon bellowing forth a triumphant psalm. Another stave was just commencing as the door opened, and the torch glared lurid and dismally on the iron features and grisly aspect of the captive. A pair of rude stocks, through which Gideon's long extremities protruded, stood in the middle of the dungeon. He scowled terrifically at the intruders, but suddenly resumed his exercise. "Still at thy devotions," said Moseley, but the moody fanatic vouchsafed not to reply. "We must wait the finishing of this duty, I fear," said the captain, knowing that interruption would be useless. Silently they awaited the conclusion, when Gideon abruptly cried out, "Captain Moseley, ye, too, cast into this den of lions? I came hither on an embassage, and I have craved this visit ere I depart." "Hast furnished my breakfast?" inquired this stalwart knight from the enchanted wood. "I think your garrison be short of victual, or hold thy tongue, thou piece of ill-contrived impertinence," said the gaoler. "We have victual and drink too, but for such as thou art, it were an ill-bestowed morsel. I marvel what can have possessed my lady to keep thee alive." The gaoler drew out from his provision bag a small dark-coloured loaf, which he threw at the hungry captive, who, to say the truth, had been half-starved since his imprisonment. Gideon was devouring it greedily without any further notice, when he suddenly cried out to his keeper, "Where get ye this coarse stuff? I would not say good morrow to my dog with so crusty a meal." "It was tossed over the wall," replied the gaoler. "Our friends oft supply us that way with provision, captain. I picked it up as I came, and thought it was too good for thy dainty appetite." "Captain Moseley," said the hungry drummer, with great earnestness, "take this. Break it before thy brethren, and show them how vilely these Egyptian taskmasters do entreat us in the house of bondage." There was something more than usually impressive in his manner. Moseley took the loaf as requested, and the gaoler, as if the object before him were beneath suspicion, exclaimed with a knowing look, "Had I not brought the manchet myself, and watched thee narrowly, I should have guessed thou hadst crammed some secret message therein to the camp. But I defy thee, or any of thy batch, to cheat old Gabriel, the rogue's butler." "Prithee, search," said Captain Moseley, drawing the loaf from his pocket, "thou mayest, peradventure, find treachery in a tooth-mark, for oh, my troth they be legibly written." "Nay," said Gabriel, with great self-importance, "the knave's jaws will score no ciphers. I had as lief interpret pothooks and ladles." The captain, again thrusting it beneath his belt, promised to show his commanders with what coarse fare and severity the prisoners were treated. "Wilt thou that I intercede for thee before the countess?" he continued, "if so be that she would remit thee of this durance." In a voice of thunder spake the incorrigible Gideon, "Intercede, I would as lief pray to the saints they should intercede with the Virgin Mary. I will rot from this perch piecemeal ere I pray to yonder ungodly woman. Yet shall I escape out of their hands, but not by mine own might, or mine own strength," said the lion-hearted captive. Leaving this indomitable Roundhead to his fate, Moseley returned to the camp, reporting the ill success of his mission. Great part of the day was spent in angry discussion, so that Moseley had nigh forgotten his message from Gideon, yet he remembered it ere he left the council. Pulling out a coarse bannock, to the great astonishment of his auditory, he brake it, relating his interview with the captive. Near to where the prisoner had taken his last mouthful, Moseley found a bit of crumpled paper. The surprise and dismay of the assembly may be conceived after he had read the following billet: "My dearest heart, with much joy and comfort I send thee news that His Highness Prince Rupert hath gotten a great victory over the rebels at Newark, and I have besought His Majesty that he should march into Lancashire. By 2 days, at farthest, these enemies who now beleaguer my house shall be cut off. We purpose to come upon them suddenly, so that they shall be taken in their own snare. I have raised £3,000 on the jewels conveyed to me from Lathom by the last sally, which sum I purpose giving in largesse to the soldiers, that it may quicken them to thy help. My prayers and blessing for thee and the children. Thine, Darby." This secret intelligence had missed its destination. The gaoler had unfortunately picked it up from where some friendly hand had thrown it, reserving the curious envelope for Gideon's breakfast, not aware of the important message it contained. But the prisoner, more wary than his keeper, when he felt the paper between his teeth, rightly judged that it was some communication of importance to his enemies, and craftily conveyed it, as we have seen, into the hands of Captain Moseley. No mean act of heroism for a starving man to wrench the food from his own jaws, a deed we might in vain look for amongst the patriots of our own day, persons who would sneer at the fanaticism, and, it may be, the sincerity of Gideon Greatbatch. Consternation was visible throughout the assembly. They had all along flattered themselves with the expectation that Prince Rupert's army was too urgently required for the relief of York to have caused them any disturbance, and, with inward curses on the king for his humanity, secret preparations were made for raising the siege. Though ignorant of the cause, the garrison soon espied an unusual bustle in the camp. They were evidently preparing for some exploit. One of the spies brought intelligence that 2 squadrons had departed in the night, and that Colonels Moore and Ashton were on their return to Manchester. On Monday morning, the 27th of May, it was agreed that Captains Ogle and Rawsthorne should make a sally. But they found the enemy had been beforehand with them, leaving the camp in the utmost terror and disorder. Intelligence now arrived that Prince Rupert had entered Lancashire by way of Stockport, where the Parliament army, under Colonels Duckenfield, Mainwaring, Buckley, and others, had suffered a total rout. The besiegers had commenced their retreat between 12 and 1 o'clock the preceding night. Thus ended the first siege of Lathom, after the place had been closely beset 4 months, during which time the garrison lost but 6 men, 4 in the service, and 2 by negligence and overdaring. They were, in general, supplied with provisions, her ladyship seeing the men's rations duly served. Yet were they not seldom pushed to a sally for their dinner, their friends outside, by lights and other appointed signals, directing the foragers in their operations. The enemy shot 107 cannonballs, 32 stones, and but 4 grenadoes. By their own confession near 100 barrels of gunpowder were spent, part of which was in supplies to the garrison, who often replenished their stock at the expense of the besiegers. They lost about 500 men, besides wounded and prisoners, according to their own returns. The next day Rigby, with about 3,000 men, drew up at Eccleston Green, 6 miles only from Lathom, in great uncertainty which way to march, fearful of meeting with Prince Rupert. In the end, imagining that His Highness would go through Blackburn or Lancaster to the relief of York, Rigby marched off in great haste to Bolton, then a garrison town, and well fortified. The Prince, hearing of their escape, together with Lord Derby, immediately turned their forces in this direction, determined to carry the place by assault, and revenge the insults and barbarity her ladyship had endured. This resolution was terribly accomplished. 1,600 of her besiegers lay dead on the place, and 22 colours, which 3 days before flourished proudly before the house, were presented to her from His Highness by Sir Richard Crane, as a memorial of her deliverance, and a happy remembrance of God's mercy and goodness to her and her family. Raven Castle, he bargained with 2 ruffians strong, which were of furious mood, that they should take these children young, and slay them in a wood. Away then went these pretty babes, rejoicing at that tide, rejoicing with a merry mind, they should on cock-horse ride. The children in the wood. Situated amid the wild and high moorlands, at whose feet hath stood for ages the royal and ducal capital of the county palatine of Lancaster, once rose a strong border defence called Raven Castle. Its site only remains. This noble and castellated fortress now lies an almost undistinguishable heap on the barren moor, the sheep browse above it, and the herdsman makes his pillow where warriors and dames once met in chivalric pomp, and the chieftain held his feudal and barbaric court. The point on which it stood is nearly on the line of separation between the counties of York and Lancaster. From the southern declivity of the hill on the Yorkshire side springs one of the rills which fall into the Hodder, a well-known stream, held in great respect by those ambulatory gentlemen whose love of society and amusing recreations leads them to lay in a stock of patience for life in the pursuit of piscatory delights. This mountainous tract forms part of the forest of Bowland, once ranged by numerous herds of deer, and is still under the jurisdiction of a master forester, or bow-bearer, called Parker, which office has been held for centuries by a family of that name. It was in the broad and still moonlight of a spring morning, in the year 16, that 2 horsemen were ascending by a steep and difficult pass through the trough of Bowland, along the hills and almost pathless wilds of the forest. They were apparently of that dubious class called Knights of the Post, highwaymen, deer stealers, or cattle harriers, all and every of which occupations they occasionally followed. As they passed by the edge of a steep ravine, from which hung a few stunted oaks projecting over the gulf, the foremost rider, for the path admitted them not abreast, turned sharply round on his saddle. "Again, didst thou not see it, Michael?" inquired he, in great alarm. "Nothing, Antony, as I do follow thee in this honest trade, nothing, I tell thee, save thine ugly face in this clear moonshine. Prithee, make more speed, and thou wilt have the fewer wry mouths to answer for. Thou art fool enough to make a man forswear honesty, and rid him of his conscience for life. Beshrew me! Thou hast got a troublesome tenant, either less roguery, or fewer qualms, depend on 't, thou canst not keep friends with both. I'll go no farther. Old Hildebrand finds some foul business on his hands, that he would fain thrust into our fingers. A bad business quits best at the beginning. If once we get to the middle, we might as well go on, or we may be like old Dick, who swam halfway through the mill pond, and then, being faint-hearted, swam back again. Look thee now, thou art a precious ass, thou wouldst be a wit without brains, and a rogue, a very wicked and unconditional rogue, without courage. Tut, that same cowardly rogue, of all unparalleled villains, is verily the worst. Your licorice cat, skulking and scared with a windle straw, is always the biggest thief, and has the cruelest paws, for all her demure looks and her plausible condescensions. I don't care for thy jeers, Michael. What, hast brought thy purpose to an anchor already? 'Tis well. I shall on to Raven Castle with all speed, if it were only to inform one Hildebrand Wentworth of this sudden qualm. Likewise I may, peradventure, remember to tell him of another little qualm thou wast taken with, once upon a time, at the sight of a score of his fat beeves, a little bit of choice roguery played off upon him by honest Antony of the tender conscience. Look to it, comrade, he shall know of this before thou canst convey thy cowardly carcass out of his clutches. And it be thou goest forward, mum, backward. Ha! Have I caught thee, my pretty bird? At the conclusion of this speech, with the malice of a fiend urging on his hesitating victim to the commission of some loathed act of folly and of crime, the speaker lashed on his companion's beast, and they were soon past the steepest part of the ascent, on their way to Raven Castle. Its present occupier, whom, it appears, they had befriended beforetime, in the way of their several callings, had sent for them in haste, requiring their aid, it might seem, in some business relative to their profession. For an hour or two they travelled on as fast as the nature of their track would permit. Day was just brightening in the east, when, emerging from a more than usually intricate path, they pushed through a thick archway of boughs. Suddenly a bare knoll presented itself, sloping towards a narrow rivulet. Beyond, a dark and well-fortified mansion stood before them. Here and there, a turret-shaped chamber, lifting its mural crown above the rest, rose clear and erect against a glowing sky, now rapidly displacing the grey hues of the morning. The narrow battlements rose up, sharp and distinct, but black as their own grim recesses, in solemn contrast with the bright and rolling masses from behind, breaking into all the gorgeous tints that betoken a heavy and lurid atmosphere. They crossed a narrow bridge, and the clattering of their horses' hoofs were soon heard in the courtyard of the castle. So, masters, if it had not pleased your betters to have built hostels and roosting places on the road, I might have been snug in my blanket some hours ago maybe. The personage who thus accosted them was dressed in a plain leathern cap and doublet, with a pair of stout hose that would not have disgraced a burgher of the first magnitude. His short and frizzled beard was curiously twirled and pointed, we may suppose after the fashion of those regions, and his manner and appearance was that of some confidential menial belonging to the establishment. His whole demeanour had in it an air of impertinent authority. His little sharp eyes twinkled in all the plenitude of power, and peered in the faces of the travellers as they alighted to render him an unwilling salutation. We have made the best of our road, Master Geoffrey, since we left our quarters in Netherdale. But, in troth, it's a weary way, and a draughty one into the bargain. I have not wet even the tip of this poor beast's nose since we started. Go to, and let the beasts be cared for, thine own muzzle may take its chance of a swill. Willie, see to the horses. Now for business. Master has been waiting for you these 3 hours, make what excuse you may. Hey-ho. My old skull will leak out my brains soon with these upsittings. Taking a small lamp from a recess, he commanded the strangers to follow. A wide staircase led to the gallery, from whence a number of low doors communicated with the chambers or dormitories. Entering a passage from an obscure corner, they ascended a winding stair. The huge and terrific spars of the intruders struck with a shrill clank on the narrow steps, mingled with the grumblings of Master Geoffrey Hardpiece. A continual muttering was heard from the latter, by way of running accompaniment to the directions which, ever and anon, he found it needful to set forth. There, an ass, a very ass, keep thy face from the wall, I tell thee, and lift up thy great leathern hoofs. Then came another series of murmurings, mingled with confused and rambling sentences. This stair is like old Giles's horn, it's long a-winding. Now, by spurs, is it? Aroint thee, knave, thou art like to frighten the children with their clattering. They are up, and ready for their trip. Alice will stitch a pillow to your pummels, and they'll ride bravely, the pretty dears. Stop there, I tell ye, I'll just say that you wait his pleasure, and return. Old Hardpiece tapped gently at a small door. It was opened hastily, and a few moments only elapsed ere Master Geoffrey's cunning face was cautiously extended out of the narrow opening. He beckoned to his companions, and at once ushered them into a low chamber. A lamp, half extinguished, stood on the floor. The walls were nearly bare, and streaked in various colors by the moisture filtering from the roof. A curiously carved oak table, and 2 or 3 stone benches comprised the furniture of the apartment. A few rusty swords, with 2 large pistols nearly falling from their holsters, hung from the wall. In one corner, reposing in decayed dignity, were seen some halberds, with several unmatched pairs of mildewed boots. Near to the window, or rather loophole, heaped up in dust and disorder, lay a score or 2 of rusty helmets, their grim appurtenances mostly broken and disjointed. Pacing to and fro in this audience chamber appeared a figure of about the middle size, attired in a loose open garment. His head was nearly bald, a few thin locks only hung from the lower part of his poll, and yet his age was not so far advanced as the scanty covering of his forehead might seem to intimate. He paused not as they entered, but during the greater part of the succeeding interview persevered in the same restless and abrupt gait, as though repose were anguish, and it was only by a continued change of position that he could soothe the rising perturbation of his spirit. Is this your haste, when my commands are most urgent? He turned sharply upon them as he spoke. His eyes grew wild and keen, but at times a heaviness and languor, as if from long watching, seemed to oppress them. We could not. Michael was stammering out an apology, when thus interrupted. Enough. I know what thou wouldst say. Let thy comrade remain below. Geoffrey, conduct him to the refectory. Michael abides here. Haste, and let refreshments be prepared. What was the purport of the conversation that ensued may be surmised from the following history. Old Hardpiece, grumbling the greater part of the way, led his companion through a labyrinth of stairs and passages to a small room, where a huge flagon of ale, with cold beef and other substantial articles for breakfast, were about being displayed. Anthony, nothing loath, threw aside his cap, and unbraced his girdle, for the more capacious disposal of such savoury and delicious viands. A heavy pull at the tankard again brought out Master Geoffrey's deep-mouthed oratory. Anthony's tongue grew more nimble as his appetite waxed less vigorous. He asked many questions about the business which required their presence at Raven Castle in such haste. The orphan children of Sir Henry Fairfax are to be conveyed to some place of concealment for a short period. Master says he has had intimation of a design on the part of the late Sir Henry's friends to seize them perforce. Which act of violence Hildebrand Wentworth, being left as their sole guardian, will make all haste to prevent. The children of the late Sir Harry Fairfax who was killed in the wars, inquired Anthony. Poor things. Since their mother drowned herself, old Hardpiece here looked round, as though fearing some intrusion. He continued in an undertone, Goody Shelton says she walks in the forest, and that her wraith so frightened Humphrey's horse that it would not budge a straw's breadth, just beside the great oak in the broad home, before you get into the forest on the other side towards Sladeburn. Anthony was, at this precise moment, cramming the last visible remains of a goose pie into the same place where he had before deposited half the good things on the table, anointing his beard with their savoury outskirts, when suddenly his chin dropped, his face assumed a sort of neutral tinge, and his whole form appeared to grow stiff with terror. He made several efforts to speak, but the following words only could be distinguished. I was sure it would be a ghost. What, a ghost? Where? Anxiously inquired Geoffrey. Just by the great oak in the broad home, on the other side of the forest. What was it like? I cannot tell, and Michael pretended he did not see it. Thou canst surely show the appearance it put on. Something, as it might be, like unto a woman, crossed our path twice, and within a stone's throw. O Master Geoffrey, we be dead men. Another groan here interrupted their discourse. Master Hardpiece muttered some unintelligible prayers, putting on a face of great solemnity. Several minutes elapsed, while the following exclamations rapidly succeeded each other. A ghost, save us, a very ghost. I'll not to Sladeburn again without help. Another draught, Anthony, a stiffener to thy courage, mayhap. It's now daylight, though, said he, looking through the casement, and most of us fear only what may be felt, in the daytime at any rate. Anthony took the cup, and, apparently without being aware, drank off the contents. He was much invigorated by the draught, which seemed to invest him with new courage, partly from the recollection that a long daylight would intervene between the beginning and the end of his journey, and partly because of the sudden rush of spirits to his brain. He arose, and assuming a posture more erect, planted his cap in a becoming attitude, whilst Geoffrey was putting aside the empty vessels into a sort of large wooden chalice, for the purpose of a more convenient removal. Light footsteps were now heard bounding along the passage, and the door was suddenly burst open by two rosy-cheeked children, the elder a boy of some 4 or 5 years' growth, and his sister scarcely a 12-month younger. Master Geoffrey, lisped one laughing urchin, hide me, there is Alice, she'll not let me go. We are to ride on 2 great horses, and I shall have a sword, and Sister Julia a coach. Here Nurse Alice made her appearance. She had been weeping, tears and entreaties were vain. She asked permission to accompany them, but with a frown Hildebrand Wentworth had chidden her from his presence. Since the loss of her mother, and almost from the time that news had arrived of their father's death, which happened a little while before the birth of Julia, she had borne a mother's part to her little charge, and had it been allowed her, she would gladly have served them without reward. Fearful of leaving them, she had followed hastily into the room. With a searching glance she eyed the stranger for a while, then suddenly turning to the children, she addressed them with great seriousness and affection. Harry, you have not repeated your prayer this morning. Do you think God will take care of you today, if you ask him not? Here the rebuked boy grew silent, and with a suffused face, ran to his nurse. Whilst in her lap, he poured out his morning orison. It was a simple but affecting request. Julia knelt also, and Alice, laying a hand on each, blessed the children. God of their fathers, I commit them to thy care. She could say no more, loud sobs checked her utterance, but leaning over these little ones, she convulsively clasped them in her embrace. Old Hardpiece grew unusually busy about matters of no importance, and the hard-featured trooper was seen to brush his brows, as though some unpleasant suspicions had crossed his brain. He raised his arm as he gazed on the children, muttering as he clenched his hand, if he dare. He then carelessly examined his sword, returning it quickly into its sheath, as the weeping Alice drew away the children to her own apartment. Old Geoffrey now grew more talkative. Leaning his chin upon his hand, and his elbow on the table, he thus proceeded, It's 4 long years come Street Barnabas since Sir Harry's death, and my lady, rest her soul, went melancholy soon after. Everything was bequeathed in trust to my master, Hildebrand Wentworth, a great friend of Sir Harry's, and his secretary or purse-bearer, I forget which, no matter, all the property, I say, was left in trust for Sir Harry's wife and children. Hildebrand brought a will from Sir Harry to this effect, and poor Lady Fairfax never looked up afterwards. She moped about, and would see nobody, and then it was they said she was out of her wits. It was not long before her headgear and mantle were found by the riverside just below the old bridge you crossed, but her body never. Here the entrance of Michael cut short the old man's discourse. Belike thou hast not lacked a cup of warm sack, and a way posset with my master in the west turret, scoffingly cried Master Geoffrey. Michael looked surly as he replied, Old Gabergen, let us have a draught of thy best, a stirrup cup. Breakfast I have settled with above stairs. Marry take your swill, Mr. Saucerpate, tartly replied Geoffrey. And so, because you have eaten and drunk with my master, it is, Old Gabergen, else had it been good Master Hardpiece, or, if you will, Master Geoffrey. Out upon such carrion, say I, that think themselves live meat when they are but fly-blown. Old Geoffrey, said Michael, coolly, we'll settle our rank at a more convenient opportunity. Just now I'll thank thee for the flagon. It's in the cupboard, growled Hardpiece. Verily these arms would tingle. But I am old, and that same Michael but a sorry brute, no beating would mend him. An ass of most vicious propensities, he will bite forwards and kick backwards. Friends get the benefit of his teeth, and foes the favour of his heels. Thus did the old man console himself for the rudeness he could not restrain. It was not long ere a summons hurried them to the courtyard. They found their beasts equipped and ready to depart, Harry and Julia looking joyously on, vastly diverted with the horses' accoutrements. Hildebrand stood by the gateway, looking moody and anxious for their departure. Alice, full of sorrow, attended with some refreshments which were stowed into the wallet. The journey was but short, and an hour's ride that fine morning, Michael said, would bring them to their destination. Hildebrand forbade him to mention the place where he wished to conceal the children, lest it should be known to their iniquitous relatives. Each horseman, with a child mounted before him, slowly passed the outer court, at the entrance of which Alice disappeared. The iron tramp of the steeds rang shrilly from underneath the arched gateway. Hildebrand stood by the platform. He bade them good speed. Antony passed first. Michael checked his horse for a moment, when Hildebrand took the hand of the boy, and pressed it, but one portentous look, as at the recognition of some sinister purpose, passed between Michael and the old man, unobserved by his colleague. Hildebrand raised his hand above his mouth, and slowly whispered, "Remember, the gulf underneath the waterfall." The horsemen departed. Passing the bridge, they were just rising over the green slope when the children recognized Alice upon her mistress's palfrey. They screamed out loudly to her, but she was riding in a contrary direction, and soon passed out of their sight. The narrow glades of the forest suddenly encompassed them. The morning was pretty far advanced. The merry birds twittered in their dun covert, brushing the dewdrops from the boughs with their restless wings. The thrush and blackbird poured forth a more melancholy note, whilst the timid rabbit, scared from his morning's meal, rushed by and sought his burrow. The wood grew thicker, and the sunbeams that shot previously in broad slopes across their path soon became as lines of intensely checkered light piercing the grim shadows beneath. The trees, too, put on a more somber character, and the sward appeared choked with rank and noxious weeds. It seemed a path rarely trod, and only to be recognized by occasional openings through the underwood. They travelled for some hours. Michael had taken the lead, and Antony with his prattling charge rode carelessly on. Looking round, the latter suddenly checked his horse. A momentary alarm overspread his features as he cried, "Michael, you have surely mistaken the path. An hour's ride should have brought us to the end of our journey, and our beasts have been footing it on since morning. Heed not, comrade, thou wilt soon find we have the right track before us. We shall be through the wood presently. Why, this is the road to Ingleton, if I mistake not. I hear the roar of the Greta. Right, we shall be on our road to the old castle shortly." They travelled on more silently than before, until the brawling of the torrent they had heard for some time increased with rapid intensity. The road now widening, Antony spurred on his beast by the side of his companion, who slackened his pace to afford an opportunity for further parley. "Whither are we bound?" inquired Antony. "Where the children will be well cared for." A dubious expression of countenance, which Antony but too well understood, accompanied these words, and villain was expressed by indications too unequivocal to be easily mistaken through every change and inflection of his visage. Antony, though not of the most unsullied reputation, and probably habituated to crimes at which humanity might shudder, pressed the little victim closer to his breast. The prattle of the babe had won his heart, and the morning scene with Alice had softened his spirit so that he could have wept when he thought of the remorseless nature of his comrade, to whose care the children were entrusted. The roar of the torrent grew louder. Suddenly they entered upon a sort of irregular amphitheatre, woods rising above each other to the very summit of the hills by which they were surrounded. A swollen waterfall was visible, below which a bare and flattened trunk, whose boughs had apparently been but just lopped, was thrown across the torrent. A ruined keep or donjon was seen above a line of dark firs, crowning the summit of a steep crag that rose abruptly from the river. "This is our halfway house," said Michael, pointing to the grim fortress. "The children are tired, and have need of refreshment. Tarry here with the horses whilst I carry them over the bridge." "We have refreshments in the wallet, what need we to loiter yonder?" replied Antony, eyeing the other with an expression of distrust. "The children want rest," said Michael, "and we shall there find shelter from the heat." "If rest be needful," was the reply, "surely this dry sward and these overhanging leaves will afford both rest and shelter." "The children are in my keeping," said Michael, fiercely, "and I am not to account with thee for my proceedings. Alight, and give me the child." "I will not, Michael, I have watched thee, and I know that thou art a villain." Draw, I have weapons too, comrade." Fast and furious grew the combat, during which the terrified children made the woods echo with their shrieks. The result was not long doubtful. Michael soon proved himself the better swordsman, and his antagonist, stumbling from fatigue, broke his own weapon in the fall. Defenseless and exposed, the uplifted sword of his adversary was raised for his destruction, when suddenly the arm of the ruffian was arrested, the weapon snatched from his grasp, and a female figure habited in a dark and coarse vestment stood between the combatants. Her brow was bare, and her dark full eye beamed on them with a look of pity and of anger. Her naturally pale cheek was flushed, but it betrayed not the agitation she endured. Erect and unbending she stood before them, and the quailing miscreant crouched at her feet. "Away to thy master, thy blood, too worthless even for thine own steel." She hurled away the weapon as she spoke. Burning with revenge at his late defeat, Antony flew after the falling brand. Seizing it, he renewed the attack. Michael fled towards the bridge. With the bound of a bereaved tiger, Antony sprung upon his prey. Just where the root of the trunk rested on the bank they closed, after a desperate lunge parried by the unprotected arm of Michael. It was disabled, but he still clung to his enemy. Antony strove to disengage himself, but the other, aware that life or death depended on the issue of that struggle, hung on him with a convulsive tightness that rendered the advantage he had gained of no avail. The sword was useless. Antony threw it into the boiling gulf at his feet. Both hands being now free, whilst one arm of his opponent hung powerless and bleeding at his side, he had greatly the advantage. He wrenched the other arm of Michael from its hold, lifted him from his narrow footing place, and with a malignant shout of triumph shook him over the abyss. One startling plunge, and the wretch sank in the rolling waters. An agonizing yell, and but one, escaped him, as he hung quivering over that yawning portal to eternity. The next cry was choked by the seethe of the boiling foam. The waves whirled him round for a moment like some huge leviathan tossing its prey. He sank into its gorge, and the insatiate gulf swallowed him up forever. Antony drew back. He turned from the horrid scene, with some yet lingering tokens of compunction, in the expectation of rejoining his companions, but in vain. The babes and his deliverer had disappeared. Hildebrand Wentworth had passed the remainder of that day in his own chamber. It was a dark lone room, leading out of the turret we have before described. Often had he ascended the narrow stair communicating with the parapet, and often had he watched the dark woods beneath the distant mountain. It was the road taken by his guilty emissaries, and, whether on the lookout for signals or for their return, he repeated his visits until the blue mists were gathering on the horizon, and day, another day, had passed into the bosom of eternity. It was an hour of holiness and peace, but heavy and disturbed was the current of his thoughts. He sat near a projecting angle of the turret, his head bent over the parapet. A female voice was heard beneath, chanting monotonously a low and melancholy psalm. Soon the following words were distinguished: "Dark as the bounding waters when storm clouds o'er them roll, the face of Zion's daughters reveals the troubled soul." Hildebrand drew his breath, as if laboring under some violent emotion. His whole frame was agitated. His lip grew pale as she went on with a voice of exultation, "But joy is sown in sadness, and hope with anxious fears. Yon clouds shall break in gladness, and doubts dissolve in tears. Fiends increase their torments at the sight of heaven." Hildebrand threw back his cloak, with one clenched hand he struck his forehead, and with a loud groan he rushed from the spot. He sought rest in the gloom and solitude of his chamber, but hours passed on, during which the conscience-stricken culprit endured the horrors of accumulated guilt. Sometimes he opened the casement, gazing on the dark heavens, until he thought they were peopled, and he held converse with unseen and terrible things. Inarticulate murmurs broke from his lips. A few words might occasionally be distinguished: "Murder, an old man too, the children, they are at rest." A gleam of pleasure passed over his haggard features. "I am now, looking round, now master of all." "All?" breathed a low voice in the chamber. The cringing wretch was speechless. Sense almost forsook him, horror fastened on his spirit, while he turned his eyes, as if by some resistless constraint, towards the place from whence the voice had issued. Near his couch was a curiously wrought cabinet inlaid with ivory and gems of the most costly workmanship. An heirloom of the house, it was highly valued, and tradition reports that it was one of those spoils on which our forefathers cast a longing glance in the wars of the Holy Sepulchre. Be this as it may, every document of value connected with the family was here deposited. By virtue of the power given to him from the dying Sir Henry, though ostensibly for the benefit of his lady and her infant offspring, Hildebrand guarded the trust with a jealous eye. No one had access to it but himself, nor did he permit any other person than old Geoffrey, the house steward, to visit his chamber. Before this cabinet stood a figure enveloped in a dark robe. Pale, deadly pale, were the features, though scarcely discernible in their form and outline. The lamp burned dimly, but with the quickened apprehension of guilt he recognized the wan resemblance of Lady Fairfax. A cry of exhausted anguish escaped him, and he fell senseless on the floor. Morning had risen, casting its bright and cheerful rays into the chamber, ere Hildebrand Wentworth awoke. Consciousness but slowly returned, and the events of the preceding hours came like shadows upon his soul. He stamped thrice, and immediately the vapid countenance of Geoffrey Hardpiece was before him. "Come hither, Hardpiece. I am wondrous heavy and ill at ease." "Why, master, your bed has not been disturbed these 2 nights." "How should there be anything but an aching head, and complaining bones?" when Hildebrand cast a hasty and confused glance towards the couch as he replied, "I have matters of moment just now that weigh heavily on my spirit. I cannot." Here was a short pause. He continued, with a slow and tremulous accent, "I hope the children are safe." "Why, master," said Geoffrey, "you have sent them out of harm's way, I hope, but I know not what ails me, an uneasy night of it I have had about them." "What hast thou seen?" eagerly demanded Hildebrand. "Seen? I have seen nothing, but I have been haunted at all quarters by a vast crowd of vexatious busy dreams, about cutthroats and murderers." "Who says murderer? I will have thee in the stocks." Hildebrand attempted to lay hold on him as he spoke, but, accustomed to these outbreaks of temper, Master Hardpiece merely stepped on one side, still maintaining his usual forward and self-sufficient demeanour. "Mr. Hildebrand Wentworth, when an old servant, Peace, interrupted his master, I am chafed beyond endurance." He struck his forehead violently, but suddenly recollecting himself, he seized Geoffrey by the arm. "What sawest thou last night, knave?" "Only dreams, master, but, say on, what makes thee hesitate?" "A messenger arrived last night." "A messenger, from whence?" eagerly demanded Hildebrand. "Unluckily," said Geoffrey, "it was shortly after you had retired for the night. I durst not then trouble you with the message. Marry, it's not the sort of news one likes to be in a hurry to tell. Go on, varlet." "Why," continued the provoking simpleton, looking as if he had to reveal unpleasant tidings, and drawing back as he spoke, "the bearer is in the train of some herald or pursuivant, come from o'ersea to our court, about exchange of prisoners and the like. This man has a message from Sir Henry Fairfax." "He lies." "I'll have his tongue bored," furiously cried Hildebrand. "Nay, but listen, he says Sir Henry, whom we all thought dead, is now alive, and a prisoner in some ugly old German fortress." During this recital the astonished Hildebrand clenched his hands, with a look of awful and impotent rage. Hardpiece continued, "This coxcomb says he was sent specially by Sir Henry to obtain from you some papers of great moment, which will ensure his immediate release. He bears Sir Henry's signet, and the knaveth no lack of assurance. Has this fellow had any communication with the menials, Geoffrey, or hast thou done me the service to keep him and his message to thyself?" anxiously inquired Hildebrand. "Why, as touching that, Alice, somehow or other, for these women are always looking to anybody's business but their own, wormed out his message in part, before I was aware of her drift. Alice, again has that viper crossed my path, bid the messenger attend." When Geoffrey returned he was followed by a short, muscular-looking personage, attired in a foreign garb. A military cloak, and slouched hat, garnished with a broad band and feather, gave him altogether an air of importance which his bare exterior had not sustained. On entering he made a slight obeisance. Hildebrand watched his bearing, as if he would have searched him to the heart's core. Not in the least disconcerted, the soldier threw himself on a seat. Preliminaries were waived by this unceremonious guest, who, speaking evidently in a foreign accent, began the interrogatory as follows: "You were the private secretary of Sir Henry Fairfax?" "I was," briefly replied Hildebrand. "Know you this signet?" "I do," again he sullenly answered. "It was given into my keeping," said the stranger, "as a token whereby Hildebrand Wentworth should, in the due exercise of his fealty and trust, commit to my charge certain documents that shall immediately be set forth. But first, and briefly, it may be needful to relate the manner in which Sir Henry recovered after your departure." On the day following the skirmish, wherein Sir Henry was supposed to be mortally wounded, he gave unto you, as his most valued and bosom friend, those solemn credentials, by which, as a dying man, he invested you with full powers to proceed to England, as the sole guardian and protector of his beloved wife and their infant offspring. The goods and effects of which he died the possessor were vested in your name, I believe, in trust for her benefit and the surviving children. I think I am right in this? In case of her death, though, I believe the property became yours. It did. Such was the nature of the wound that his physicians believed a few hours only could intervene before his dissolution. He urged your immediate departure. Shortly afterwards the whole camp equipage, together with the sick and wounded, fell into the hands of his enemies. Driven off to a considerable distance up the Rhine at full speed, and without any other comforts or necessaries than what his captors could supply, his wounds bleeding afresh, and every limb racked with pain, to the astonishment of all he speedily recovered, and from that time he has remained a close prisoner in the fortress. Not receiving any tidings from his native shores, he knows not his loss. Yesternight only I heard of Lady Fairfax's most lamentable decease. In a cartel lately arrived for negotiating an exchange of prisoners, Sir Henry sends by me, secretly, as one of the envoys, a requisition for the papers I have before mentioned. His name, by some mistake, perhaps, not being included in the lists for exchange, has induced him so to act. The credentials, which he will thus be enabled through me to present, will doubtless accomplish his release, and restore him to his family and to his home. They are papers of great moment, and will set forth claims which cannot be overlooked, and I have most minute and special instructions to get them laid before the council. Where are these precious documents deposited? Said Hildebrand. An Eastern cabinet of choice and costly workmanship, containing other records of great value, stands in Sir Henry's private chamber. The envoy looked round, and his eyes rested on the cabinet. The outer doors being opened, there are seen 2 ranges of drawers, with their separate mountings and compartments, each containing materials of greater or less moment. Sir Henry was minute in his directions, lest his lady might be besent, and the innermost secrets of this goodly tabernacle not being known, save to themselves, the object of my visit might be retarded. With the permission of Hildebrand Wentworth, I will describe minutely where he may find this deposit. Hildebrand slightly moved his head, and the speaker continued, from Sir Henry's description, and the tracings which he drew on the floor of his cell, I should conceive that this room contains the object of our search. I will recount the memoranda that I made, lest memory should be unfaithful. When the 3rd cover is unclosed, in the lowest part of the recess on the right hand, beneath a sliding panel, is a spring, on touching which the whole flies back, and discovers a rare device, beautifully wrought in arabesque relief. So far, in all likelihood, you being his confidential secretary, have beheld. I have seen this cunning work thou speakest of. What more? Embellishing the 4 corners thereof is the likeness of a hand, curiously chased in silver, the 2nd joint on the 3rd finger of the lowest of them, on the left, being pressed, the whole picture, by marvellous sleight and artifice, riseth up, revealing the treasure of which I am in search. Hath Sir Henry sent no written message, that we may know his will in this matter? Inquired Hildebrand. It is strictly forbidden to a prisoner, replied the other, to use tablets, but my knowledge of the secret is a sufficient safeguard against imposture. Retire, I will begin the search with all speed. But hold thyself in readiness for immediate departure. Thou wilt not have the worse thrift for a hasty dismissal. The stranger withdrew, accompanied by hard peace. Hildebrand listened to their retreating footsteps, when, like unto one possessed, he stamped, and tore his thin grey locks, and cursed, audibly and bitterly cursed, his destiny. Hast thou escaped, when the draught danced and bubbled over my parched lips? Fate, fortune, whatever thou art, I would curse thee. As he spoke, he lifted up one clenched hand towards heaven, laden with imprecation. And why did not that power, whose vengeance he visibly defied, launch a bolt against the impious? Why not render him, in that very act, a monument of just and righteous retribution? Shall not the judge of the whole earth do right? Is a master key that unlocks the mysteries and ministrations of divine providence, however complicated in their nature and obscure in their design. As the hoary sinner withdrew his hand, suddenly the muscles of his face relaxed, a ray of hope had irradiated his spirit, a gleam of delight passed over his pale features. He grew calm, and with a firm step he strode across the apartment. He approached the cabinet. "Thou shalt not escape me now." As he said this, he threw open the doors. Hildebrand had often searched this depository, but the place of concealment pointed out by the stranger had hitherto escaped his notice. He soon detected the stratagem. The lid flew back, but the papers of which he was in search were gone. The spirit of mischief was again foiled, but his evil genius did not forsake him. He sat down, and, for purposes of the blackest malignity, forged a series of evidences, a development of plans and proceedings that would at once have branded Sir Henry as a coward and a traitor. These letters he sealed up, and calling for the messenger, committed the packet into his hands. "You have Sir Henry's orders to lay these before the king," said Hildebrand. "I have," replied the envoy. "Then hasten to court, and so good speed. Stay, when you meet Sir Henry Fairfax, offer him an old man's sympathy and condolence. Break the matter to him tenderly, and when he returns, I say no more. Away, thy mission hath need of despatch." The soldier made a slight inclination of the head as he departed. Hildebrand Wentworth sat down to reap the fruits of his villainy, a harvest of his own planting. The full fruition of it he now seemed ready to enjoy, but days and weeks passed by, and still found him feverish and anxious. The fate of the children, whether the work of destruction had or had not been accomplished, was still to him a matter of uncertainty. He had often sent in search of the ruffians, but they had not been seen at their usual haunts. Guilt whispered that all was not complete. Restless and oppressed by undefined and terrible apprehensions, he resolved to end his doubts, and, if possible, procure an interview. He expected to obtain some clue to their proceedings by a visit to the Tower. It was not far from the close of a bright summer's day when he gained the rude bridge below the waterfall. He shuddered as he looked on the narrow trunk and the ever-tossing gulf beneath. The blackness of darkness was upon his spirit, and he ran as if some demon had pursued him, climbing with almost breathless haste the steep and winding staircase that gave access from the bridge to the ruined fortress above. From the platform a narrow ledge of rock led to the ditch, now dry, and nearly filled with fragments from the ruins. He passed the tottering arch of the portcullis. Long weeds choked up the entrance, waving drearily as the light breeze went over them. Hildebrand heard not the moan of the coming blast. Evening approached, and the thousand shadows haunted him, grim spectres that crossed his path, crowding upon him with anger and menace. From a ruined doorway he ascended a narrow stair, and had penetrated far into the interior of that part of the castle which, in some measure, remained entire, when, for the first time, he seemed startled into a consciousness of his situation. It was an appalling scene of solitude and decay. The realities, to which he almost instantaneously awoke, might have awed a less guilty spirit than that which inhabited the bosom of Hildebrand Wentworth. A long gallery, supported by huge pillars, terminated in the distance by a long and narrow oriel. On each side, broken but richly variegated windows threw down a many-tinted light, which, oppressed by the dark and caverned arches, gave a strange and mysterious character to the grotesque reflections hovering on the floor. Narrow streams of light flitted across the dense vapors, visible only in their gleam. Involuntarily did Hildebrand pass on, impelled as if by some unseen but resistless power. He durst not retrace his footsteps. His tread was slow and fearful, as he traversed the long and dreary vista. Every sense was now in full exercise, his faculties becoming more acute by the extremity of terror he endured. His ear caught the slightest sound, his eye, the least motion that glimmered across his path. Sometimes a terrific shape seemed to glide past. He brushed the cold and clammy damps from his brow, and it vanished. Suddenly a door opened at the extremity of the gallery, and a faint light streamed from the crevice. Voices, children's voices, were heard in the chamber. He rushed onward. Rage, frantic and uncontrolled, possessed him, as he beheld the babes, the intended victims of his avarice, in all the bloom of health and innocence, unconscious of danger, bounding through the apartment, together with their nurse and protector, Alice. Goaded by his insatiate tormentor, he drew a poniard from his vest, and rushed on the unoffending objects of his hate. Alice shrieked. She attempted to throw herself between them and their foe, but was too far off to accomplish her purpose. His arm was too sure, and his stroke too sudden. But ere the steel could pierce his victims it was arrested. He looked round, and a female figure, loosely enveloped in a dark cloak, had rescued them from death. It was the same form that had before interposed between them and the fangs of their remorseless enemy. Loosened by the sudden spring, her garment flew aside. Hildebrand gazed silently, but with a look of horror, too wild and intense to be portrayed. He seemed to recognize the intruder, his lips moved rapidly while he spoke. "Thee, whom the waves had swallowed. Have the waters given up their dead?" he faintly exclaimed, almost gasping for utterance. "Monster! Canst thou look upon this form," she cried, "and not wither at the sight?" "But I have done," she meekly continued, "heaven hath yet a blessing for the innocent, but thy cup of iniquity is full. Thy doom is at hand. I have trusted thee, O my father, and I trust thee still." It was the much injured and persecuted wife of Sir Henry Fairfax who now stood before the abashed miscreant. "Away," she cried, "to heaven I leave my vengeance and thy crime. Hence, to thy home. Thine, did I say? Soon, monster, shalt thou be chased from thy lair, and the wronged victim regain his right." Hildebrand, awed and confounded, retraced his path, brooding over some more cunning stratagem to ensure his prey. He had passed the bridge, and, on attempting to remount his steed, his attention was directed to a cloud of dust and a pale flash of arms in the evening light. Two horsemen drew nigh, their steeds studded with gouts of foam, and in an instant one of them alighted before the traitor. It was Sir Henry Fairfax. "Have I caught thee?" cried the knight. "What mischief art thou here perpetrating? Seize that villain." In a moment, Hildebrand was denied all chance of escape. "Thy machinations are defeated, thy villainies revealed, and vengeance demands a hasty recompense." Hildebrand prostrated himself on the ground in the most abject humiliation, and besought mercy. "I will not harm thee, wretch," exclaimed the gallant knight, "to a higher power I leave the work of retribution. The ministers of justice await thee at my castle. I came hither first to seek my wife, lead the way, thou shalt be witness to our meeting, wife, children, all. Our bliss will to thee be misery that the most refined tortures could not inflict." On. Hildebrand, with imbecile agony, grasped at the very stones for succor. He then rushed towards the bridge, and, ere his purpose could be anticipated, with one wild yell, precipitated himself into the waters. A few lines will suffice by way of explanation to this unlooked-for termination of their sufferings. When Lady Fairfax fled from the castle, in order to elude his search, for Hildebrand had the audacity to threaten by force to make her his wife, she threw off her cloak and head-dress, laying them on the river's brink that it might appear as though she had accomplished her own destruction. To the care of the faithful Alice she had committed her children, and likewise the secret of her concealment. Alice was in continual correspondence with her unfortunate mistress, and great was the joy and exultation with which she communicated the arrival of a messenger from her lord, whom she had long mourned as dead. Providentially, no interview took place between Hildebrand and the stranger on the night of his arrival, and sufficient time intervened to enable Lady Fairfax to make a desperate attempt, in the hope of gaining possession of the papers for which he had been sent. She well knew Hildebrand would not relinquish the possession of credentials that might ensure his lord's return. It was Lady Fairfax who had alarmed him the same night by her appearance in his chamber. She hoped to have found him asleep, but was unable to get possession of the writings through his timidity and surprise. With these she met the envoy, as he was returning from the castle. Disclosing all the tortuous and daring villainy of Hildebrand, she committed the real documents to his care, instructing him at the same time to lay before her sovereign the narrative of her wrongs. Soon was the captivity of Sir Henry terminated, and joy, heightened by recollection of the past, and chastened by the severity of their misfortunes, attended them through the remainder of their earthly career. The phantom voice, he heard a Sunday but naught he see. No tuche upon his flesh there came, but a sweater wit I'd smote heavily, and heavily brenned the fleck in flame. Old Ballad. The following tradition, like some of the preceding legends, has been found, under various modifications and disguises, connected with local scenery, and attaching itself in the mind of the hearer to well-known places and situations with which he may have been familiar. Southport, a bathing place of great resort on the Lancashire coast, has been pointed out as the scene of the following tragedy, which probably occurred long before its salubrity and convenience for sea bathing had rendered this barren tract of sand the site of a populous and thriving hamlet. From the mildness and congeniality of the air to persons of weak and relaxed habits, it has been not inaptly termed the Montpelier of England. But the coast is probably as dangerous for shipping as any round the kingdom. The sandbanks extend in a northwesterly direction for at least 6 miles, so as to render the navigation extremely difficult even to the natives, and impracticable for strangers. Hence shipwrecks are very frequent, and, in a coming tide, accompanied by a strong westerly wind, it is almost impossible for boats to put off or to live in the sea. It not unfrequently happens that these accidents occur in the night time, in very hazy weather, or at ebb tide. In the latter case it is necessary for boats to be taken in carts over the sands down to low water mark, before any assistance can be attempted. If the captain of the vessel be obstinate, and trust to his own skill, he increases the danger. When the crews of the vessels take to their own boats, and disobey the directions of the Southport pilots, their jeopardy is tenfold greater, and their loss almost inevitable. 46 Nearly 100 vessels have been wrecked on this coast within the last 30 years, and more than half of them totally lost. Of these calamities the particulars are upon record. Which of them may have given rise to the events here detailed we have no means of ascertaining. It was at the close of a bright and memorable evening in October that I had carelessly flung the reins upon the neck of my horse, as I traversed the bare and almost interminable sands skirting the Lancashire coast. On my right a succession of low sandhills, drifted by the partial and unsteady blasts, skirted the horizon, their summits strongly marked upon the red and lowering sky in an undulating and scarcely broken outline. Behind them I heard the vast and busy waters rolling on, like the voice of the coming tempest. Here and there some rude and solitary hut rose above the red hillocks, bare and unprotected, no object of known dimensions being near by which its true magnitude might be estimated. The eye seemed to exaggerate its form upon the mind in almost gigantic proportions. As twilight drew on, the deception increased, and, starting occasionally from the influence of some lacerating thought, I beheld, perchance, some huge and turreted fortress, or a pile of misshapen battlements, rising beyond the hills like the grim castles of romance, or the air-built shadows of fairyland. Night was fast closing. I was alone, out of the beaten track, amidst a desert and thinly inhabited region, a perfect stranger. I had only the superior sagacity of my steed to look to for safety and eventual extrication from this perilous labyrinth. The way, if such it might be called, threading the mazes through a chain of low hills, and consisting only of a loose and ever-shifting bed of dry sand, grew every moment more and more perplexed. Had it been daylight, there appeared no object by which to direct my course, no mark that might distinguish whether or not my path was in a right line or a circle. I seemed to be rambling through a succession of amphitheatres formed by the sand hills, every one so closely resembling its neighbour that I could not recognize any decided features on which to found that distinction of ideas which philosophers term individuality. In almost any other mood of the mind this would have been a puzzling and disagreeable dilemma, but at that moment it appeared of the least possible consequence to me where the dark labyrinth might terminate. Striving to escape from thought, from recollection, the wild and cheerless monotony of my path seemed to convey a desperate stillness to the mind, to quench in some measure the fiery outburst of my spirit. It was but a deceitful, calm, the deadening lull of spent anguish. I awoke to a keener sense of misery, from which there was no escape. But it was not to lament over my own griefs that I commenced my story. Let the dust of oblivion cover them, I would not pain another by the recital. There are sorrows, short ages of agony, into the dark origin of which none would dare to pry. One heart alone feels, hides, and nourishes them forever. Night now came on, heavy and dark, not a star twinkled above me. I seemed to have left the habitations of men. In whatever direction I turned not a light was visible, all fellowship with my kind had vanished. No sound broke the unvarying stillness but the heavy plunge of my horse's feet and the hollow moan of the sea. Gradually I began to rouse from my stupor, awaking, as from a dream, my senses grew rapidly conscious of the perils by which I was surrounded. I knew not but some hideous gulf awaited me, or the yawning sea, towards which I fancied my course tended, was destined to terminate this adventure. It was chiefly, however, a feeling of loneliness, a dread, unaccountable in its nature, that seemed to haunt me. There was nothing so very uncommon or marvelous in my situation, yet the horror I endured is unutterable. The demon of fear seemed to possess my frame, and benumbed every faculty. I saw, or thought I saw, shapes hideous and indistinct rising before me, but so rapidly that I could not trace their form ere they vanished. I felt convinced it was the mind that was perturbed, acting outwardly upon the senses, rendered more than usually irritable by the alarm and excitation they had undergone, yet I could not shake off the spell. I heard a sharp rustling past my ear. I involuntarily raised my hand, but nothing met my touch save the damp and chilly hair about my temples. I tried to rally myself out of these apprehensions, but in vain. Reason has little chance of succeeding when fear has gained the ascendancy. I durst not quicken my pace lest I should meet with some obstruction, judging it most prudent to allow my steed to grope out his path in the way best suited to his own sagacity. Suddenly he made a dead halt. No effort or persuasion could induce him to stir. I was the more surprised from knowing his generally docile and manageable temper. He seemed immovable, and, moreover, as I thought, in the attitude of listening. I too listened eagerly, intensely, my senses sharpened to the keenest perception of sound. The moan of the sea came on incessantly as before, no other sound could be distinguished. Again I tried to urge him forward, but the attempt was fruitless. I now fancied that there might be some dangerous gulf or precipice just at his feet, and that the faithful animal was unwilling to plunge himself and his rider into immediate destruction. I dismounted, and with the bridle at arm's length, carefully stepped forward a few paces, but I could find no intimation of danger. The same deep and level bed of sand seemed to continue onwards, without any shelving or declivity whatever. Was the animal possessed? He still refused to proceed, but the cause remained inscrutable. A sharp and hasty snort, with a snuffing of the wind in the direction of the sea, now pointed out the quarter towards which his attention was excited. His terror seemed to increase, and with it my own. I knew not what to anticipate. He evidently began to tremble, and again I listened. Fancy plays strange freaks, or I could have imagined there was something audible through the heavy booming of the sea, a more distinct, and as it were, articulate sound, though manifestly at a considerable distance. There was nothing unusual in this, perhaps the voice of the fisherman hauling out his boat, or of some mariner heaving the anchor. But why such terror betrayed by the irrational brute, and apparently proceeding from this source? For it was manifest that some connection existed between the impulses of the sound now undulating on the wind, and the alarm of my steed. The cause of all this apprehension soon grew more unequivocal. It was evidently approaching. From the sea there seemed to come, at short intervals, a low and lengthened shout, like the voice of one crying out for help or succor. Presently the sounds assumed a more distinct and definite articulation. "Murder, murder," were the only words that were uttered, but in a tone and with an expression of agony I shall never forget. It was not like anything akin to humanity, but an unearthly, and, if I may so express it, a sepulchral shriek, like a voice from the grave. I crept closer to my steed. Nature, recoiling from contact with the approaching phantom, prompted me thus intuitively to cling to anything that had life. I felt a temporary relief, even from the presence of the terrified beast, though I could distinctly perceive him shuddering, yet fixed to the spot. The voice now came on rapidly. It was but a few paces distant. I felt as though I was the sport and prey of thoughts too horrible for utterance. Alone, I had to cope with the evil one, or I was already, perhaps, the victim of some diabolical agency. The yell was close upon my ear. I felt the clammy breath of the grave across my face, and the sound swept by. It slowly arose, but the agony of the cry was more intense, more sharp and vehement, the shriek of "murder." Grown bolder, or perhaps more desperate, I cried out, "Where, in the name of—" I had scarcely uttered the words when a loud rushing cleft the air, and a crash followed, as though some heavy body had fallen at my feet. The horse burst from its bonds, galloping from me at full speed, and I stood alone. In this appalling extremity, I approached the object of my fears. I bent to the ground, stretching out my hand. My fingers rested on the cold and clammy features of a corpse. I well remember the deep groan that burst from my lips. Nature had reached the extremity of endurance. I felt a sudden rush of blood to the heart, and fell beside my ghastly companion, equally helpless and insensible. I have no means of ascertaining the duration of this swoon, but, with returning recollection, I again put out my hand, which rested on the cold and almost naked carcass beside me. I felt roused by the touch, and started on my feet. The moon at this instant, emerging from a mass of dark clouds, streamed full on the dead body, pale and blood-stained, the features distorted, as if by some terrible death. Fear now prompted me to fly. I ran as if the wind had lent me wings, not daring to look back, lest my eyes should again rest on the grisly form I had just left. I fled onwards for some time, the moon now enabling me to follow the beaten track, which, to my great joy, brought me suddenly, at the turn of a high bank, within sight of a cheerful fire gleaming through a narrow door, seemingly the entrance to some wayside tavern. Bursts of hilarity broke from the interior, the voice of revelry and mirth came upon my ear, as though I was just awakening from a dream. It was as if I had heard the dead laugh in their cold cerements. As I stepped across the threshold, the boisterous roar of mirth made me shudder, and it seemed, by the alarm visible in the countenances of the guests, that my appearance presented something as terrible to their apprehensions. Every eye was fixed on me as I seated myself by a vacant table, and I heard whisperings, with suspicious glances occasionally directed towards the place where I sat today. The company, however, soon began to get the better of their consternation, and were evidently not pleased at so unseasonable an interruption to their mirth. I found that some explanation was necessary as to the cause of my intrusion, and with difficulty made them comprehend the nature of my alarm. I craved their assistance for the removal of the body, promising, if possible, to conduct them to the spot where the miserable victim was thrown. They stared at each other during this terrible announcement, and, at the conclusion, I found everyone giving his neighbor credit for the requisite portion of courage, though himself, at the same time, declining to participate in the hazards of the undertaking. Roger told me that he stood churchyard, shoon bottoms uppermost, looking for the wench he were to wed through the windows. I's sure he'll make no balk at a bogle. Luck thee, Jim, I canna face the dead, but I wanna show my back to a live fist, the best and the biggest o' the countryside, wilt smell, my lad. Roger, mortified at this test of his courage, raised his clenched hand in a half-threatening attitude. A serious quarrel might have ensued, had not a sudden stop been put to the proceedings of the belligerents by an interesting girl stepping before me, modestly inquiring where I had left the corpse, and offering herself as a companion, if these mighty cowards could not muster sufficient courage. Shame on thee, Will, she cried, directing her speech to a young man who sat concealed by the shadow of the projecting chimney. Shame on thee, I say, to be o'erfist by 2 or 3 hard words. I say ganging, follow that dare. Saying this, she took down a huge horn lantern, somewhat dilapidated in the outworks, and burnt in various devices, causing a most unprofitable privation of light. A bonnet and cloak, hastily thrown on, completed her costume, and, surrendering the creaking lantern to my care, she stood for a moment contemplating the dingy atmosphere before she stepped forth to depart. During these ominous preparations, a smart sailor-looking man, whose fear of his mistress' displeasure had probably overcome his dread of the supernatural, placed himself between me and the maiden, and taking her by the arm, crustily told me that if I could point out the way, he was prepared to follow, rather a puzzling matter for a stranger, who scarcely knew whether his way lay right or left from the very threshold. Thus admirably qualified for a guide, I agreed to make the attempt, being determined to spare no pains, in the hope of discovering the object of our search. Company breeds courage. Several of the guests, finding how matters stood, and that the encounter was not likely to be made single-handed, volunteered their attendance, so that our retinue was shortly augmented to some half-dozen stout fellows. The vanguard was composed of myself and the lovers, the rest crept close in our rear, forming their rank as broad as the nature of the ground would admit. Luckily I soon found the jutting bank round which I had turned on my first view of the house we had just left. We proceeded in silence, except that a whisper occasionally arose from one of the rearmost individuals talking to his bolder neighbor in front, when finding his own courage on the wane. Following for some time what appeared to be the traces of recent footsteps, I hoped, yet almost feared, that every moment I might stumble on the bleeding corpse. An attendant in the rear now gave the alarm, something he saw moving on our left causing him to make a desperate struggle to get before his companions. This produced a universal uproar, each fighting for precedency, and thoroughly determined not to be the last. I soon beheld a dark object moving near, and the next minute I was overjoyed to find my recreant steed, quietly searching amongst the tufted moss and seaweed for a scanty supper. My associates knew not what to make of this discovery. Some of them, I believe, eyed him with deep suspicion, and more than one glance was given at his hoofs to see if they were not cloven. Order, however, being re-established, we again set forward with what proved a useful auxiliary to our train. We had not travelled far ere I was again aware of the peculiar snort by which he manifested his alarm, and it was with difficulty I got him onwards a few paces, when he stood still, his head drawn back, as if from some object that lay in his path. I knew the cause of his terror, and, giving the bridle to one of my attendants, cautiously proceeded, followed by the maiden and her lover, who, to do him justice, showed a tolerable share of courage, at any rate, in the presence of his mistress. At length I recognized the spot, where, yet unmoved, lay the bleeding carcass. The girl started when she beheld the grim features, horribly drawn together and convulsed, as if in the last agony. I was obliged to muster the requisite fortitude to attempt its removal, and raising it from the sand, with a little assistance I placed it across the horse, though not without a most determined opposition on the part of the animal. Throwing a cloak over the body, we made the best of our way back, and on arriving at the house I found that the only vacant apartment where I could deposit my charge was a narrow loft over the outhouse, the entrance to which was both steep and dangerous. With the assistance of my two friends, though with considerable difficulty, it was in the end deposited there, upon a miserable pallet of straw, over which we threw a tattered blanket. On returning, I found the guest room deserted, the old woman to whom the tavern belonged, the mother, as I afterwards found, of my female companion, was hastily clearing away the drinking utensils, and preparing for an immediate removal to the only apartment above stairs which bore the honours of the bedchamber. She kindly offered me the use of it for the night, but this sacrifice of comfort I could not allow, and throwing my cloak over a narrow bench, I drew it near the fire, determining to snatch a brief interval of rest, without robbing the good woman and her daughter of their night's repose. It was now past midnight, sleep was out of the question, as I lay ruminating on the mysterious events of the few past hours. The extraordinary manner in which the murdered wretch had been committed to my care seemed an imperative call upon me to attempt the discovery of some foul and horrible crime. With the returning day I resolved to begin my inquiries, and I vowed to compass sea and land ere I gave up the pursuit. So absorbed was I in the project, that I scarcely noticed the storm, now bursting forth in a continuous roll from the sea, until one wild gust, that seemed to rush by as if it would have swept the dwelling from its seat, put an end to these anticipations. I watched the rattling casement, expecting every moment that it would give way, and the groaning thatch be rent from its hold. Involuntarily I arose and approached the window. It was pitchy dark, and the roar of the sea, under the terrific sweep of the tempest, was truly awful. Never had I heard so terrible a conflict. I knew not how soon I might be compelled to quit this unstable shelter. The very earth shook, and every moment I expected the frail tenement would be levelled to its foundations. The eddying and unequal pressure of the wind heaped a huge sand-drift against the walls, which probably screened them from the full force of the blast, acting at the same time as a support to their feeble consistency. Sand and earthy matter were driven about and tossed against the casement, insomuch that I almost anticipated a living inhumation. The next gust, however, generally swept off the greater portion of the deposit, making way for a fresh torrent, that poured upon the quaking roof like the rush of a heavy sea over a ship's bulwarks. I was not destined to be left companionless in the midst of my alarms. The old woman and her daughter, too much terrified to remain quiet, came down from their resting place, which, being close within the thatch, was most exposed to the tempest. A light was struck, and the dying embers once more kindled into a blaze. The old woman, whom I could not but observe with emotions of awe and curiosity, sat cowering over the flame, her withered hands half covering her furrowed and haggard cheeks. A starting gleam occasionally lighted up her grey and wasted locks, which, matted in wild elf knots, hung about her temples. Occasionally she would turn her head as the wind came hurrying on, and the loud rush of the blast went past the dwelling. She seemed to gaze upon it as though 'twere peopled, and she beheld the sightless coursers of the air, careering on the storm. Then, with a mutter and a groan, she again covered her face, rocking to and fro to the chant of some wild and unintelligible ditty. Her daughter sat nearly motionless, hearkening eagerly during the short intervals between the gusts, and as the wind came bellowing on, she huddled closer into the chimney corner, whither she had crept for protection. "Such nights are not often known in these parts," said I, taking advantage, as I spoke, of a pause in the warfare without. The old woman made no answer, but the daughter, bending forwards, replied slowly and with great solemnity, "Mother has seen the death lights dancing UPO, the black scud, some ha seen the sun sink down upon the waters that winna see him rise again fro the hilltop. Is your mother a seer, then, my pretty maiden? Ye re but a stranger, I guess, if you know not Bridget o' the sandy home, save us." She's hearkening again for there, once. The old woman raised her hands as she spoke, and bent her head in an attitude of listening and eager expectation. I listened too, but could discover no sound, save the heavy swing of the blast, and its receding growl. Again. As she said this, Bridget rose from the low stool she had occupied, and hobbled towards the window. I thought a signal gun was just then audible, as from some vessel in distress. Ere I could communicate this intelligence, another and a nearer roll silenced all conjecture. It was indeed but too evident that a vessel was in the offing, and rapidly driving towards the shore, from the increasing distinctness of the signals. Old Bridget stood by the window, her dim and anxious eyes peering through the casement as if she could discern the fearful and appalling spectacle upon the dark billows. Your last, poor wretches," she cried, when a heavy gust brought another report with amazing distinctness to the ear. "And now the death shriek, another and another, ye drop into the deep waters, and the gulf is not gorged with its prey." Bridget Rimmer, girl and woman, has ne'er watched the blue dancers, but she has heard the sea gun follow, and seen the red sand decked with the spoil. "Wench, take not of the prey, 'tis accursed." The beldam drew back after uttering this anathema, and again resumed her station near the hearth. The storm now seemed to abate, and as if satisfied with the mischief at this moment consummating, the wind grew comparatively calm. The gusts came by fitfully, like the closing sobs of some fretful and peevish babe, not altogether ceasing with the indulgence of its wishes. As I stood absorbed in a reverie, the nature of which I cannot now accurately determine, the maiden gently touched my arm. "Sir, will ye walk to the shore? I say warrant the neighbours are helping, and we may save a life though we canna gee it." She was wrapped in a thick cloak, the hood thrown forward, and the horn lantern again put in requisition, fitted up for immediate service. We opened the door with considerable difficulty, and waded slowly through the heavy sand drifts towards the beach. The clouds, shattered and driven together in mountainous heaps, were rolling along the sky, a dark scud sweeping over their huge tops, here and there partially illuminated by the moonbeams. The moon was still obscured, but a wild and faint light, usually seen after the breaking up of a storm, just served to show the outline of objects not too remote from our sphere of vision. My companion soon brought me to an opening in the hills which led directly down to the beach. Immediately I saw lights before us moving to and fro, and the busy hum of voices came upon the wind. Forms were indistinctly seen hurrying backward and forward upon the very verge of the white foam boiling from the huge billows. Hastening to the spot, we found a number of fishermen, their wives assisting in the scrutiny, carefully examining the fragments of wreck which the waves were from time to time casting up, and throwing with a heavy lunge upon the shore. Either for purposes of plunder, or for the more ostensible design of contributing to their preservation, sundry packages were occasionally conveyed away, subsequently to an eager examination of their contents. My associate ran into the thickest of the group, anxiously inquiring as to the fate of the crew, and if any lives had been preserved. "I guess," cried an old hard-featured sinner, "they be where they'll need no looking after. Last brast o' wind, 6 weeks ago next St. Barnaby, I jined my cabin to the lady and her children, and the pains I wore like to heart for my labour, I didn't touch a groat till the parson jined me a guinea out o' th scription, but I may trot gaily home tonight. There's no live lumber to stow I my loft, the fishes har, the pick o' the whole cargo this bout. Canna we get the boats? I can pull an oar thou knows, Darby, wi the best on, inquired the female. "Boats," exclaimed Darby, "ne'er a boat would live, but wi keel uppermost. I say not the chap to go to Davy Jones tonight pickled brine, my pratty Kate. Thou art a greedy gleed, I say go ask Simon, but I'll warrant thou'lt be hankering after the reward, and the biggest share to thine own clutches." She turned away from the incensed fisherman, and proceeding to a short distance, we found a knot of persons gathered around a half-drowned wretch who owed his appearance again upon land to having been lashed on some lumber which the sea had just cast ashore. Almost fainting from cold and exhaustion, he was undergoing a severe questioning from the bystanders, every one wishing to know the name of the ship, whither bound, and the whole particulars of the disaster. We just came in time for his release, and I soon had the satisfaction to find the poor fellow in my quarters, before a comfortable fire, his clothes drying, and his benumbed limbs chafed until the circulation was again pretty nigh restored. After drinking a tumbler of grog he appeared to recover rapidly, and we found on inquiry that he was master of the vessel just wrecked on the coast. He shook his head on a further inquiry as to the fate of her crew. "A score as good hands," said he, "are gone to the bottom as ever unreefed a clean topsail or hung out a ship's canvas to the wind. I saw them all go down as I lashed myself to the jib." He groaned deeply, but speedily assuming a gayer tone, requested a quid and a quiet hammock. "My lights are nearly stove in, my head hangs as loose as a Dutchman's shrouds, a night's sleep will make all taut again." Old Bridget was gone to bed, and unless the sailor chose to occupy the straw pallet already in the possession of a guest whose mysterious arrival seemed to be the forerunner of nothing but confusion and disaster, there did not seem any chance of obtaining a berth save by remaining in his present situation. I told him of the dilemma, but Kate replied, "We can just take the body fro the bed, it win attack harm upo, the chest I the fur nook. The captain will not maybe sleep the war for quiet company." He did not seem to relish the idea of passing the night even with so quiet a companion, but as it seemed the least disagreeable alternative, we agreed to pilot him to the chamber and help the miserable pallet to change occupants. The corpse we agreed to lay on some clean litter used for the bedding of the cattle. We conducted the stranger to his dormitory, which was formerly a hay loft, until converted into an occasional sleeping room for the humble applicants who sometimes craved a night's lodging at the sandy home. The only entrance was by a crazy ladder, and so steep, that I was afraid our feeble companion would find considerable difficulty in climbing to his chamber. It was my intention to have prevented him from getting a sight of the ghastly object that occupied his couch, but pressing foremost, he ran up the ladder with surprising agility, gaining the top ere I had made preparations for the ascent. I mounted cautiously, giving him the light whilst I made good my landing, and he went directly to the bed. I had set my foot on the floor, and was lending a hand to Kate, who had still to contend with the difficulties of the way, when I heard a dismal and most appalling shriek. Starting round, I beheld the stranger gazing on the couch, his eyeballs almost bursting from their sockets, and his countenance distorted with horror and amazement. I ran to him as the light dropped from his grasp, catching it ere it fell. I perceived his eyes riveted on the livid and terrific features of the corpse. My limbs grew stiff with horror, thoughts of strange import crowded on my mind. I knew not how to shape them into any definite form, but stood trembling and appalled before the dark chaos whence they sprung. Scarcely knowing what I said, still I remember the first inquiry that burst from my lips, "Knowest thou that murdered man?" The words were scarcely uttered when the conscience-stricken wretch exclaimed, in accents which I shall never forget, "Know him, yesterday he stood at my helm." I had long borne him an evil grudge, and I brooded on revenge. The devil prompted it, he was at my elbow. It was dark, and the fiend's eyes flashed when I aimed the blow. It descended with a heavy crash, and the body rolled overboard. He spoke not, save once, it was when his hated carcass rose to the surface. I heard a faint moan, it rang on my ear like the knell of death, the voice rushed past, a low sepulchral shout, in my ear it echoed with the cry of a murder. Little remains to be told, he persisted to the last in this horrible confession. He had no wish to live, and the avenging arm of retributive justice closed the world and its interests forever on a wretch who had forfeited all claims to its protection, cast out, and judged unworthy of a name and a place amongst his fellow men. The barghest, from hag-bred Merlin's time have I thus nightly revelled to and fro, and for my pranks men call me by the name of Robin Goodfellow. Fiends, ghosts, and sprites, who haunt the nights, the hags and goblins do me know, and beldams old my feats have told, so veil, veil, ho, ho, ho. Ben Jonson. In the northern parts of England, says Brand, speaking of the popular superstitions, ghost is pronounced geist and guest. Hence barghest or bargheist. Many streets are haunted by a guest, who assumes many strange appearances, as a mastiff dog, and c. It is a corruption of the Anglo-Saxon guard, spiritus, anima. Drake, in his Eboracum, says, page 7, appendix, I have been so frightened with stories of the barghest when I was a child, that I cannot help throwing away an etymology upon it. I suppose it comes from a est, bup, a town, and gart, a ghost, and so signifies a town sprite. N.B. Gart is in the Belgic and Teutonic softened into Geist and Geist. The boggart or barghest of the following story resembles the German kobold, the Danish nis, and the Scotch brownie, but, above all, the Spanish duende, which signifies a spirit or sprite, supposed by the vulgar to haunt houses and highways, causing therein much terror and confusion. Duende. Espiritu que el vulgo cree que infesta las casas y travesía, causando en ellas ruidos y estruendos, lemures, lave. To appear like a duende, to move like a duende, are modes of speaking by which it is meant that persons appear in places where they are least expected. To have a duende signifies that a person's imagination is disturbed. The following curious Spanish moral, the mis of which has been kindly lent to the author by Mr. Crofton Croker, may not be deemed uninteresting as an illustration of the subject. We have accompanied each stanza with a parallel translation of our own. Duende enemigo del juego. Duende, an enemy to gaming. Cuento moral. A moral tale. Un duende, grave señor, que estudió la astrología, se propuso la mania, de ser rico jugador. A grave and learned senior, who practiced astrology, bethought him by his lucky stars he passing rich would be. Todos los siete planetas formaban su gran consejo, y antes de lega a vijo, y no tenía calcetas. The planets 7 his counsel made, he hugged the glozing cheat, but ere the pedant's legs were old, no stockings held his feet. Aburrido y sin dinero, muy tarde se arrepinted, en despan se metid a laura su era primero. Enraged and disappointed, he waxed sour and melancholy, and to a vintner's garret trudged, there to bewail his folly. Por su gran sabiduría, en duende se controvertio, y la guerra declaró, al art de faleria. I'll have revenge, he cried, then wrought so wondrous cunningly, that in a trice transformed he was, a brisk duende he. La vecindad asombrada, de sus fuertes alaridos, corriendo despavoridos, abandonan la posada. This pedant, now a boggart, made, no soul could rest in quiet, nor rogue nor bully was his match for kicking up a riot. Duino absolute y el duende, de la espantosa mansion, se uniento la confusion, y el temor entre la gente. At last none dared that garret drear, his dwelling, to come nigh, sole master of his attic, he reigned peremptorily. Pero siendo tan demente el hombre que es codicioso, no falto qui en jactancioso, desprecias al señor duende. Not so the sharpers, who this house had made their special haunt, señor duende, humph. Cried they, may suck eggs with his aunt. Unos cuantos jugadores, que laman de profesión, eligieron la mansion para exercer sus primores. They and their worthy company, of the black-limbed profession, here cheated in a lawful way, by that best right, possession. Muy luego la campaña, numerosa vino a ser, y el que iligaba a perder, contra el duende maldicha. The crowd increased. Some luckless wight his winnings at an end, he swore by his trumps, 'twas owing to that rascally duende. La confusa griteria, pronto al duende incomodo, y al complot se aparicio que apenas, quarter tenía. This roused him from his garret, where he heard the daily squabble, and lo, in human form, he stands before the shirtless rabble. En vos, como chirimia, dijoles cortes y atento que habitaba el aposento don su amo existia. He squeaked, your servant, gentlemen, I would not thus intrude, pon honor, but your conduct is so very rude. En alta camera fiero, todo señor, reclamaba el orden, y lo apraba, un cagino de en falero. My master, he who sits upstairs I mean, no jesting, gents, expects that you'll be quiet, else he'll scold at all events. No fu poca la sorpresa, del mensaje y la vision, un con todo, un temeran, quiso de ella hesa presa. The gamblers stared, some tumbled down, some gaped, some told their prayers but one, more daring, swore, fac, he'd kick the brute downstairs. Mas el caso se frustró, sin saber como ni cuando, pues por el air volando nuestro duende se fugó. But ere he felt uplifted foot he escaped, how none could tell, but, sooth it was, this messenger no bodily harm befell. El suceso maldicen los unos por el tema, y gritaban con furor los que el dinero perdían. The rogues, who saw him disappear, waxed paler than before, some said an ave, some for fear, and some for folly, swore. Build por segunda vez, el mensajero, crecido media vara, y atrevido, les dice, menos cortes. When suddenly amidst them all, again the demon stands, a full half-yard in stature grown. Their business he demands. Q su amo, era absoluto, de aquella encantada casa, y su paciencia era escasa, con todo filero astuto. I tell ye, villains, gamblers, thieves. His patience is but small, with such as you, so master says, who master will you all? Q les mandaba salir de aquel lugar, con presteza, pues de no, su gentileza, los haria consuma. Out of the house, ye rabble rout. Out of the house, I say, or otherwise his honor will consume you utterly. Del duendicito quisieran apoderas valientes, mas se les fu entre los dientes, y sin la presa se viron. Thought one, I'll seize this varlet vile, and speedily arose, he caught him in his clutch, the sprite vanished and tweaked his nose. Y el tema empiezo a abra y entraran las reflections, apoyando con vorons, q era duende, a no duda. San Jerome, save us, we are lewd if this should be the sprite, the big duende, best we bid his boggart good night. Como siempre el jugador, lo sostiene la esperanza, fundaran la confianza, enqun duende es vivida. But hope, the gambler's enemy, beguiled them to their ruin, these ugly sprites, they say, rich, yet yield naught without wooing. Q su ciencia trae dinero, y medios porro adquirirlo, y era queudo el admitirlo, dando el lugar primero. His skill may help us to repair our cloaks, and eke our breeches, best speak him fair. We'll worship Nick if he but grant us riches. Mas el duende q escuchaba la trama de los fuleros, quiso en tales caballeros, venga, lo q suspiraba. The sly duende, like a mouse, hearkening behind the wall, did now resolve he quickly would the greedy rogues bemall en effecto, gigantado, con negro manto tailor, cornamenta singular, eufias largas y barbado. A mighty giant, lo he comes. Wrapped in a cloak of sable, with horns, hoofs, nails, and beard iclad, he jumped upon the table. Un garrote enabalado y britando espuma y fuego, les dijo, yo devo el juego en mi desgracia y estis to do. A cudgel of some 7 years' growth he brandished. Fire and smoke shot from his lips, while thus he spake, I'll gripe you gambling folk. Los fuleros me han quitado con mi dinero, la vida, y pues que su homicida de todo hombre innocent. To gaming my disgrace I owe, with money went my wife, 'tis such as you the murderers be, this night shall end your life. No quid vicho viviente, en toda culta nation, que ejerza la profesión de fulero y vagamundo. In every nation, called refined, or gamblers or their wives, or wealthy wight shall ne'er be found, who shakes the bones and thrives. Y dando un grito profundo, su garrot descargando, a todos fu despachando, sin dejar uno en el mundo. With that a loud and horrid yell he gave. And cudgel flew broadside amongst them, when, like vermin, he dispatched the hungry crew. No extinguio, sin duda, el duende, toda la mala semilla, pues hay muchos, como el duende, sin camisa, y sin capilla. But woe is me, they were not all destroyed. For many still, by these cursed arts decoyed, shoeless and shirtless, miserable sinners, are seen, snuffing, with empty wind, their dinners. In the Dunsker folksagan appear 1 or 2 circumstances relative to the freaks of a nis, the goblin of the Danish popular creed, similar to the pranks detailed in our Lancashire legend. Fancy, however sportive and playful with materials already in her possession, is of a much less creative character than is generally supposed, even by those most susceptible to her influence. It is surprising how few are the original conceptions that have sprung from the human mind. Popular superstitions, the great mass of them spread over an immense variety of surface, climate, manners, and opinions, might be supposed to exhibit a corresponding difference in originality and invention. But here we find the same paucity of incidents, varying only in character with the climate which gave them birth, the leading features being evidently common to each. The Scandinavian and the Hindu, the European and the Asiatic, construct their legends on the same basis, the same stories, and even the same train of events, proving their common origin. Mr. Crofton Croker, a name familiar to all lovers of legendary lore, has kindly communicated the following tale. In substituting this, in place of what the author might have written on the subject, he feels convinced that his readers will not feel displeased at the change, and assures them it is with real gratification that he presents them with an article from the pen of the writer of the fairy legends. Not far from the little snug smoky village of Blakely, or Blackley, there lies one of the most romantic of dells, rejoicing in a state of singular seclusion, and in the oddest of Lancashire names, to wit, the Boggart Hole. Rich in every requisite for picturesque beauty and poetical association, it is impossible for me, who am neither a painter nor a poet, to describe this dell as it should be described, and I will therefore only beg of thee, gentle reader, who peradventure mayst not have lingered in this classical neighbourhood, to fancy a deep, deep dell, its steep sides fringed down with hazel and beech, and fern and thick undergrowth, and clothed at the bottom with the richest and greenest sward in the world. You descend, clinging to the trees, and scrambling as best you may, and now you stand on haunted ground. Tread softly, for this is the Boggart's Clough, and see in yonder dark corner, and beneath the projecting mossy stone, where that dusky sullen cave yawns before us, like a bit of Silvertoe's best, there lurks the strange elf, the sly and mischievous Boggart. Bounce! I see him coming. Oh no, it was only a hare bounding from her form. There it goes, there. I will tell you of some of the pranks of this very Boggart, and how he teased and tormented a good farmer's family in a house hard by, and I assure you it was a very worthy old lady who told me the story. But first, suppose we leave the Boggart's domain, and pay a visit to the theatre of his strange doings. You see that old farmhouse about 2 fields distant, shaded by the sycamore tree, that was the spot which the Boggart or Barghest selected for his freaks. There he held his revels, perplexing honest George Cheetham, for that was the farmer's name, scaring his maids, worrying his men, and frightening the poor children out of their 7 senses, so that at last not even a mouse durst show himself indoors at the farm, as he valued his whiskers, 5 minutes after the clock had struck 12. It had long been remarked that whenever a merry tale was told on a winter's evening a small shrill voice was heard above all the rest, like a baby's penny trumpet, joining in with the laughter. Will laughed. Boggart, thou art a fine little tyke, I say warrant, if one could but just catch glent on thee, said Robert, the youngest of the farmer's sons, early one evening, a little before Christmas, for familiarity had made them somewhat bold with their invisible guest. Now, though more pleasant stories were told on that night beside the hearth than had been told there for the 3 preceding months, though the fire flickered brightly, though all the faces around it were full of mirth and happiness, and though everything, it might seem, was there which could make even a Boggart enjoy himself, yet the small shrill laugh was heard no more that night after little Bob's remark. Robert, who was a short stout fellow for his age, slept in the same bed with his elder brother John, who was reckoned an uncommonly fine and tall lad for his years. No sooner had they got fairly to sleep than they were roused by the small shrill voice in their room shouting out, "Little tyke, indeed! Little tyke thy sail! Ho, ho, ho! I'll have my laugh now, ho, ho, ho!" The room was completely dark, and all in and about the house was so still that the sound scared them fearfully. The concluding screech made the place echo again, but this strange laughter was not necessary to prevent little Robert from further sleep, as he found himself one moment seized by the feet and pulled to the bottom of the bed, and the next moment dragged up again on his pillow. This was no sooner done, than by the same invisible power he was pulled down again, and then his head would be dragged back, and placed as high as his brother's. "Short and long won't match, short and long won't match, ho, ho, ho," shouted the well-known voice of the Boggart, between each adjustment of little Robert with his tall brother, and thus were they both wearied for more than 100 times, yet so great was their terror, that neither Robert nor his brother, Long John, as he ever afterwards was called, dared to stir 1 inch, and you may well suppose how delighted they both were when the first grey light of the morning appeared. "We'st now some rest, happen," said John, turning on his side in the expectation of a good nap, and covering himself up with the bedclothes, which the pulling of Robert so often backwards and forwards had tumbled about sadly. "Rest," said the same voice that had plagued them through the night. "Rest, what is rest? Boggart knows no rest." "Plague tack thee for a Boggart," said the farmer next morning, on hearing the strange story from his children, "plague tack thee. Can thee not let the poor things be quiet? But I'll be up with thee, my gentleman, so tack, chamber and be hanged to thee, if thou wilt. Jack and little Robert shall sleep o'er the cart-house, and Boggart may rest or wriggle as he likes when he is by himself." The move was accordingly made, and the bed of the brothers transferred to their new sleeping room over the cart house, where they remained for some time undisturbed, but his boggartship having now fairly become the possessor of a room at the farm, it would appear, considered himself in the light of a privileged inmate, and not, as hitherto, an occasional visitor, who merely joined in the general expression of merriment. Familiarity, they say, breeds contempt, and now the children's bread and butter would be snatched away, or their porringers of bread and milk would be dashed to the ground by an unseen hand, or if the younger ones were left alone but for a few minutes, they were sure to be found screaming with terror on the return of their nurse. Sometimes, however, he would behave himself kindly. The cream was then churned, and the pans and kettles scoured without hands. There was one circumstance which was remarkable. The stairs ascended from the kitchen, a partition of boards covered the ends of the steps, and formed a closet beneath the staircase. From one of the boards of this partition a large round knot was accidentally displaced, and one day the youngest of the children, while playing with the shoehorn, stuck it into this knot-hole. Whether or not the aperture had been formed by the boggart as a peephole to watch the motions of the family, I cannot pretend to say. Some thought it was, for it was called the boggart's peephole, but others said that they had remembered it long before the shrill laugh of the boggart was heard in the house. However this may have been, it is certain that the horn was ejected with surprising precision at the head of whoever put it there, and either in mirth or in anger the horn was darted forth with great velocity, and struck the poor child over the ear. There are few matters upon which parents feel more acutely than that of the maltreatment of their offspring, but time, that great soother of all things, at length familiarized this dangerous occurrence to every one at the farm, and that which at the first was regarded with the utmost terror, became a kind of amusement with the more thoughtless and daring of the family. Often was the horn slipped slyly into the hole, and in return it never failed to be flung at the head of some one, but most commonly at the person who placed it there. They were used to call this pastime, in the provincial dialect, laking wit boggart, that is, playing with the boggart. An old tailor, whom I but faintly remember, used to say that the horn was often pitched at his head and at the head of his apprentice, whilst seated here on the kitchen table, when they went their rounds to work, as is customary with country tailors. At length the goblin, not contented with flinging the horn, returned to his night persecutions. Heavy steps, as of a person in wooden clogs, were at first heard clattering downstairs in the dead hour of darkness, then the pewter and earthen dishes appeared to be dashed on the kitchen floor, though in the morning all remained uninjured on their respective shelves. The children generally were marked out as objects of dislike by their unearthly tormentor. The curtains of their beds would be violently pulled to and fro, then a heavy weight, as of a human being, would press them nearly to suffocation, from which it was impossible to escape. The night, instead of being the time for repose, was disturbed with screams and dreadful noises, and thus was the whole house alarmed night after night. Things could not long continue in this fashion. The farmer and his good dame resolved to leave a place where they could no longer expect rest or comfort, and George Cheetham was actually following with his wife and family the last load of furniture, when they were met by a neighbouring farmer, named John Marshall. "Well, Georgie, and so are you leaving Old House at last," said Marshall. "Johnny, my lad, I'm in a manner forced to thou sees," replied the other, "for that wearifoot boggart torments us so, we can neither rest neat nor day for tea. It seems loiker to have a malice again young ANS, and it almost kills my poor dame here at thoughts on tea, and so thou sees we're forked to flit like." He had got thus far in his complaint, when, behold, a shrill voice from a deep upright churn, the topmost utensil on the cart, called out, neighbour, we're flitting, you see." "Oh dee rot thee," exclaimed George, "if I'd known thou'd been flitting too I wouldn't stirred a peg." Nay, it's to no use, Mally," he continued, turning to his wife, "we may as well turn back again to Old House as be tormented in another not so convenient." They did return, but the boggart, having from the occurrence ascertained the insecurity of his tenure, became less outrageous, and was never more guilty of disturbing, in any extraordinary degree, the quiet of the family. The haunted manor house, but he was wary wise in all his way, and well perceived his deceitful sleight, no suffered lust his safety to hetray, so goodly did beguile the guiler of the prey. Spencer. Inns Hall, the subject of our view, stands about a mile from Wigan, on the left hand of the high road to Bolton. It is a very conspicuous object, its ancient and well-preserved front generally attracting the notice and inquiry of travellers. About a mile to the southeast stands another place of the same name once belonging to the Gerards of Bryn. The manor is now the property of Charles Walmsley, Squire, of Westwood, near Wigan. The two mansions are sometimes confounded together in topographical inquiries, and the following story, though told of some former proprietor of the inns to which our plate refers, yet, by its title of the Manor House, would seem as though intended for the other and comparatively less known mansion, the old Manor House of Ince, once inhabited by a family of that name. But the same traditions are often found connected with localities widely asunder, so that we need not be surprised at the mistake which gossips have made in this particular instance. It is, after all, quite uncertain whether the event occurred here or not, storytellers being very apt to fix upon any spot near at hand on which to fasten their marvelous narratives, and to give them a stronger hold on the listener's imagination. The story is supposed to be written or related by the chief actor in the occurrences arising out of the haunted house. The author has thrown the narrative into this form, as he hopes it will vary the style of the traditions, and probably give more character and interest to the events here detailed than they would retain if told by a third person. The coach set me down at the entrance to a long and unweeded avenue. A double row of beech trees saluted me, as I passed, with a rich shower of wet leaves, and shook their bare arms, growling as the loud sough of the wind went through their decayed branches. The old house was before me. Its numerous and irregularly contrived compartments in front were streaked in black and white zigzags. Vandyked, I think, the fairest jewels of the creation call this chaste and elegant ornament. It was near the close of a dark autumnal day, and a mass of gable ends stood sharp and erect against the wild and lowering sky. Each of these pinnacles could once boast of its admired and appropriate ornament, a little weathercock, but they had cast off their gilded plumage forever, and fallen from their high estate, like the once neatly trimmed mansion which I was now visiting. A magpie was perched upon a huge stack of chimneys, his black and white plumage rivaling the mottled edifice at his feet. Perhaps he was the wraith, the departing vision of the decaying fabric, an apparition, insubstantial as the honours and dignities of the ancient and revered house of. I looked eagerly at the long, low casements. A faint glimmer was visible. It proceeded only from the wan reflection of a sickly sunbeam behind me, struggling through the cleft of a dark hail cloud. It was the window where in my boyhood I had often peeped at the town clock through my little telescope. There was the nursery chamber, and no wonder that it was regarded with feelings of the deepest interest. Here the first dawnings of reason broke in upon my soul, the first faint gleams of intelligence awakened me from a state of infantine unconsciousness. It was here that I first drank eagerly of the fresh rills of knowledge. Here my imagination, ardent and unrepressed, first plumed its wings for flight, and I stepped forth over its threshold into a world long since tried, and found as unsatisfying and unreal as the false glimmer that now mocked me from the hall of my fathers. A truce to sentiment, I came hither, it may be, for a different purpose. A temporary gush will occasionally spring up from the first wellhead of our affections. However homely and seemingly ill-adapted, in outward show and character, for giving birth to those feelings generally designated by the epithet romantic, the place where we first breathed, where our ideas were first moulded, formed and assimilated, as it were, to the condition of the surrounding atmosphere, their very shape and colour determined by the medium in which they first sprung, the casual recurrence of a scene like this, forming part and parcel of our very existence, and incorporated with the very fabric of our thoughts, must, in spite of all subsequent impressions, revive those feelings, however long they may have been dormant, with a force and vividness which the bare recollection can never excite. The garden gate stood open. The initials of my name, still legible, appeared rudely carved on the posts, a boyish propensity which most of us have indulged, and I well remember ministering to its gratification wherever I durst hazard the experiment, when first initiated into the mystery of hewing out these important letters with a rusty penknife. Not a creature was stirring, and the nature of the present occupants, whether sylphs, gnomes, or genii, was a question not at all, as it yet appeared, in a train for solution. The front door was closed, but, as I knew every turn and corner about the house, I made no doubt of soon finding out its inmates, if any of them were in the neighbourhood. I worked my way through the garden, knee-deep and rank with weed, for the purpose of reconnoitring the back offices. I steered pretty cautiously past what memory, that great dealer in hyperbole, had hitherto generally contrived to picture as a huge lake, now, to my astonishment, dwindled into a duck pond, but not without danger from its slippery margin. It still reposed under the shadow of the old cherry tree, once the harbinger of delight, as the returning season gave intimation of another bountiful supply of fruit. Its gnarled stump, now stunted and decaying, had scarcely one token of life upon its scattered branches. Following a narrow walk, nearly obliterated, I entered a paved court. The first tramp awoke a train of echoes that seemed as though they had slumbered since my departure, and now started from their sleep to greet or to admonish the returning truant. Grass in luxuriant tufts, capriciously disposed, grew about in large patches. The breeze passed heavily by, rustling the dark swathe, and murmuring fitfully as it departed. Desolation seemed to have marked the spot for her own, the grim abode of solitude and despair. During 20 years' sojourn in a strange land, memory had still, with untiring delight, painted the old mansion in all its primeval primness and simplicity, fresh as I had left it, full of buoyancy and delight, to take possession of the paradise which imagination had created. I had, indeed, been informed that at my father's death it became the habitation of a stranger, but no intelligence as to its present condition had ever reached me. Being at L, and only some 20 miles distant, I could not resist the temptation of once more gazing on the old manor house, and of comparing its present aspect with that but too faithfully engrafted on my recollections. To all appearance the house was tenantless. I tried the door of a side kitchen or scullery. It was fastened, but the rusty bolts yielded to no very forcible pressure, and I once more penetrated into the kitchen, that exhaustless magazine which had furnished ham and eggs, greens and bacon, with other sundry and necessary condiments, to the progenitors of our race for at least 2 centuries. A marvellous change, to me it appeared as if wrought in a moment, so recently had memory reinstated the scenes of my youth in all their pristine splendor. Now no smoke rolled lazily away from the heavy billet, no blaze greeted my sight, no savory steam regaled the sense. Dark, cheerless, cold, the long bars emitted no radiance, the hearth unswept, on which Growler once panted with heat and fatness. Though night was fast approaching, I could not resist the temptation of once more exploring the deserted chambers, the scene of many a youthful frolic. I sprang with reckless facility up the vast staircase. The shallow steps were not sufficiently accommodating to my impatience, and I leapt rather than ran, with the intention of paying my first visit to that coffin of childhood, that paradise of little fools, the nursery. How small, dwindled almost into a span, appeared that once mighty and almost boundless apartment, every nook of which was a separate territory, every drawer and cupboard the boundary of another kingdom. 3 or 4 strides brought me to the window. The broad church tower was still visible, peacefully reposing in the dim and heavy twilight. The evening bell was tolling. What a host of recollections were awakened at the sound! Days and hours long forgotten seemed to rise up at its voice, like the spirits of the departed sweeping by, awful and indistinct. These impressions soon became more vivid, they rushed on with greater rapidity. I turned from the window, and was startled at the sudden moving of a shadow. It was a faint long-drawn figure of myself on the floor, an opposite wall. Ashamed of my fears, I was preparing to quit the apartment when my attention was arrested by a drawing which I had once scrawled, and stuck against the wall with all the ardor of a first achievement. It owed its preservation to an unlucky, but effectual, contrivance of mine for securing its perpetuity. A paste brush, purloined from the kitchen, had made all fast, and the piece, alike impregnable to assaults or siege, withstood every effort for its removal. In fact, this could not be accomplished without at the same time tearing off a portion from the dingy papering of the room, and leaving a disagreeable void, instead of my sprawling performance. With the less evil it appeared each succeeding occupant had been contented, and the drawing had stood its ground in spite of dust and dilapidation. I felt wishful for the possession of so valuable a memorial of past exploits. I examined it again and again, but not a single corner betrayed symptoms of lesion. It stuck bolt upright, and the dun squat figures portrayed on it appeared to leer at me most provokingly. Not a slip or tear presented itself as vantage ground for the projected attack, and I had no other resource left of gaining possession than what may be denominated the Caesarean mode. I accordingly took out my knife, and commenced operations by cutting out at the same time a portion of the ornamental papering from the wall commensurate with the picture. I looked upon it with a sort of superstitious reverence, and I have always thought that the strong and eager impulse I felt for the possession of this hideous daub proceeded from a far different source than mere fondness for the memorials of childhood. Be that as it may, I am a firm believer in a special providence, and that, too, as discovered in the most trivial as well as the most important concerns of life. It was whilst cutting down upon what seemed like wainscoting, over which the papering of the room had been laid, that my knife glanced on something much harder than the rest. Turning aside my spoils, I saw what through the dusk appeared very like the hinge of a concealed door. My curiosity was roused, and I made a hasty pull, which at once drew down a mighty fragment from the wall, consisting of plaster, paper, and rotten canvas, and some minutes elapsed ere the subsiding cloud of dust enabled me to discern the terra incognita I had just uncovered. Sure enough, there was a door, and as surely did the spirit of enterprise prompt me to open it. With difficulty I accomplished my purpose. It yielded at length to my efforts, but the noise of the half-corroded hinges, grating and shrieking on their rusty pivots, may be conceived as sufficiently dismal and appalling. I know not if once at least I did not draw back, or let go my hold incontinently, as the din grew long and loud. I own, without hesitation, that I turned away my head from the opening, as it became wider and wider at every pull, and it required a considerable effort before I could summon the requisite courage to look into the gap. My head seemed as difficult to move as the door. I cannot say that I was absolutely afraid of ghosts, but I was afraid of a peep from behind the door, afraid of being frightened. At length, with desperate boldness, I thrust my head plump into the chasm. But I was more startled at the noise I had thus produced than by anything that was visible. As far as the darkness would permit, I explored the interior, which, after all, was neither more nor less than a small closet. From what cause it had been shut out from the apartment to which it had belonged, it were vain to conjecture. All that was really cognizable to the senses presented itself in the shape of a shallow recess, some 4 feet by 2, utterly unfurnished, save with some inches of accumulated dust and rubbish, that made it a work of great peril to grope out the fact of its otherwise absolute emptiness. This discovery, like many other notable enterprises, seemed to lead to nothing. I stepped out of my den, reeking with spoils which I would much rather have left undisturbed in their dark recesses. Preparing for my departure, and a visit to my relation in the nearly adjoining town, who as yet had no other intimation of my arrival than a hasty note, to apprise him that I had once more set foot on English ground, and intended to visit him before my return, I stepped again to the window. Darkness was fast gathering about me, a heavy scud was driven rapidly across the heavens, and the wind wailed in short and mournful gusts past the chamber. The avenue was just visible from the spot where I stood, and, looking down, I thought I could discern more than one dark object moving apparently towards the house. It may be readily conceived that I beheld their approach with an interest by no means free from apprehension, and it was not long ere 2 beings, in human habiliments, were distinctly seen at a short distance from the gate by which I had entered. Feeling myself an intruder, and not being very satisfactorily prepared to account for my forcible entry into the premises, and the injury I had committed on the property of a stranger, I drew hastily aside, determined to effect a retreat whenever and wherever it might be in my power. Door and window alternately presented themselves for the accomplishment of this unpleasant purpose, but before I could satisfy myself as to which was the more eligible offer, as doubters generally do contrive it, I lost all chance of availing myself of either. Facilis descensus, easier in than out, and see, occurred to me, and many other classical allusions, much more appropriate than agreeable. I heard voices and footsteps in the hall. The stairs creaked, and it was but too evident they were coming, and that with a most unerring and provoking perseverance. Surely, thought I, these gentry have noses like the sleuth-hound, and I made no doubt but they would undeviatingly follow them into the very scene of my labours, and what excuse could I make for the havoc I had committed? I stood stupefied, and unable to move. The thoughts of being hauled neck and heels before the next justice on a charge of housebreaking, or what not, committed to prison, tried, perhaps, and the sequel was more than even imagination durst conceive. Recoiling in horror from the picture, it was with something like instinctive desperation that I flew to the little closet and shut myself in, with all the speed and precision my fears would allow. Sure enough, the brutes were making the best of their way into the chamber, and every moment I expected they would track their victim to his hiding place. After a few moments of inconceivable agony, I was relieved at finding from their conversation that no notion was entertained, at present, of any witness to their proceedings. I tell thee, Gilbert, these rusty locks can keep nothing safe. It's but some few months since we were here, and thou knowest the doors were all fast. The kitchen door-post is now as rotten as touchwood, no bolt will fasten it. Nail it up, nail them all up, growled Gilbert, nobody'll live here now, or else set fire to tea. It'll make a rare bonfire to burn that ugly old will in." A boisterous laugh here broke from the remorseless Gilbert. It fell upon my ear as something with which I had once been disagreeably familiar. The voice of the first speaker, too, seemed the echo of one that had been heard in childhood. A friendly chink permitted me to gain the information I sought. There stood my uncle and his trusty familiar. In my youth I had contracted a somewhat unaccountable aversion to the latter personage. I well remembered his downcast grey eye, deprived of its fellow, and the malignant pleasure he took in thwarting and disturbing my childish amusements. This prepossessing cyclop held a tinder-box, and was preparing to light a match. My uncle's figure I could not mistake. A score of winters had cast their shadows on his brow since we had separated, but he still stood as he was wont, tall, erect, and muscular, though age had slightly drooped his proud forehead, and I could discern his long-lapped waistcoat somewhat less conspicuous in front. He was my mother's brother, and the only surviving relation on whom I had any claim. My fears were set at rest, but curiosity stole into their place. I felt an irrepressible inclination to watch their proceedings, though eavesdropping was a subterfuge that I abhorred. I should, I am confident, at least I hope so, have immediately discovered myself, had not a single word which I had overheard prevented me. The will to which they alluded might to me, perhaps, be an object of no trivial importance. "I wish with all my heart it were burnt," said mine uncle. "The will, or the house?" peevishly retorted Gilbert. "Both," cried the other, with an emphasis and expression that made me tremble. "If we burn the house, the papers will not rise out of it, depend on t, master," continued Gilbert, "and that box in the next closet will not prove like Goody Blake's salamander." I began to feel particularly uncomfortable. "I wish they had all been burnt long ago," said mine honest uncle. After a pause he went on, "This scapegrace nephew of mine will be here shortly. For fear of accidents, I say, Gilbert, it were better to have all safe. Who knows what may be lurking in the old house, to rise up some day as a witness against us? I intend either to pull it down or set fire to it. But we'll make sure of the will first." "A rambling jackanapes of a nephew," said Gilbert. "I hoped the fishes had supped on him before now. We never thought, master, he could be alive, as he sent no word about his being either alive or dead. But I guess," continued this amiable servant, "he might stayed longer, and you wouldn't fretted for his company. Listeners hear no good of themselves, but I determined to reward the old villain very shortly for his good wishes. Gilbert, when there's work to do thou art always readier with thy tongue than with thy fingers. Look! The match has gone out twice, leave off puffing and fetch the box, I'll manage about the candle." I began to feel a strange sensation rambling about me. Gilbert left the room, however, and I applied myself with redoubled diligence to the crevice. My dishonest relation proceeded to revive the expiring sparks. The light shone full upon his hard features. It might be fancy, but guilt, broad, legible, remorseless guilt, seemed to mark every inflection of his visage. His brow contracted, his eye turned cautiously and fearfully round the apartment, and more than once it rested upon the gap I had made. I saw him strike his hand upon his puckered brow, and a stifled groan escaped him, but as if ashamed of his better feelings, he clenched it in an attitude of defiance, and listened eagerly for the return of his servant. The slow footsteps of Gilbert soon announced his approach, and apparently with some heavy burden. He threw it on the floor, and I heard a key applied and the rusty wards answering to the touch. The business in which they were now engaged was out of my limited sphere of vision. "I think, master, the damps will soon ding down the old house. Look at the wall, the paper hangs for all the world like the clerk's wig, ha, ha. If we should burn the house down we'd rid it o' the ghosts. Would they stand fire, think you, or be off to cooler quarters?" "Hush, Gilbert, thou art wicked enough to bring a whole legion about us, if any of them are within hearing." I always seemed to treat these stories with contempt, but I never could satisfy myself about the noises that old Gidlow and his wife heard. Thou knowest he was driven out of the house by them. People wondered that I did not come and live here, instead of letting it run to ruin. It's pretty generally thought that I fear neither man nor devil, but, oh! Here it is, here is the will. I care nothing for the rest, provided this be cancelled. Master, they said the ghost never left off scratching as long as anybody was in the room. Which room was it, I wonder? I never thought on to inquire, but I don't like this a bit. It runs in my head it is the very place, and behind that wall, too, where it took up its quarters like as it might be just a back of the paper there. Think you, master, the old tyke has pulled it down wi scratching? Gilbert, said my uncle solemnly, I don't like these jests of thine. Save them, I prithee, for fitter subjects. The will is what we came for. Let us dispose of that quietly, and I promise thee I'll never set foot here again. As he spoke he approached the candle, it was just within my view, and opened the will that it might yield the more readily to the blaze. I watched him evidently preparing to consume a document with which I felt convinced my welfare and interests were intimately connected. There was not a moment to be lost, but how to get possession was no easy contrivance. If I sallied forth to its rescue they might murder me or at least prevent its falling into my hands. This plan could only prolong its existence a few moments, and would to a certainty ensure its eventual destruction. Gilbert's dissertation on the occupations and amusements of the ghosts came very opportunely to my aid, and immediately I put into execution what now appeared my only hope of its safety. Just as a corner of the paper was entering the flame I gave a pretty loud scratch, at the same time anxiously observing the effect it might produce. I was overjoyed to find the enemy intimidated at least by the first fire. Another volley, and another succeeded, until even the skeptical Gilbert was dismayed. My uncle seemed riveted to the spot, his hands widely disparted, so that the flame and its destined prey were now pretty far asunder. Neither of the culprits spoke, and I hoped that little more would be necessary to rout them fairly from the field. As yet they did not seem disposed to move, and I was afraid of a rally, should reason get the better of their fears. Rats! Rats! Shouted Gilbert. We'll singe their tails for them. The scratching ceased. Again the paper was approaching to its dreaded catastrophe. Beware! I cried, in a deep and sepulchral tone, that startled even the utterer. What effect it had produced on my auditory I was left alone to conjecture. The candle dropped from the incendiary's grasp, and the spoil was left a prey to the bugbear that possessed their imaginations. With feelings of unmixed delight, I heard them clear the stairs at a few leaps, run through the hall, and soon afterwards a terrific bellow from Gilbert announced their descent into the avenue. Luckily the light was not extinct, and I lost no time in taking possession of the document which I considered of the most importance. A number of loose papers, the contents of a huge trunk, were scattered about, but my attention was more particularly directed to the paper which had been the object of my uncle's visit to the manor house. To my great joy, this was neither less nor more than my father's will, witnessed and sealed in due form, wherein the possessions of my ancestors were conveyed, absolutely and unconditionally, without entail, unencumbered and unembarrassed, to me and to my assigns. I thought it most likely that the papers in and about the trunk might be of use, either as corroborative evidence, in case my uncle should choose to litigate the point and brand the original document as a forgery, or as a direct testimony to the validity of my claim. I was rather puzzled in what manner to convey them from the place, so as not to excite suspicion, should the two worthies return. I was pretty certain they would not leave matters as they now stood when their fears were allayed, and daylight would probably impart sufficient courage to induce them to repeat their visit. On finding the papers removed, the nature of this night's ghostly admonition would immediately be guessed, and measures taken to thwart any proceedings which it might be in my power to adopt. To prevent discovery, I hit upon the following expedient. I sorted out the waste paper, a considerable quantity of which served as envelopes to the rest, setting fire to it in such a manner that the contents of the trunk might appear to have been destroyed by the falling of the candle. I succeeded very much to my own satisfaction. Disturbed and agonized as my feelings had been during the discovery, the idea of having defeated the plan of my iniquitous relative gave a zest to my acquisitions almost as great as if I had already taken possession of my paternal inheritance. Before I left the apartment, I poured out my heart in thanksgivings to that unseen power whose hand, I am firmly convinced, brought me thither at so critical a moment, to frustrate the schemes and machinations of the enemy. Bundling up the papers, my knowledge of the vicinity enabled me to reach a small tavern in the neighborhood without the risk of being recognized. Here I continued 2 or 3 days, examining the documents, with the assistance of an honest limb of the law from W. He entertained considerable doubts as to the issue of a trial, feeling convinced that a forged will would be prepared, if not already in existence, and that my relative would not relinquish his fraudulent claim should the law be openly appealed to. He strongly recommended that proceedings of a different nature should be first tried, in hopes of enclosing the villain in his own toils, and these, if successful, would save the uncertain and expensive process of a suit. I felt unwilling to adopt any mode of attack but that of open warfare, and urged that possession of the real will would be sufficient to reinstate me as the lawful heir. The man of law smiled. He inquired how I should be able to prove that the forgery which my uncle would in all probability produce was not the genuine testament, and as the date would inevitably be subsequent to the one I held, it would annul any former bequest. As to my tale about burning the will, that might or might not be treated as a story trumped up for the occasion. I had no witnesses to prove the fact, and though appearances were certainly in my favor, yet the case could only be decided according to evidence. With great reluctance I consented to take a part in the scheme he chalked out for my guidance, and, on the third day from my arrival, I walked a few miles and returned to the town, that it might appear as if I had only just arrived. On being set down at my uncle's I had the satisfaction to find, as far as could be gathered from his manner, that he had no idea of my recent sojourn in the neighborhood. Of course the conversation turned on the death of my revered parents, and the way in which their property had been disposed of. I can only repeat, continued he, what I, as the only executor under your father's will, was commissioned to inform you at his decease. The property was heavily mortgaged before your departure, and its continued depression in value, arising from causes that could not have been foreseen, left the executor no other alternative but that of giving the creditors possession. The will is here, said he, taking out a paper, neatly folded and mounted with red tape, from a bureau. It is necessarily brief, and merely enumerates the names of the mortgagees and amounts owing. I was unfortunately the principal creditor, having been a considerable loser from my wish to preserve the property inviolate. For the credit of the family I paid off the remaining encumbrances, and the estate has lapsed to me as the lawful possessor. He placed the document in my hands. I read in it a very technical tribute of testamentary gratitude to M.S. Esquire, styled therein, beloved brother, and a slight mention of my name, but no bequest, save that of recommending me to the kindness of my relative, in case it should please heaven to send me once more to my native shores. I was aware he would be on the watch, guarding, therefore, against any expression of my feelings. I eagerly perused the deed, and with a sigh, which he would naturally attribute to any cause but the real one, I returned it into his hands. I find, said he, from your letter received on the 23d current, that you are not making a long stay in this neighborhood. It is better, perhaps, that you should not. The old house is sadly out of repair. 3 years ago next May, David Gidlow, the tenant under lease from me, left it, and I have not yet been able to meet with another occupant fully to my satisfaction. Indeed, I have some intention of pulling down the house and disposing of the materials. Pulling it down? I exclaimed, with indignation. Yes, that is, it is so untenantable, so, what shall I call it, that nobody cares to live there. I hope it is not haunted. Haunted, exclaimed he, surveying me with a severe and scrutinizing glance. What should have put that into your head? I was afraid I had said too much, and anxious to allay the suspicion I saw gathering in his countenance. Nay, uncle, I quickly rejoined, but you seemed so afraid of speaking out upon the matter that I thought there must needs be a ghost at the bottom of it. As for that, said he, carelessly, the foolish farmer and his wife did hint something of the sort, but it is well known that I pay no attention to such tales. The long and the short of it, I fancy, was, that they were tired of their bargain, and wanted me to take it off their hands. Here honest Gilbert entered, to say that Mr. L., the attorney, would be glad to have a word with his master. Tell Mr. L. to walk in. We have no secrets here. Excuse me, nephew, this man is one of our lawyers. He has nothing to communicate but what you may hear, I dare say. If he should have any private business, you can step into the next room. The attorney entering, I was introduced as nephew to Mr. S., just arrived from the Indies, and so forth. Standing, Mr. L. made due obeisance. Sit down, Mr. L., cried my uncle. You need not be bowing there for a job. Poor fellow, he has not much left to grease the paws of a lawyer. Well, sir, your errand? I came, Mr. S., respecting the manor house. Perhaps you would not have any objections to a tenant. I cannot say just now. I have had some thoughts of pulling it down. Sir, you would not demolish a building, the growth of centuries, a family mansion, been in the descent since James's time. It would be barbarous. The antiques would be about your ears. I care nothing for the antiquities, and, moreover, I do not choose to let the house. Any further business with me this morning, sir? Nothing of consequence, I only came about the house. Pray, Mr. L., said I, what sort of a tenant have you in view, one you could recommend? I think my uncle has more regard for the old mansion house than comports with the outrage he threatens. The will says, if I read aright, that the house and property may be sold, should the executor see fit, but, as to pulling it down, I am sure my father never meant anything so deplorable. Allow me another glance at that paper. Please to observe, nephew, that the will makes it mine, and as such I have a right to dispose of the whole in such manner as I may deem best. If you have any doubts, I refer you to Mr. L., who sits smiling at your unlawyer-like opinions. Pray allow me one moment, said the curious attorney. He looked at the signature and those of the parties witnessing. Martha S., your late sister, I presume? My uncle nodded assent. Gilbert Hodgin, your servant? The same. To what purpose, sir, are these questions? Angrily inquired my uncle. Merely matters of form, a habit we lawyers cannot easily throw aside whenever we get a sight of musty parchments. I hope you will pardon my freedom. Oh? As for that, you are welcome to ask as many questions as you think proper, they will be easily answered, I take it. Doubtless, said the persevering man of words. Whenever I take up a deed, for instance, it is just the habit of the thing, Mr. S., I always look at it as a banker looks at a note. He could not for the life of him gather one up without first ascertaining that it was genuine. Genuine, exclaimed my uncle, thrown off his guard. You do not suspect that I have forged it? Forged it? Why, how could that enter your head, Mr. S.? I should as soon suspect you of forging a banknote or coining a guinea. Ringing a guinea, sir, does not at all imply that the payee suspects the pair to be an adept in that ingenious and much abused art. We should be prodigiously surprised if the pair were to start up in a tantrum and say, do you suspect me, sir, of having coined it? Sir, if you came hither for the purpose of insulting me, I came upon no such business, Mr. S., but, as you seem disposed to be captious, I will make free to say, and it would be the opinion of 99/100ths of the profession, that it might possibly have been a little more satisfactory to the heir apparent had the witnesses to this, the most solemn and important act of a man's life, been any other than, firstly, a defunct sister to the party claiming the whole residue, and secondly, Mr. Gilbert Hodgin, his servant. Nay, sir, said the pertinacious lawyer, rising, I do not wish to use more circumlocution than is necessary. I have stated my suspicions, and if you are an honest man, you can have no objections, at least, to satisfy your nephew on the subject, who seems, to say the truth, much astonished at our accidental parley. And pray who made you a ruler and a judge between us? I have no business with it, I own, but as you seemed rather angry, I made bold to give an opinion on the little technicalities aforesaid. If you choose, sir, addressing himself to me, the matter is now at rest. Of course, I replied, Mr. S. will be ready to give every satisfaction that may be required as regards the validity of the witnesses. I request, uncle, that you will not lose one moment in rebutting these insinuations. For your own sake and mine, it is not proper that your conduct should go forth to the world in the shape in which this gentleman may think fit to represent it. If he dare speak one word, nay, uncle, that is not the way to stop folks' mouth nowadays. Nothing but the actual gag, or a line of conduct that courts no favor and requires no concealment, will pass current with the world. I request, sir, addressing myself to the attorney, that you will not leave this house until you have given Mr. S. the opportunity of clearing himself from any blame in this transaction. As matters have assumed this posture, said Mr. L., I should be deficient in respect to the profession of which I have the honor to be a member, did I not justify my conduct in the best manner I am able. Have I liberty to proceed? Proceed as you like, you will not prove the testament to be a forgery. The signing and witnessing were done in my presence, said my uncle. He rose from his chair, instinctively locked up his bureau, and, if such stern features could assume an aspect of still greater asperity, it was when the interrogator thus continued, "You were, as you observe, Mr. S., an eyewitness to the due subscription of this deed. If I am to clear myself from the imputation of unjustifiable curiosity, I must beg leave to examine yourself and the surviving witness apart, merely as to the minutiae of the circumstances under which it was finally completed. For instance, was the late Mr. in bed, or was he sick or well, when the deed was executed?" A cadaverous hue stole over the dark features of the culprit, their aspect varying and distorted, in which fear and deadly anger painfully strove for preeminence. "And wherefore apart?" said he, with a hideous grin. He stamped suddenly on the floor. "If that summons be for your servant, you might have saved yourself the trouble, sir," said his tormentor, with great coolness and intrepidity. "Gilbert is at my office, whither I sent him on an errand, thinking he would be best out of the way for a while. I find, however, that we shall have need of him. It is as well, nevertheless, that he is out of the way of signals." "A base conspiracy," roared the infuriated villain. "Nephew, how is this? And in my own house, bullied, baited. But I will be revenged, I will." Here he became exhausted with rage, and sat down. On Mr. L. attempting to speak, he cried out, "I will answer no questions, and I defy you. Gilbert may say what he likes, but he cannot contradict my words. I'll speak none." These would be strange words, indeed, Mr. S., from an innocent man. "Know you that will," said the lawyer, in a voice of thunder, and at the same time exhibiting the real instrument so miraculously preserved from destruction. I shall never forget his first look of horror and astonishment. Had a spectre risen up, arrayed in all the terrors of the prison house, he could not have exhibited more appalling symptoms of unmitigated despair. He shuddered audibly. It was the very crisis of his agony. A portentous silence ensued. Some minutes elapsed before it was interrupted. Mr. L. was the first to break so disagreeable a pause. "Mr. S., it is useless to carry on this scene of duplicity, neither party would be benefited by it. You have forged that deed. We have sufficient evidence of your attempt to destroy this document I now hold, in the very mansion which your unhallowed hands would, but for the direct interposition of Providence, have levelled with the dust. On one condition, and on one only, your conduct shall be concealed from the knowledge of your fellow men. The eye of Providence alone has hitherto tracked the tortuous course of your villainy. On one condition, I say, the past is forever concealed from the eye of the world." Another pause. My uncle groaned in the agony of his spirit. Had his heart's blood been at stake, he could not have evinced a greater reluctance than he now showed at the thoughts of relinquishing his ill-gotten wealth. "What is it?" "Destroy with your own hands that forged testimony of your guilt. Your nephew does not wish to bring an old man's grey hairs to an ignominious grave." He took the deed, and, turning aside his head, committed it to the flames. He appeared to breathe more freely when it was consumed, but the struggle had been too severe even for his unyielding frame, iron-bound though it seemed. As he turned trembling from the hearth, he sank into his chair, threw his hands over his face, and groaned deeply. The next moment he fixed his eyes steadily on me. A glassy brightness suddenly shot over them, a dimness followed like the shadows of death. He held out his hand, his head bowed, and he bade adieu to the world and its interests for ever. Clitheroe Castle, or the last of the Laces, by that painful way they passed forth to an hill that was both steep and high, on top whereof a sacred chapel was, and eke a little hermitage thereby. Spenser's Faery Queen. Clitheroe, the hill lie the waters, the ancient seat of the Laces, carries back the mind to earlier periods and events, to a rude and barbarous age, where justice was dispensed, and tribute paid, by the feudatories to their lords, whose power, little less than arbitrary, was held directly from the crown. The Laces came over with the Conqueror, and, on the defection of Robert de Poictou, obtained, as their share of the spoil, 60 knights' fees, principally in Yorkshire and Lancashire. For the better maintenance of their dignity they built 2 castles, one at Pontefract, the principal residence, and another at Clitheroe. A great fee, or great lordship, as Pontefract was a possession of the highest order, an honour, or seigneury, like Clitheroe, consisting of a number of manors, was the next in rank, and these manors were severally held by their subordinate lords in dependence on the Lord Paramount, the Lord of the Fee or Honour. What was the precise aspect of our county when the Normans possessed themselves of the land, it might be deemed an effort of the imagination perhaps to portray. Yet, says Dr. Whitaker, in one of his happier moods, could a curious observer of the present day carry himself 9 or 10 centuries back, and, ranging the summit of Pendle, survey the forked Calder on one side, and the bolder margins of Ribble and Hodder on the other, instead of populous towns and villages, the castle, the old tower-built house, the elegant modern mansion, the artificial plantation, the park and pleasure ground, or instead of uninterrupted enclosures, which have driven sterility almost to the summit of the fells, how great must then have been the contrast, when, ranging either at a distance or immediately beneath, his eye must have caught vast tracts of forest ground stagnating with bog or darkened by native woods, where the wild ox, the roe, the stag, and the wolf had scarcely learned the supremacy of man, when, directing his view to the intermediate spaces, to the windings of the valleys, or the expanse of plain beneath, he could only have distinguished a few insulated patches of culture, each encircling a village of wretched cabins, among which would still be remarked one rude mansion of wood, scarcely equal in comfort to a modern cottage, yet then rising proudly eminent above the rest, where the Saxon lord, surrounded by his faithful coterie, enjoyed a rude and solitary independence, owning no superior but his sovereign. This was undoubtedly a state of great simplicity and freedom, such as admirers of uncultivated nature may affect to applaud. But although revolutions in civil society seldom produce anything better than a change of vices, yet surely no wise or good man can lament the subversion of Saxon polity for that which followed. Their laws were contemptible for imbecility, their habits odious for intemperance, and if we can for a moment persuade ourselves that their language has any charm, that proceeds less, perhaps, from anything harmonious and expressive in itself, or anything valuable in the information it conveys, than that it is rare and not of very easy attainment, that it forms the rugged basis of our own tongue, and, above all, that we hear it loudly echoed in the dialect of our own vulgar. Indeed, the manners as well as language of a Lancashire clown often suggest the idea of a Saxon peasant, and prove, with respect to remote tracts like these, little affected by foreign admixtures, how strong is the power of traduction, how faithfully character and propensities may be transmitted through more than 20 generations. The Normans were a more polished, a more abstemious people. As scribes and architects they were men to whom this district was greatly indebted. Our only castle, our oldest remaining churches, our most curious and valuable records, are all Norman. Such was the state of property and manners when the House of Lacy became possessed of Blackburnshire. The simplicity of the Saxon tenures was destroyed. A tract of country, which had been parcelled out among 28 lords, now became subject to one, and all the intricacies of feudal dependence, all the rigours of feudal exaction, wardships, reliefs, escheats, and see, were introduced at once. Yet the Saxon lords, though dependent, were not in general actually stripped of their fees. By successive steps, however, the origin of all landed property within the 100, some later copyholds excepted, is to be traced to voluntary concessions from the Lacys, or their successors of the House of Lancaster, not grants of pure beneficence, but requiring personal service from the owners, and yearly customs or payments, equivalent at that time to their value. Their present worth grew out of the operation of causes little understood in these ages either by lord or vassal, namely, the certainty of the possession, the diminishing value of money, and the perpetuity of the title. In 4 generations, or little more than 100 years, the line of the Lacys became extinct, Roger Fitzeustace, Lord of Holton and Constable of Chester, coming into possession by right of his grandmother Aubrey, uterine sister of Robert de Lacy, the last of this illustrious race. Fitzeustace, however, took the title of de Lacy, but in the 4th descent from him the very name was lost. Henry de Lacy, the last and greatest man of his line, dying the 5th of February 1310, left one daughter only, who had married, during her father's lifetime, Thomas Plantagenet, Earl of Lancaster, and carried along with her an inheritance even then estimated at 10,000 marks per annum. On the Earl's attainder, the honour of Clitheroe, with the rest of his possessions, were forfeited to the Crown. After undergoing many changes while it continued a member of the Duchy of Lancaster, that is, until the restoration of Charles II. That prince, in consideration of the great services of General Monk, whom he created Duke of Albemarle, bestowed it upon him and his heirs for ever. Christopher, his son, dying without issue, left his estates to his wife, daughter, and co-heiress of Henry Cavendish, Duke of Newcastle. By her they were bequeathed to her second husband, Ralph, Duke of Montague, whose granddaughter Mary married George, Earl of Cardigan, afterwards Duke of Montague. Elizabeth, his daughter, married Henry, Duke of Buccleuch, in whose family the honour of Clitheroe is now vested. Clitheroe Castle is described by Grose as situated on the summit of a conical insulated crag of rugged limestone rock, which suddenly rises from a fine vale, in which towards the north, at the distance of half a mile, runs the Ribble, and a mile to the south stands Pendle Hill, which seems to lift its head above the clouds. In the time of the Commonwealth it was dismantled by order of Parliament, the chapel has totally disappeared, and nothing now remains but the square keep and some portions of the strong wall by which the building was surrounded. 47 The tower, though much undermined, remains firm as the rock on which it was built, and forms the principal object in our engraving. It was midnight, and the priest was chanting the service and requiem for the dead in the little chapel or chantry of St. Michael, which was built within the walls of Clitheroe or Clitheroe Castle. The dies irae from the surrounding worshippers rose in a simple monotone, like the sound of some distant river, now caught on the wing of the tempest, and flung far away into the dim and distant void, now rushing on the ear in one deep gush of harmony, the voice of nature, as if her thousand tongues were blended in one universal peal of praise and adoration to the great power that called her into being. Many a heart quailed with apprehension, many a bosom was oppressed with doubtful and anxious forebodings. Robert de Lacy, the last of this illustrious race, fourth in descent from Ilbert de Lacy, on whom the Conqueror bestowed the great fee of Pontefract, the owner of 28 manors and lord of the honour of Clitheroe, was no longer numbered with the living, and here in the chapel of this lone fortress, before the dim altar, all that remained of this powerful baron, the clay no longer instinct with spirit, was soon to be enveloped in the dust, the darkness, and the degradation of its kindred. Earth. Many circumstances rendered this scene more than usually solemn and affecting. Robert de Lacy had died without issue to inherit these princely domains, the feudal inheritance of a family whose power had so wide a grasp, that it was currently said the Lacys might pass from Clitheroe Castle to their fortress at Pontefract, a journey of some 50 miles, and rest in a house or hostelry of their own at every pause during their progress. With him ended the male line of this great family. Failing in issue, he had devised all these vast estates to Aubrey, his uterine sister, daughter of Robert de Lisouers, married to Richard Fitz-Eustace, Lord of Holton and Constable of Chester. Thus ended the last of his race, and the inheritance had passed to a stranger. The surrounding worshippers were mostly domestics and retainers of the family, save Robert de Worley, the dean of that ancient church, supposed to have been founded by Augustine or Paulinus in the 7th century, and then called the White Church under the Lee. No tidings had been heard from the Fitz-Eustace at Holton, and in 2 days the body was to be carried forth on its last pilgrimage to Kirkstall Abbey, founded by Henry de Lacy, father of the deceased, about 40 years prior to this event. The beginning of February, in the year 1193, when our story commences, was an epoch memorable for the base and treacherous captivity of Richard Coeur de Lion by the Duke of Austria, and for the equally base and treacherous, but short-lived, usurpation of John, the brother of our illustrious crusader. The nation was involved in great trouble and dismay. The best blood of England and the flower of her nobility had perished on the deserts of Palestine, or were pining there in hopeless captivity. The house of Fitz-Eustace, into whose possession the estates of the Lacys were now merged, had themselves been shorn of a goodly scion or two from the family tree during these holy wars. Richard Fitz-Eustace, the husband of Aubrey, died about the 24 Hen. 2, 1178, leaving one son, John, who founded the Cistercian Abbey of Stanlaw in Cheshire, the present establishment of Worley. He was slain at Tyre in the Crusade, A.D. 1190, the second of the reign of Richard I, leaving issue Richard a leper, and Roger, who followed his father to the Holy Land, but of whose fate no tidings had been heard since his departure thence on his return to Europe. Besides these were 2 sons, Eustace and Peter, and a daughter named Alice. Roger Fitz-Eustace and his friend William de Bellemonte, from whom are descended the Beaumonts of Whitley Beaumont, in Yorkshire, had fought side by side at the memorable siege of Acre, but whether alive or dead the certainty was not yet known, though there might be good grounds for the apprehension generally entertained, that they were held in captivity by infidels or by princes miscalled Christian, the bitterest enemies to the faith they professed. Clitheroe Castle was built by Roger de Poictou, or as he is otherwise called, Roger Pictovensis, of a noble family in Normandy, and related to the Conqueror. He led the centre of William's army at the Battle of Hastings. King William having given him all the lands between the Mersey and the Ribble, he built several castles and fortresses therein, providing largely for his followers, from whom are descended many families who are still in possession of manors and estates originally granted by this unfortunate relative of the Conqueror. He was twice deprived of his honours, many of them being escheated to the crown, while Clitheroe Castle, together with the great fee of Pontefract, was bestowed on Ilbert de Lacy, a Norman follower of William. In a country not abounding with strong positions, an insulated conical rock of limestone rising out of the fertile plain between Penhull, Pendle, and the Ribble would naturally attract the attention of the invaders. Here, therefore, we find a fortress erected even earlier than the castle at Lancaster. The summit of this rock was not sufficiently extensive to admit of a spacious building, and probably nothing more was at first intended than a temporary retreat and defence from the predatory incursions of the Scots. The structure was, however, gradually enlarged, and became one of the chief residences of the Lacys. A lofty flanking wall ran along the brink of the rock, enclosing the keep and adjoining buildings, likewise the chapel of St. Michael, coeval with the foundation of the castle, and forming part of it, being amply endowed by the founder, and licence procured from the Dean of Worley for the purpose of having divine service performed and the sacraments administered therein, to the household servants, foresters, and shepherds, who occupied these extensive and thinly inhabited domains. In this little sanctuary now lay the remains of its lord. The cold February sleet pattered fitfully against the narrow panes, and the shivering mourners muffled themselves in their dark hoods, while they knelt devoutly on the hard bare pavement of the chapel. Oliver de Worsthorne, the old seneschal, knelt at the foot of the bier, his white locks covered his thin features like a veil, hiding their intense and heart-withering expression. He felt without a stay or helper in his last hours, a sapless, worthless stem in this wilderness of sorrow. Robert, the Dean of Worley, attended as chief mourner. Being descended from a distant branch of the Lacys, he had long thrown a covetous glance towards the inheritance. A frequent guest at the castle, he had been useful as an auxiliary in the management and control of the secular concerns. The spiritual interests of its head were in the keeping of another and more powerful agent, little suspected by the Dean of applying the influence he had acquired to purposes of secular aggrandizement. It may not be deemed irrelevant that we give a brief outline of the constitution or office of Dean, as then held by the incumbents of Worley. The beautiful abbey, now in ruins, was not as yet built. Some Saxon lord of Pyrlag had, about the 7th century, founded a parish church, dedicated to All Saints, called the White Church under the Lee. The first erection was of wood, many years afterwards replaced by a plain building of stone. The rectors or deans were also lords of the town, and married men, who held it not by presentation from the patron, but as their own patrimonial estate, the succession being hereditary. In this manner the deanery of Worley was continued until the late Ran Council, in the year 1215, which, by finally prohibiting the marriage of ecclesiastics, put an end to this order of hereditary succession, and occasioned a resignation of the patronage to the chief lord of the fee, after which the church of Worley sunk, by 2 successive appropriations, into an impoverished vicarage. Long before the conquest the advowson had become far more valuable than the manor, and the lords, who were also patrons, saw the advantage and convenience of qualifying themselves by inferior orders for holding so rich a benefice, and thus the manor itself in time ceased to be considered as a lay fee, and became confounded with the glebe of the church. 48 The office of dean, at the period in which our history commences, had for centuries been considered as a dignity rather secular than ecclesiastical, and the pursuits of the incumbent had doubtless assimilated generally with those of his lay associates. Indeed, it is recorded that Dean Liolphus, in the reign of Canute, had the name of Cutwolf, from having cut off a wolf's tail whilst hunting in the forest of Rossendale, at a place called Ledmersgreave, or more properly Deansgreave. Like many other ancient and dignified ecclesiastics, they were mighty hunters, enjoying their privileges unmolested through a vast region of forest land then unenclosed, and were only inferior in jurisdiction to the feudal lords of these domains. On the whole, then, it appears, says Dr. Whitaker, that the Dean of Worley was compounded of patron, incumbent, ordinary, and lord of the manor, an assemblage which may possibly have met in later times, and in some places of exempt jurisdiction, but at that time probably an unique in the history of the English Church. Robert de Worley, the incumbent before named, was not a whit behind his progenitors in that laudable exercise of worldly wisdom and forethought, as it regarded matters of a temporal and transitory nature. His bearing was proud, and his aspect keen. His form was muscular, and more fitted for some hardy and rigorous exercise than for the generally self-denying and peaceful offices of the Catholic Church. In his youth he had the reputation of being much disposed to gallantry, and the same proneness to intrigue was yet manifest, though employed in pursuits of a less transitory nature. His disappointment was, in consequence, greatly augmented when these long-coveted possessions were given to another, and his ambitious dreams dissipated. Yet was he not without hope that the succession of the Fitz-Eustace family might be frustrated. The leper would of necessity be passed over, and, Roger being either dead or in captivity, the revenues and usurpation of this distant and almost inaccessible territory might still be enjoyed without molestation or inquiry. Such were the meditations of this plotting ecclesiastic, as he knelt before the altar in that solemn hour, in the chapel of St. Michael in Castro. The walls of the chapel, or rather chantry, were smeared with black, and in front of the screen were portrayed uncouth representations of the arms and insignia of the deceased. A pall was thrown over the body, and a plate of salt, as an emblem of incorruptibility, placed on the corpse, a heathenish custom borrowed from the Druids. The candles burned dimly at the little altar, and the cold and bitter wind threw the shadows in many a grotesque and startling shape on the dark bare walls which enclosed them. It was an hour and a scene that superstition might have chosen for manifesting her power, and many an anxious glance was thrown towards the dark recesses out of which imagination was ready to conjure some grim spectre, invested with all the horrors that monkish legends had created. The priest who officiated was an unbeneficed clergyman, long known as an inmate of the castle. He was of a quiet and inoffensive disposition, but much attached to his lord. Often during the service grief stayed his utterance, and he mingled his loud sobs with those of the surrounding worshippers. The dirge was concluded, and vespers for the dead were now commencing with the Placebo Domino. The priest with his loud rich voice sang or recited the anthem, and the attendants gave the response in a low and muttering sound. Just as he was beginning the fumigation with a sign of the cross, to drive away demons and unclean spirits from the body, suddenly a loud, deep, and startling blast was heard from the horn at the outer gate. The whole assembly started up from their devotions, and every eye was turned towards the dean, as though to watch and take the colour of their proceedings from those of his reverence. He lifted his eyes from the corpse, which lay with the face and shoulders uncovered, and, as if startled from some bewildering reverie, cried aloud, "What untimely visitor art thou, disturbing the sad offices of the dead?" He paused, as though the sound of his own voice had disturbed him. While wrapping himself in his cloak, he hastily approached Oliver, who stood irresolute, not knowing how to act in this unexpected emergency. De Worley pointed towards the door, and the seneschal prepared to obey, accompanied by the porter with a light, and 1 or 2 attendants. Immediately outside the chapel the way led down a steep angle of the rock, which Oliver, by dint of much use and experience, descended without any apparent difficulty, save what arose from the slippery state of the path, which rendered the footing more than usually precarious and uncertain. Again, the blast brayed forth a louder and more impatient summons, startling the echoes from their midnight slumber, while the deep woods answered from 1,000 unseen recesses. "Hang thee for a saucy loon, whoever thou be. I'll warrant thee as much impudence in thy face as wind I in thy muzzle," said the disturbed seneschal. "Tarry a while, Hugo, ope not the gate without a parley, despite the knave's untimely summons." Oliver, hobbling onward, reached the wicket, just then occupied by Hugo's broad and curious face prying out cautiously into the misty and unintelligible void, without being a whit the wiser for his scrutiny. "What a plague do ye keep honest men a-waiting for at the gate?" said a gruff voice from the pitchy darkness without, in a night that would make a soul wish for a dip into purgatory, just by way of a warming. "Hush," said Oliver, who was a true son of the church, and moreover, being fresh from the services appointed for the recovery of poor souls from this untoward place, felt the remark of the stranger as peculiarly impious and full of blasphemy. "Hush, thou bold-faced scorner, and learn to furbish thy wit from some other armory. We like not such unholy jests, firebrands thrown in sport. Thy business, friend." "Open the gate, good master priest pope," said the other, in a tone of authority. "Not until thou showest thine errand," said the equally imperative interrogator within, who, having the unequivocal and somewhat ponderous advantage of a pair of stout-built and well-furnished gates to back, or rather face, him in the controversy, was consequently in a fair way for keeping on the strong side of the argument. Now, oh my troth, but ye be a pair of rude curs, barking from a warm kennel at your betters, who are shivering in the cold, without so much as a bone to pick, or a wisp of straw to their tails. Well, well, 'tis soon said, every dog, you know, and it will be my turn soon. I come hither from the castle at Holton, where my Lady Fitzeustace would lay your curs' noses to the grinding stone, but, rest her soul, she will not long be above ground, I trow. Know then, masters, I am her seneschal, whom she sends with a goodly train to the burying. Quick, old goat-face, or we will singe thy beard to light thee to our discovery. The gates were immediately unbolted at this command, opening wide before so dignified a personage, who, as the representative of the Fitzeustace, was evidently impressed with a sufficient sense of his own importance, while he and his attendants rode through the grim Norman arch into the courtyard. The uppermost extreme of this illustrious functionary was surmounted with a sort of Phrygian-shaped bonnet or cap, made of deerskin, suitably ornamented. A mantle or cloak of a dark mulberry colour, fancifully embroidered on the hem, was clasped upon one shoulder by a silver buckle. Underneath was a short upper riding tunic made of coarse woolen, partly covering an undervest made of finer materials. A leathern girdle was buckled round his loins, having sundry implements attached thereto, requisite during the performance of so long a journey through a thinly inhabited region. The upper garment scarcely covered the knee, over which stockings of red cloth were seen, reaching halfway up the thigh. Round the leg were bandages or cross-garterings well bespattered with mud. Low boots or buskins protected the feet and ankles. To these spurs were fastened, the head being spear-shaped and something crooked in the shank. His beard was forked, and this appendage, apparently the result of a careful and anxious cultivation, he occasionally twisted with one hand whilst speaking. He carried a lance, or rather hunting spear, which he wielded with an air of great formality and display. His followers were likewise furnished each of them with a cloak and tunic, and a conical cap of coarse felt tied under the chin with a leathern band. A girdle of the same material was buckled round the waist, with a scrip and other necessaries for the journey. They rode horses of the Welsh breed, small and stout-built, spoil-captured, in all probability, from that rebellious and unruly nation. The entry of this armed train was more like an act of taking possession than that of a peaceable and formal embassage, and the newly arrived seneschal soon began to exercise the office of governor or castellan, seizing the reins of government with an iron grasp. He was a square carroty-headed personage, about the middle size, and of a ruddy aspect. He held an office of trust under the Fitzeustace, and, spite of his saucy garrulity, in which he indulged on most occasions, he was faithful, and would have challenged and immolated any one who had dared to question the right of the Fitzeustace to precedence before any other baron of the land. Long service rendered him more intrusive than would have been thought becoming, or even excusable in any other enjoying less of his mistress's confidence. Now, my merry men all, said this authoritative personage, a long and a weary path have we ridden today, and had we not been, as it were, lost in your savage wildernesses, where our guide, whom we forced before us by dint of blows and hard usage, could scarce keep us in the right track, we had been here before sunset. Thanks to this saint of yours, whosoever he be, for we saw the watchlights at times from the chapel, as we guessed, else had we been longer in hitting our mark, and might, peradventure, have supped with the wolves on a haunch of venison. Now for the stables. What? Have ye no knaves hereabout to help our followers with the beasts? Oliver, much troubled at this loquacious and unceremonious address, replied with some acrimony, the household are in the chapel, where it had been better thou hadst let us bide, and given the corpse a quiet watch night. The vigils for the dead are not ended. Go to, Master Seneschal, for of this post I do adjudge thee, and reverence thine office in respect of mine own, but let dead men make their own lanterns, we must have supper anyhow, and that right speedily. Oliver, after seeing the gate secured, sent Hugo for help, whilst he led the way himself into the hall of this once formidable fortress. It was high and gloomy, the fire being apparently extinguished. A step on the floor showed where the higher table was placed, prohibiting those beneath a certain rank from advancing upon the skirts of their superiors, an indispensable precaution, when servants and retainers of all sorts ate their meals with the master of the feast. Perches for hawks, in form like unto a crutch, were placed behind his chair, for these birds were usually taught to sit hoodless in the evening among company undisturbed. Hunting spears, jackets, chain armor, shields, and helmets decorated the walls, and many a goodly heritage of antlers hung, like forest boughs stripped of their verdure. There were 2 oriels furnished with leaning stones for the convenience of loungers. Painted glass filled the higher portions of the windows, representing uncouth heads, hands, feet, and bodies of saints, in all the glowing and gorgeous magnificence which the beam of heaven can give to colors of more than earthly brightness, though disposed in forms of more than childish absurdity. The hall, the usual rendezvous of the household, was now deserted for the dread solemnities of that cheerless night. But the stranger was much discouraged by reason of the coldness and gloom, shivering audibly at the comfortless appearance that was before him. St. Martin's malison light on ye, fire, billets, and all, I've seen nothing like to warm my bare nose and knuckles since we left Holton, 2 long days ago. Verily, to my thinking, there's as much timber burnt there daily as ye would pile here for a winter's use. Prithee come with me into the kitchen, we may have better quarters peradventure among the fleshpots, said Oliver, leading the stranger through a small doorway on the left. This coquinus of our ancestors was usually placed near the hall, for the convenience of serving. Here, through a sliding aperture in the panel, the victuals were transferred with safety and despatch. It was built entirely of stone, having a conical roof with a turret at the top for the escape of steam and smoke. A fire was still burning, provided with a large cauldron suspended on a sort of versatile gibbet, by which contrivance it could be withdrawn from the flame. Fire rakes and fire jacks were laid on the hearth, and around the walls were iron pots, trivets, pans, kettles, ladles, platters, and other implements of domestic economy. Huge dressers displayed symptoms of preparation for tomorrow's necessities, and a coarse kitchen wench was piling fuel on the ever-burning fire. The envoy, glad to be ensconced so near the blaze, quickly addressed himself to the task of improving it by a dexterous use of a huge faggot by way of poker. He had thrown off his upper clothing, and the grim walls soon reddened with the rising glow. So intent was he on an occupation which he evidently enjoyed, that he was not aware when Oliver departed, the latter slipping off unobserved to the chapel for the purpose of informing the dean of this arrival. In one part of the kitchen was a long low-roofed recess, accessible only by a ladder, wherein dried meats, consisting of bacon, ham, deer's tongues, mutton, venison, and other dainties of the like nature, were stored. To this inviting receptacle was the attention of our guest more especially directed. Without ceremony or invitation he ascended, and drawing out a formidable weapon from his belt he commenced a furious attack. Oliver, on his return, found this worthy usurping the functions of both cook and consumer of the victual with great assiduity. He was accompanied by the dean, who addressed the intruder as follows: "How is it that we have none from the noble house of Fitzeustace save thou and thy company?" The messenger looked askance from his occupation, disposing of a large mouthful of the viands with sufficient deliberation ere he vouchsafed a reply. "Me and my company? As goodly a band, I trow, as ever put foot to stirrup or fist to crupper. Yet will I resolve thy question plain as Beeston Castle. My lady is old, and her only son died long ago on a crusade. Her third grandson, now in the office of constable, is out amongst the Welsh, plague on their fiery blood, by reason of the absence of his elder brother, Roger, yet abroad in these holy wars. Of the eldest born, Richard, we know not but that he is deceased. He left the castle many years ago, sorely afflicted, for he was a leper. So that, peradventure, my lady hath sent the best man she had, inasmuch as I am steward and seneschal, being appointed thereto through her ladyship's great wisdom and discretion." Here he surveyed himself with an air of indescribable assurance and satisfaction. "And, saving your presence," continued the deputy, "I come here as castellan, or governor, until he whose right it is shall possess it. And how know we that we be not opening our gates and surrendering our castle to some losel knave, whose only title may lie on the tip of his tongue, and his right on the end of his rapier? By this token," said the seneschal haughtily, at the same time drawing out a formal instrument, to which was appended the broad seal of the ancient house of Fitzeustace. The dean cast his eyes over the document, returning it to the messenger without either answer or inquiry, and immediately retired from the presence of this usurper on his long-coveted possessions. Much chagrined by so unexpected an interference, he left the castle, even at this untimely hour. Yet his footsteps were not bent towards the shadow of his own roof, the deanery at Worley. Outside the castle wall, and on the steepest side of the hill, was a little hermitage, wherein dwelt one of those reputed saints that dealt in miracles and prayers for the benefit of the true believers. Many of these solitaries were well skilled in craft and intrigue, others, doubtless, deceived themselves as well as others in the belief that heaven had granted them the power to suspend and control the operations of nature. To this habitation, occupied by one of these holy santons of the church, were the steps of the dean immediately directed. He raised the latch as though accustomed to this familiarity. The chamber, a high narrow cell, scooped out of the rock, was quite dark, but the voice was heard, a deep sepulchral tone, as though issuing from the ground. "Art thou here so soon, de Worley?" "Sir Ulfilas," said the intruder hastily, and with some degree of agitation, "canst work miracles now? The Canaanites are come into the land to possess it, nor will threatenings and conjurations drive them forth." "I know it," said the hermit, who, though unseen, had not, it seems, been an inattentive observer of the events of the last 2 hours. A light suddenly shot forth, enkindled as if by magic, showing the tall gaunt form of the holy hermit of the rock. He was dressed in a long grey garment of coarse woolen. It was said that he wore an iron corselet next his skin, for mortification, it was thought by the vulgar, but whether for this purpose, or for one of a more obvious nature, it would perhaps be easy to surmise. A girdle of plaited horsehair encompassed his thin attenuated form. His head was uncovered, and he seemed to have just risen from his couch, a board or shelf, raised only a few inches from the rock on which it lay. His eye was wild, quick, and sparkling, but his cheek was deadly pale, and his features collapsed and haggard in their expression. "I have dreamed a dream," said the visionary. "And to what end?" inquired his visitor, seating himself with great deliberation. "Nay, 'twas not a dream," continued the hermit. "Saint Michael stood before me this blessed night, arrayed as thou sayest him portrayed in the glass of his holy chapel above. His armor was all bright and glistering, and his sword a devouring flame. He flapped his wings thrice ere he departed, and said unto me, Arise, Ulfilas, and work, for thine hour is come. And what the better am I, said the irreverent priest, for this saintly revelation? I must work too, or, hold, said the hermit, laying his hand on the other's shoulder with great solemnity, speak not unadvisedly with thy lips, there be created intelligences within hearing that thou little knowest of. Thou didst promise, but verily the substance hath slid then from my grasp, whilst I, fond fool, embraced a shadow. Cajoled by thine assurance, that my blood should be with the proud current that inherits these domains, I forbore, and let thee work. But thou hast been a traitor to my cause. I do verily suspect, nay, accuse thee of this fraud. Thy machinations and thy counsel were the cause. By thine accursed arts Robert de Lacy hath left his patrimony to a stranger. True, I counselled him thus. What then? I and mine are barred from the inheritance. Shall the word of the hermit of the rock fall to the ground? Have I not promised that thy blood shall be with those that inherit these domains? Promises are slender food for an hungry stomach, cried the unbeliever. If the promise fail, blame thy dastardly fears, and not my power. Thou shalt see the promised land thou shalt not inherit. Thy son shall receive the blessing. The dean looked for a moment as though he could have fawned and supplicated for a reversion of the decree, but pride or anger had the mastery. And so, cried he, thou findest thy predictions run counter to thy schemes, but I, for thou dost mock me in them with a double sense. How, false one? Have I not wrought for thee? Hath not he, whose corpse now resteth in hope, overwhelmed thee with his favours through my counsel and contrivance? I owed thee a service, for thou wast my stay and sustenance when driven hither an outcast from the haunts of men. But thoughtest thou that I should pander to thy lust, and hew out a pathway to thy desire? To me this, said the covetous intruder, his voice quivering with rage. Yes, to thee, Robert de Worley, replied the hermit, because thou hast not leaped the last height of thine ambition, forsooth, because thou art not lord of these wide domains, through my interest and holy communion with the departed, and because I have not basely sold myself to thee, thou art offended. Beware lest the endowment be wrested from thy grasp, the glebe and manor pass away from thine inheritance. Thou hadst the privity and counsel of the deceased, and a whisper would have made it mine, said the dean, with great dejection. Greedy and unblushing as thou art, know it was I who counselled him, and the deed is in my keeping. I sent a secret message unto Holton with the news, and Roger de Fitzeustace will be here anon. Thou dreamest, he is in bondage, or slain at Ascalon. He will reappear, replied the hermit, and the banner of the Fitz-Eustace wave on yonder turret. Hence, ungrateful member of our Holy Communion, to thy house, and let an old man rest in peace. The disappointed priest departed in great haste. Terror, of which he could not divest himself, and for which he could not account, overpowered him in the presence of the hermit. He durst not provoke him further, but as he crossed the courtyard again a glimpse of hope shot suddenly on his soul. In thy keeping. He spoke scarcely above his breath, but the walls seemed to give back the sound. He started like some guilty thing at the discovery of its crime. Before morning light on the following day the castle bell began to toll. Preparations were making for the conveyance of the last of the ladies to the Abbey of Kirkstall, a journey which would occupy the greater part of 2 successive days. The pathway over the hills was narrow, and the mode of conveyance difficult, if not dangerous. A sort of litter was made for the corpse, and slung on a pole between 2 horses, covered, as in a bier, with the pall and trappings. A sword of ceremony was carried in front, the dean rode immediately before the body, the chanters preceding, and a priest with the cross and censer. Behind came the male domestics, and the seneschal of Holton with his train. Psalms were sung at every halting place, and in the villages through which they passed, and torches were kept lighted during the greater part of the journey. These were for the purpose of being extinguished in the earth that should finally cover the body. Thus attired, and thus attended, was this once powerful baron conveyed to his narrow dwelling-house in the dust. We will not follow them further, nor detail the pomp of the funeral rites, that last mockery of greatness, but return to existing objects and events, man's ever-gnawing ambition, so vast, when living, that the whole earth is too narrow for its sphere, when dead, the veriest churleth as wide a possession. Weeks and months passed away, and the raw February wind grew soft in the warm and joyous impulse of another spring. One night, about the hour of vespers, 2 men, habited in monkish apparel, came to the cell of the hermit of the rock. After the usual salutation they entered, carrying with them staff and scrip, as if bent on a long and weary travel. Whence come ye, and whither bound? Said the hermit, surveying the intruders by the light of a solitary lamp that was burning in a niche, wherein stood a skull and crucifix, emblems of our faith and our mortality. We are from the Abbey of Stanlaw, on our way to Kirkstall in the morning. Wherefore abide ye here? There is lodging and better cheer withal in the castle above. We are under a vow, and rest not save on holy ground. We crave thy hospitality, therefore, and shelter for the night. Is your errand to Kirkstall hidden, or is it an open embassage? The Lady Fitz-Eustace sendeth greeting by our ministry unto the holy abbot through our superior at Stanlaw, beseeching that he would make diligent inquiry touching the will of Robert de Lacy, once lord of this goodly heritage. She hath had news of his demise, and likewise another message with an assurance that every of these possessions have been devised to the Fitz-Eustace by his last will and testament. Yet this writing she has not yet seen, nor knoweth she into whose custody it hath been given. Apprehending the great favours which the Cistercian house at Kirkstall hath received from the Lacys, and the close intimacy which the abbot once enjoyed, she doth conjecture that, in all likelihood, the testament is in his keeping. Your journey hath need of none other reference, for the will is in my custody. In thine, Sir Ulfilas. How? Know ye my name already? Said the hermit sharply, and a fierce glance shot from under his high and pallid brow. Holy Street, Agatha! And has not the fame and sanctity of the hermit of the rock gone forth to many lands? Where the broad Mersey and the silver Dee roll their bright waters, thou art known by thy holiness and thy faith. And how is our good brother Roger, abbot of your monastery at Stanlaw? Inquired the hermit, not deigning to notice their fulsome and flattering epithets. Holy Virgin! How knowest thou his name? And hath not the fame of your holy abbot, and the sanctity of your house, reached us even here? Said the hermit, with a look of scrutiny and scorn. The visitors were silent. The hermit seized the lamp, and surveyed their persons with much care and deliberation. Holy Father, said the abashed intruders, we crave thy blessing, and moreover a share of thy pittance, for our way hath been long and toilsome. Since yesterday our journeying hath been over hills and through deep forests, infested by wolves and noisome beasts, which we had much ado to escape. The hermit drew a little table from the recess, blowing the wan embers until a cheerful blaze flashed brightly through the cell. He then opened a cupboard scooped out of the solid rock, and took thence a scrap of hard cheese, a barley cake, and a few parched peas, with which the holy men commenced their supper. They ate their meal in silence, washing down the dainties with a draught from the spring. When the repast was finished, one of the brethren thus addressed his host, "And what shall be thy message to our holy abbot? Wilt thou send the parchments to his grace?" "Nay, brethren, that is not my purpose." Another and a brief pause ensued. "But the message?" "Say that the will is here." He looked towards his bosom as he spoke, "and at the appointed hour it shall be ready. When Roger de Fitzeustace comes hither, his claim shall be duly certified." "Alas," said the wayfaring guests, in a tone of deep sorrow and apprehension, "he went on a warfare against the infidels." "He will return," was the reply. "The Virgin grant him a safe deliverance. But he tarrieth long, and a rumour hath lately been abroad that he fell at Ascalon." "'Tis false," cried the hermit, roused to an unexpected burst of wrath. His eyes kindled with rage, and he darted a glance at the intruders which made them cower and shrink from his rebuke. In a moment he grew calm, relapsing into his usual moody and thoughtful attitude. Taking courage, they again addressed him. "Is this thy message to the abbot of Stanlaw? If so, our errand hath but a sorry recompense." "And what recompense should fall to the lot of miscreants like ye?" said the hermit, surveying them with a contemptuous glance. "I hear the sound of your master's feet behind ye. Tell Robert, the proud Dean of Worley, that when he sends ye next on so goodly an errand, to see that ye con your lesson more carefully, else will ye be known for a couple of errant knaves as ever went a-mousing into an owl's nest." "Hence, begone," said the hermit, as he drave them from his threshold, and the counterfeit monks went back to Worley in haste, reporting the ill success of their mission. "Nevertheless," said de Worley, "I have some clue to the search, if the glance of his eye, which these varlets have reported, do show truly where the treasure is hidden. I will foil the old fox yet with his own weapons." This comfortable reflection, in all probability, moderated his anger at the unskilful disposition of his messengers, whom he dismissed with little ceremony from his presence. In the meantime the new castellan was exercising his power with unsparing and immoderate severity. Oliver de Wurtshawn was almost heartbroken. The old man suddenly found himself reduced to the condition of a mere dependent on the self-will and caprice of this petty tyrant, his authority having been usurped, and his office wrested from him, by the hand of a stranger. Adam de Dutton 49 was the name of this new functionary, and he rode it out bravely over the necks of the servants and retainers, discharging some, punishing others, and making the whole community groan beneath the iron yoke of his oppression. Had there been a master spirit to wield the elements of conspiracy, and unite the several members, so as to act from one common impulse, matters were just ripe for rebellion. Early in the morning, after a day of more than ordinary discipline, Oliver bent his feeble steps to the hermitage. He laid his complaints before the occupier of the cell, who was ever ready to administer aid and comfort to the afflicted. "Take little heed of the deputy now," said the holy man, "his master will be here anon. I hear the tramp of armed men, with the herald's trumpet. I see the red griffin, and the banner of the Fitzeustace." "But, holy father, Sir Ulfilas," replied the ejected steward, "there is no peace either by night or day, and we are nigh worn out with his waywardness and oppression. If it might be that your reverence would come with me, peradventure the churl would grow tame at your presence." The hermit, complying with this importunity, accompanied Oliver to the castle. In the hall Adam de Dutton was about consigning one of the villains, for some venial offence, unto the whipping post and the stocks. The accused besought his inexorable judge for some remission of the sentence, falling on his knees before him just as the hermit, with great solemnity, entered the hall. His face was partly concealed by a large hood, and little of his countenance was visible above the long beard which flowed over his bosom, and the fire of his eye, which seemed to glow through the dark shadows beneath. "Whom bring ye next for our disposal?" inquired the castellan, but there was no answer. Every eye was directed to the hermit, who came slowly forward, standing opposite to, and within a very short distance from, the dread arbiter of justice in the castle of the Laces. "What brings thee to our presence? Back to thy sanctuary, else we may deal with thee as with other knaves who live by their wits and the witlessness of fools." "What hath this man done amiss?" inquired the hermit, in a tone that showed his meekness to be disturbed, and his wrath evidently kindling, nor would the thunder be long ere it followed the flash. "It is our pleasure," answered Adam de Dutton, reddening with rage, "and furthermore our pleasure is, that thou get thee to thy cell, or, by the beard of Saint Michael, my bowmen shall help thee thither when this fellow hath had his allowance at their hands. Fool, cried the hermit, in a voice which struck terror through the assembly, and even the judge himself started back with amazement. Begone, child, said Ulfilas to the culprit, I dismiss thee of the punishment, peradventure thou hast deserved to suffer, but I give to this emissary a timely warning thereby. The criminal was not loath to obey, disappearing speedily without hindrance, while the spectators were mute with amazement. The hermit, too, was silent before the usurper, who, almost frantic with vexation, cried out, Seize him, help, for the Fitzeustace, treason against Our Lady of Holton. Uttering many rapid and incoherent expressions, he approached the hermit, who stood unmoved, apparently the only unconcerned spectator in the rising tumult. The seneschal's guards were already in motion, but Adam was the first who attempted the seizure. The holy man drew back, as though from some touch of pollution. Hold, cried he, one touch and 'tis thy last. Rash fool, thou hast provoked this rebuke. The hand of the seneschal had scarcely been put forth, when, lo! The astonished deputy shrank back in dismay. A sudden change came over his angry countenance, a look of surprise mingled with horror, as though he could have wished the earth to gape and hide him from the object of his apprehensions. He stood trembling, speechless, pale as ashes, expecting immediate and condign punishment. So suddenly this change was wrought that the spectators fancied it to be some direct interposition from heaven, concluding that he was smitten for the sacrilegious and profane hand he had dared to stretch toward this holy man. Yet was the change not so sudden, but that a quick-eyed observer, if such were there, might have seen the hermit's outer garment loosened for a moment, and a significant whisper which the other evidently heard with such visible tokens of alarm. Ulfilas immediately retired to his cell, and from that hour the castellan discharged his official duties evidently under the control of some overmastering influence or apprehension. Not long afterwards it was rumoured abroad that tidings had been heard from Roger de Fitzeustace, who was supposed either to be in captivity or to have fallen at the siege of Ascalon. The king was still detained in prison by the Emperor Henry VI. And it was only through the remonstrance of the German princes, and a threat of excommunication from the Pope, that Henry, finding he could no longer hold him in durance, concluded a treaty for his ransom at the exorbitant sum of 150,000 marks, about £300,000 of our money, of which some 2/3 were to be paid before he received his liberty, and 67 hostages delivered for the remainder. The captivity of the superior lord was one of those cases provided for by the feudal tenures, and all vassals were, in that event, obliged to contribute towards his ransom. 20 shillings were therefore levied on each knight's fee throughout England, but as this money came in slowly, and was not sufficient for the intended purpose, the voluntary zeal of the people readily supplied the deficiency. The churches and monasteries melted down their plate to the amount of 30,000 marks, the bishops, abbots, and nobles paid a fourth of their yearly rent, the parochial clergy contributed a tenth of their tithes, and the requisite sum being thus collected, the Queen Mother and Walter, Archbishop of Rouen, set out with it to Germany, paid the money to the Emperor and the Duke of Austria at Mentz, delivered to them hostages for the remainder, and freed Richard from captivity. 50 During these important negotiations 2 messengers arrived at Clitheroe, who in consequence of the deputy's absence for a season, held a secret conference with the Dean of Warley ere they departed. An order was left that the castle should be forthwith in readiness for the reception of some distinguished guest. In those days tidings travelled slowly in such thinly populated districts, like the heath fire, which extends rapidly where the fuel is thickly strewn, but is tardy in spreading where it is less abundant. The Dean, having received the messengers, took special care that the knowledge of their arrival should be kept, if possible, from the ears and eyes of Adam de Dutton, who happened for several days at that season to be hunting in the forest, where a mighty slaughter of game, wolves, bears, and such like, was the result, in which dangerous pastime, Geoffrey, the Dean's only son, acted a distinguished part. This bold adventurer was accounted the most skilful hunter in the whole range of these vast forests, where the venison was so strictly kept that the life of a man was held in but little estimation, comparatively, with the care and preservation of a beast. The Deans of Warley, as we have before seen, were mighty hunters in those days, and a wild and picturesque story is told in Dugdale's Monday. Angle v. I, to which we have before alluded, to wit, that the great-grandfather of the present incumbent, Lilfus Cutwolf, cut off a wolf's tail whilst hunting, from which he acquired this surname. Geoffrey inherited a more than ordinary passion for the chase. With his bow and hunting spear he had been known to spend many days in these deep and trackless recesses, where the feet of man rarely trod, and the wild roe and the eagle had their almost inaccessible haunts. Adam was often his only companion, the seneschal's partiality for the sport having rendered these dissimilar spirits more akin than their nature had otherwise permitted. On the evening of a sultry day Ulfilas had thrown himself on his couch, when, without warning or intimation, the Dean of Whalley stood beside him. The holy hermit hath betaken himself early to his repose. How fareth he in this hard cell? 'Tis long since we have met. Peradventure it might have been longer, had not news travelled to thine ear touching the safety of the Fitz-Eustace and his speedy arrival, said the hermit, without so much as turning his eyes toward his visitor. Robert de Whalley stood silent and aghast. This was a direct and unequivocal testimony to the prescience of the good father, for to no ears but his own had the tidings been communicated. Thou knowest of his return? Yes, ere the knowledge was thine, said the hermit carelessly. There is little use in secrecy where the very walls possess a tongue, and seeing that the first part of mine errand is known, it may be thou art as well instructed in the latter, which is the true purport of my visit. I am, replied the other quickly, now for the first time fixing his eyes on the intruder, and of the issue too, I trow. Ah, said the Dean, with a long-drawn exclamation of surprise, and a sudden gasp as though he would have held the secret more tightly to his bosom, and who, nay, thou art but obeying the impulse of thy nature, said the hermit, musing. The brutes ye hunt obey their common instinct, and thou, yet the ravening wolf and the cunning fox ye follow, and worry to their death. Death, cried the Dean, what meanest thou? Did I not counsel thee to beware? But thou wilt tumble into thine own pitfall. The trap is laid for thine own feet. The hermit sat on the low couch, and he gazed wildly round the cell as though pursuing some object visible only to himself. Give me the parchments committed to thy trust by de Lacy, and I will build a house to thy good saint, enriching it with rare endowments. Thou wouldest drive a thrifty bargain with heaven. Verily thou shouldst have the best on.'t,' replied the hermit, with a contemptuous smile. Truly I could but return to heaven the bounties that it gave, yet would I, peradventure, build, for his honour and glory, to whom all things belong, a habitation, the like whereof hath not been seen for stateliness and grandeur, said the Dean, with affected reverence and humility of spirit. Others may do that as well as thou. But will he, whose coming is now at hand, make so costly a sacrifice for the welfare of the church? I will found an abbey, holy father, consecrate to thy patron, wherein thou shalt be the ruler. I purpose to enrich it with half my possessions, even of those whereby, through thy ministry, I do become entitled from the death of Robert de Lacy. Which meaneth, if I but aid thee to rob another of some large and goodly inheritance, thou wilt give to heaven, forsooth, a portion of what belongs not to thee. Once thou didst promise me thine aid. To robbery and rapine? I have not wronged thee. Nor I, thou hast, the inheritance is mine, thou hast robbed me of my right, but I will regain these lands or perish on them. And so thou mayest, unblushing traitor. Traitor, ah! This word to me. Yes, to thee, Robert de Whalley. Thou art in my power, old man. Ere I entered thy cell I left a trusty keeper at the door, cried the Dean, with a grin of savage exultation. In thy power, never, miscreant. Give the deed to my keeping, and no harm shall happen thee. Refuse, and thou art my prisoner. Force may accomplish my wishes without thy compliance. The hermit's eyes glistened like twin fires in their hollow recesses. He stood erect, confronting his visitor, who, bold in audacity and guilt, repeated his demand. Never, said the hermit. Then die, fond dotard, cried de Whalley, and, sudden as the lightning stroke, he drew a dagger from his vest, aiming a blow at the hermit's bosom, but, marvellous to relate, the steel hardly penetrated the folds of his drapery, glancing back with a dull sound, his person remaining uninjured. A look of unutterable scorn curled the features of the charmed, and apparently invulnerable, being before him. Cowardly assassin, he cried, I hold thy threats at less worth than a handful of this base dust beneath my feet, and utterly defy thy power. I am free as the untrammeled air, and thou mayest as well attempt to grasp the shadow or the sunbeam. Swift as the words he uttered the hermit disappeared. The effect was so sudden, aided, in all likelihood, by the dimness and obscurity of the cell, that, to the astonished apprehension of de Whalley, Ulfilas had made himself more impalpable than the air he breathed, sinking like a shadow through the rocky floor. "Thou hast escaped me, fiend," said the Dean, gnashing his teeth with vexation, "but I will overmatch thy spells. With the aid of this good hand I may yet retrieve the inheritance." Saying this, he left the cell, and returned to his home at Worley. Early on the morrow the hermit entered the hall where Adam de Dutton was preparing for another expedition to the forest. The seneschal looked uneasy and surprised, but acknowledged his presence with great respect and humility. "Adam de Dutton, thou hast other work to do," cried the holy man, "than rambling after these fools in the forest. Thy lord will be here anon." "How? Whom meanest thou?" inquired the castellan, with a vacant stare of astonishment. "Roger de Fitzeustace. He is at hand, see thou prepare to meet him." "Surely thou mockest, Roger de, peace. The last beam of tomorrow's sun shall see the banner of the Fitzeustace beneath the gate." "Tomorrow? Why, how cometh my lord?" "Surely thou dreamest, or thy, once more I warn thee of his coming, see to his reception, or thy lord will be wroth," and Roger with the ready hand was not used to be over-nice, or loat in the administering of a rod to a fool's back. The hermit departed without awaiting the reply. But great was the stir and tumult in the stronghold of the Laces on that memorable day. The hurrying to and fro of the victuallers and cooks, the clink of armourers and the din of horses prancing in their warlike equipments, kept up an incessant jingle and confusion. A watchman was stationed on the keep, whose duty it was to give warning when the dust, curling on the wind, should betoken the approach of strangers. The guards were set, the gates properly mounted, and the drawbridge raised, so that their future lord might be admitted in due form to his possession. The sun went gloriously down towards the wide and distant verge of the forest, and the brow of Pendle flung back his burning glance. Nature seemed to welter in a wide atmosphere of light, from which there was no escape. Panting and oppressed, the hounds lay basking by the wall, and the shaggy wolf-dog crept, with slouching gait and lolling tongue, from the glare into the shadow of some protecting buttress. The watchman sat beneath the low battlements, hardly able to direct his aching eyes towards the forest path below the hill. The monotony of this dull and weary task was reiterated until the very effort became habitual, and he could scarcely recognize or identify any change of object from the absorption of his faculties by the listlessness it created. One slight curl of dust had already escaped him, another waved softly above the trees where the path wound upwards from the valley. Again it was visible, and the watchman seemed to awaken as from a lethargy or a dream. Strangers were surely approaching, but without retinue, as the wreath of dust, from its slight continuance, would seem to intimate. Just as he came to this conclusion, two horsemen swept into view, where a broad turn of the road was visible, disappearing again rapidly behind the arched boughs of the forest. Bounding almost headlong down the narrow stair, he ran immediately to the hall, informing the deputy of what he had seen. Scarce had he concluded when a hoarse blast from the horn rang at the outer gate. Adam de Dutton hurried to the postern, where he saw two horsemen, bearing unequivocal signs of their allegiance to the renowned Constable of Chester. They wore what was then considered a great novelty in dress, the tabord or supertotas, a sleeveless garment, consisting of only two pieces, which hung down before and behind, the sides being left open. 51 low-crowned yellow caps covered their heads, and the upper tunic was yellow, richly embroidered, reaching only to the knees. They wore forked beards, well pointed, and gloves and boots of beautiful Spanish leather. Their horses were low, but of an exquisite symmetry, and the beasts were pawing and champing before the gate when Adam hastened down into the courtyard. These were avant couriers or messengers from Roger de Fitzeustace, whom they announced as being nigh, and to be expected ere nightfall, with his daughter Maud, a maiden much renowned for her beauty. As the sun sank deeper into the gloom of the woods, and the shadows grew long on the green and sunny slope of the hill, the wild shrill notes of a clarion rung through the forest glades. A distant burst of martial music was heard, together with the roll of a drum, an instrument borrowed from the Saracens, and in use only after the Crusades. Now went forth Adam de Dutton and his train bareheaded to meet their lord, whom they found riding at a slow pace, conversing familiarly, but attentively, with the Dean of Worley. Behind him came the blushing Maud on a beautiful white palfrey, and beside her a comely youth, in a fair hunting suit, the son of de Worley, who, by his fervid and impassioned glances, showed himself apt in other and nobler exercises than the upland chase and the forest cover could afford. Roger de Fitzeustace, the terror and scourge of the Welsh, and by them called Hell, from the great violence and ferocity of his temper, was then about 40 years old. He was clothed in a light suit of armour, the hauberk, with the rings set edgewise, reaching down to the knees. His helmet was cylindrical, the avante, or face guard, thrown up. He wore a coloured surcoat, a fashion that seems to have originated with the Crusaders, not only for the purpose of distinguishing the different leaders, but as a veil to protect the armour, so apt to heat excessively when exposed to the direct rays of the sun. It was of a violet colour, without any distinctive mark or badge. His highly decorated shield was borne behind him, the three garbs and the lions being chiefly conspicuous in the marshalling. The former, the original bearing of Hugh Lupus, was often used by the constables of Chester, in compliment to their chief lord. Its shape was angular, and suspended from the neck by a strap called gyge or gyge, a Norman custom of great antiquity. A huge broadsword was carried by his armour-bearer, the person of the chief being without any further means of impediment or defence than a French stabbing sword, fastened on one side of his pommel, and a stout battle-axe on the other. The horse was decorated with great and costly profusion. At a short distance rode William de Bellomonte, the baron's inseparable companion. A small train of archers and crossbowmen brought up the rear of the escort, save the baggage and sumpter horses, laden not only with provisions but cooking utensils, and even with furniture for the household. In those days it was a matter both of economy and necessity for the occupants or lords of several castles to travel with accompaniments of this sort. Though possessing many residences, most of them had the means and even conveniences only for the furnishing of one. The seneschal and his train alighted, doing homage to their lord, who was conducted with great pomp and ceremony into the fortress, now lapsed for ever from the blood and succession of the Lacies, yet Roger de Fitz-Eustace and his descendants, probably in commemoration of the source whence originated their great honours and endowments, were ever afterwards styled by the surname of de Lacy, and, strange as it may appear, his father, John, Constable of Chester, who died 15 years previously to this event, and who founded the Cistercian Abbey of Stanlaw, the parent establishment of Whalley, though he had not the slightest pretensions to the name of Lacy, was popularly invested with the name. It is still more singular that the mistake should have been committed by Henry de Lacy, the last of the line of the Fitz-Eustace, third in descent from Roger, in the foundation charter of Whalley Abbey, where he expressly styles his ancestor, Jo de Lacy, Constable Cest. Accompanied by her father and her female attendants, the gentle maiden entered the hall. She was stately and beautifully formed, with little show of her lineage except the high forehead and well-formed nose of the Fitz-Eustace. She was enveloped from head to foot in a long gown or habit, over this was cast a richly embroidered purple silk surcoat or cloak, embellished with those ephemeral absurdities called pocketing sleeves. These hung from the wrists almost to the ground, showing an opening or pocket which might have supplied the place of a lady's armbag in our own era. A wimple or peplus was thrown over the head, a sort of hood, which, instead of covering the shoulders, was brought round the neck beneath the chin like a warrior's gorget, giving an exceedingly stiff and muffled appearance to the upper part of the figure. Geoffrey was unremitting in his attentions, and his father seemed as assiduous in his court to the fierce crusader, who listened intently to some private intelligence which the dean was evidently much interested in communicating. The following were the only words that could be distinguished at the dismissal of the courteous de Whalley, as he retired a few paces ere he departed. "Tomorrow be it," said Fitz-Eustace, "after matins, and we will hear thee further in this matter. Let him then be conveyed to our presence." The dean retired, but at dawn he was again present in the chantry of St. Michael, within the castle. Fierce came the beams of the morning sun through the eastern oriel of the hall, and the guards and retainers of this feudal fortress were waiting the appearance of their lord. Lounging idly at the great entrance were those more immediately in attendance on their chief, some playing at morels, or nine-men's morris, others tilting with mimic arms, and twanging the bowstring. The pikemen were drawn up in the courtyard, awaiting orders from their superior. Their glittering weapons flung back the morning light in sharp flashes to the sky, while on the tower the dark pennon hung motionless and drooping in the sultry air. The news of his arrival had drawn hither not a few of the surrounding peasantry to gaze upon the pomp and to pay homage at the court of their feudal lord, and a crowd of idlers was accumulating beneath the walls of the fortress. The breakfast meal being over, the baron entered through a side door behind a rude bench, overhung with faded drapery, which formed an elevation for the chief. His cheek was scorched and darkened with the burning suns of Palestine, while his beard seemed to have been whitened in that fiery clime. He was now habited in a rich purple cope or gown, fitting close, without sleeves or armholes, and embellished with a deep gold-coloured border, the Anglo-Saxon mantle being now discarded by persons of distinction. The tunic underneath was of scarlet, bordered with real ermine, which, together with the low square cap or coronet that he wore, gave him something of a regal appearance. A leash of hounds crouched at his feet. Before and below him the heralds and officers of the household arranged themselves, amongst whom Adam de Dutton was conspicuous by his ludicrously solemn attitude and appearance. The whole scene had the aspect of a military tribunal, especially when Roger de Lacy, by which name we shall now distinguish him, ordered that silence should be proclaimed, and that the Dean of Warley should be summoned to his presence. Robert de Warley immediately presented himself, with arms folded, and an air of great ceremony in his behaviour. Thou hast been prompt to our bidding, the lark, I trow, had but newly risen from her bed ere thou wast away from thine, said the Baron. 3 weary miles through this grim forest is good speed ere matins, but I knew the occasion was urgent, and my lord's commands admit not of delay. The palfrey which you so pleasantly noted yestereen is the sole companion of my pilgrimages to and fro for the good of this noble house. I did offer prayers for the soul of the deceased ere matins this morning, in the chapel. Hast heard aught of, or communicated with, the traitor thou didst denounce to me privily yesterday? Being holden as one of great sanctity, by common report, peradventure it were dangerous to lay hands on him without an express warranty from our chief. He shall be summoned to our court. Adam de Dutton, stay, my lord, said the wily Dean. I would, with all due submission, urge that caution were best in this matter. Caution, de Warley. And to what end? Are not the Lacys able to execute as well as to command? Or is the lax ministration of justice now complained of throughout the realm prevailing here also? By the beard of Hugh Lupus, I will be heard, and obeyed too. In good sooth, my lord, I see nor let nor hindrance in this matter, provided that he whom we seek were of such ordinary capacities that be common to flesh and blood, and subject to the same laws, but when we have to cope with the devil, we must use his subtlety. Pardon me, my lord, continued the accuser, seeing symptoms of impatience gathering on the brow of the haughty chieftain, though I am plain of speech, yet is it the more easily understood. This delinquent of whom we speak hath not, as the general report testifieth, the same nature and existence as our own. He useth magic, I have credible testimony thereto, my lord, and anointeth his body so that it shall be invisible. The free unconfined air is not more accessible to the scared bird than rocks and walls are to this impalpable mockery of our form, and yet he may be dealt with. Troth, a man of many faculties. How came he thus? The vulgar do imagine that by dint of great maceration and humility, by prayer and fasting, he hath attained communion with angels, but I suspect they be those of the bottomless pit. And why should he withhold the deed? I know not, save that he purposeth by fraud and subtlety to cast these fair possessions into the treasury of the Holy Church, and build an abbey hereabout, the like whereof hath not been seen for glory and magnificence. Doth he then deny our right to the inheritance? The Lady Fitzeustace had a fair copy of the deed, purporting to be sent by the holy confessor who shrived the testator in his extremity. But how hath this canting hermit gotten the writing into his possession? I know not, my lord, unless it be that the like arts have enabled him to appropriate it by other means than those of honesty and good faith. But give me a band of men, together with leave so to deal with him as I shall see fit, and I trust ere long to render a good account of the matter. I will come upon him unawares, ere he can render his body inaccessible, and lay hold of the traitor. Traitor, echoed a voice from behind a screen at the lower extremity of the hall. Every eye was turned in that direction, when lo! The hermit himself, the end and object of their deliberations, stalked forth, unquestioned and unobstructed. The Baron rose, and his grim eyebrows were fiercely knit and contracted. He looked inquiringly towards the Dean, who, for a moment, was confounded by this unexpected event. Yet his presence of mind and fertility of expedient did not forsake him. Let him be instantly bound, my lord, whispered de Warley, and holden by main force, or he will escape like a limed bird from the twigs. Let him be led forthwith to the dungeon, where I myself will question him. It is not fitting that this plotter should practice devilish devices upon our assembly. At a signal from their chief the soldiers surrounded him, but the hermit, whose features were still hidden by the cowl, took hold of the foremost, and with an incredible strength, dashed him to the ground. The others drew back intimidated. "Treason, my lord, treason," cried the dean. "You behold him even in your presence exercising forbidden arts. Away with him to the dungeon. Guards, to your office." "Miscreant, beware," said the hermit. The Wally, though bold and generally undaunted, started back at the sound. "What, this lawless intromission to our face, and in our council too," cried the baron. "Seize that hooded kite, knaves, or I will hang every one o' ye on the firker ere the sun be 2 hours older." Roger de Lacy, in a threatening attitude, approached the guards, who now environed the hermit, using more caution than before. Suddenly they rushed upon him, and he was pinioned ere he could make the least resistance. At this moment, so anxiously hoped for and expected by the dean, the latter pushed towards him. Thrusting his hand into the hermit's bosom, the long-coveted parchment was in his grasp, and in a twinkling it was conveyed to his own. "How now?" cried the baron, "wherefore in such haste? I trow the deed is ours." With a great show of obedience and respect he drew the parchment again from beneath his robe, and holding it cautiously beside him, exclaimed, "My lord, ere this be read, is it not prudent that we convey the traitor to the dungeon, lest by his subtlety the writing be wrested from our grasp?" The hermit, yet held in close custody of the guards, cried with a loud voice, "Who is the traitor? Let the walls of my cell bear witness," when they heard him offer a heavy bribe that this, the only evidence to the right of the Fitz-Eustace, might be destroyed. "Fatherest thou the accursed progeny of thine avarice upon me?" cried the dean, apparently indignant at so unjust an accusation. "Give me the roll," said the constable, "and we will confront him by what he would have withheld. After we have made our own right secure, we adjudge him to his deserts." The dean was obliged, however unwillingly, to obey, handing forward the parchment, which Roger de Lacy unfolded in the presence of the hermit. But it would be impossible to describe the consternation of the chieftain when he read therein a formal grant, bequeathing the whole of these vast possessions to Robert de Worley and his heirs forever. The dean, apparently with surprise, and a well-feigned indignation at the fraud which the hermit intended to have put upon him, exclaimed, "I had a grievous suspicion long ago that this hoary hypocrite would play me false, and indeed his great unwillingness to show the deed led me to think that he meditated some deadly wrong." "But wherefore," inquired the chieftain, "should there be messengers to Holton with news and credentials so explicit that the estate was left without let or encumbrance to the Lady Fitz-Eustace? A web of mystery is here which we will speedily unravel. Who gave thee this deed? And wherefore shouldest thou conceal it?" said he, addressing the hermit. "Roger de Fitz-Eustace," replied the prisoner, "thine honour is abused. That lying instrument was never in my charge. Why hast thou refused to render up the deed? Lest it should fall into the hands of robbers, and thou shouldest be cheated of thine inheritance. This traitor hath long had an eye to the possession." "'Tis his," returned the constable, sternly, "by this good title. 'Tis a fraud, a base attempt put forth by this cutpurse to wrest it from thee. Search him, and if thou findest not another, and of a different tenor, hidden about his goodly person, let me die a traitor's death. I see not that our power hath need of such a pleasant exercise. Thou art accused by him of treachery, and verily 'tis a vain attempt to rid thee of the charge to throw back the accusation upon him thou hast wronged." "My lord de Fitz-Eustace," said the dean, but Roger looked displeased at this style and address, reminding him so soon of the departure of his lately assumed title de Lacy. "Your ear and mine have been too long abused by this plotting wizard. He is now subject to my authority. Hereby do I assume my rights, and arraign the culprit before my tribunal." The ambitious churchman approached the judgment seat, whereon he was just ascending, but the hermit, with a desperate effort, burst from his bonds, and ere the guards could arrest him, he had grasped his adversary by the throat. "Our vengeance slumbereth not," said the chief, "the sentence is gone forth, and he dies ere sunset." "Not so," replied the hermit, again assuming the attitude of command. "By the beard of Hugh Lupus, he dieth. He doth, but not by thy decree." "How?" "Methinks the fever of disloyalty hath seized you all, the infection hath so tainted your nature that a skilful leech, whom I employ in cases of emergency, will be of service, my headsman, or hangman, as shall seem most fitting. He dies, I tell thee, though the saints themselves were interceding. I have promised, said the hermit again, with the confidence of careless superiority. Adam de Dutton, who had hitherto been waiting anxiously for an opportunity to communicate with his lord, now whispered something in his ear. How, said the bewildered chieftain, 'tis said thou wearest the badge of our house, and art thyself under some surreptitious disguise. I wear no disguise, returned the hermit calmly. What thou sayest is my badge, and will be, heaven permitting, until I die. Who art thou? A sinful mortal like thyself, but worn down with long vigils and maceration. Lord of as wide inheritance as thou, and yet a tenant only in a narrow cell. Thou speakest riddles, thy meaning? I was an outcast, though heir to a vast heritage. I vowed that if he, whose prerogative it is, would cleanse me from my stains, my life should thenceforth be his, and consecrate to heaven. I was a leper, but my prayer was heard. I washed in yonder holy well which gushes from the rock, whose virtues had been reported to me. Washing daily, with faith and prayer, I was healed. I found close by a convenient hermitage, and many caverns and secret chambers, with hidden passages and communications, had been dug therefrom, by which I could pass to and fro, and thus visit the castle unseen. I was the confessor and companion of Robert de Lacy. At my desire, he left the whole of his domains to the Fitz-Eustace. But thou art not the eldest born of thy father. My eldest brother has long been dead. He was a leper, his cruel disease drove him from the haunts of men. The last we knew of him, he went forth with cup and clapper as they are wont. Soon after news arrived of his decease. Was he not driven forth by rude and cruel taunts? The rather, said the hermit, gazing with unaverted eye on the haughty chieftain. This noble birth and heritage are mine. Behold, 'tis thus I repay your injustice. He threw off his cloak, underneath appeared a complete suit of proof armor, and a surcoat, on which was emblazoned the badge of the Fitz-Eustace. I am Richard Fitz-Eustace, thine elder brother. Nay, put off that brow of discontent. I claim not my birthright, the vows of heaven are upon me, and to thee and thine will this good inheritance devolve. One right only do I claim, this prisoner is free. Was he not my stay and sustenance when the fiat of heaven guided me hither? He sheltered me, and had pity on mine infirmity. Moreover, he had some well-founded expectancy towards these domains, by reason of kindred to the Lacys, had they not been devised by will to the Fitz-Eustace. His blood is noble as our own. He thinks there is injustice in the deed, but not to him shall the atonement come. Thou hast a daughter, and my prescience of this consequence, that by her this rankling wound shall be healed. If so be that he have found favour in her sight, let her and the son of this ambitious priest be joined together in the bonds of holy wedlock, for my word is gone forth, his blood mingles with ours. The whole assembly were aghast with this thrilling discovery. The baron would have embraced his brother, but the gloomy ascetic forbade. He left the hall, returned to his cell, and but a short period elapsed ere the grave he had prepared with his own hands was closed over his corpse, the period of his sojourn having been shortened, no doubt, by the austerities and mortifications he deemed himself called upon to endure. Maud was shortly afterwards united to Geoffrey de Warley, unto whom her father granted the Villa de Tunley or Townley, and the manor of Coldcoats, with Snodworth, as a marriage portion. From them is descended the present owner of Townley, nephew to that celebrated scholar and antiquary, Charles Townley, the 29th in descent from Spartlingus, the first Dean of Warley upon record. The latter was predecessor to Cutwulf, whose exploits in the days of Canute we have before noticed. Soon afterwards died Robert de Warley, his departure hastened, it is said, by grief and chagrin at the loss of these long-coveted possessions. Roger de Lacy died the 1st of October A.D. 1211, after a long and active life, spent between his arduous wars and invasions of the Welsh, and his no less arduous journeyings to and fro between the castles of Clitheroe and Pontefract, where he spent the latter part of his days. He was succeeded by John de Lacy, his eldest son, who, by marriage with Margaret, daughter and co-heiress of Robert, son of de Quincy, Earl of Winchester, became Earl of Lincoln by patent from Henry III. The monarch having re-granted this title to him and his heirs forever. The grey man of the wood, or, the secret mine, Humph. Say, what art thou that talkest he of kings and queens? K. Hen. More than I seem, and less than I was born to, a man at least, for less I should not be, and men may talk of kings, and why not I? Humph. But thou talkest as if thou wert a king. K. Hen. Why, so I am, in mind, and that's enough. Humph. But if thou be a king, where is thy crown? King Henry VI. Wardington Hall, the site of the following legend, says Pennant, is a stone house, with some small ancient windows, and a narrow winding staircase within, now inhabited by several poor families, yet it formerly gave shelter to a royal guest. The meek usurper, Henry VI, after the Battle of Hexham, in 1463, was conveyed into this county, where he was concealed by his vassals for an entire 12-month, notwithstanding the most diligent search was made after him. At length he was surprised at dinner at Wardington Hall, and taken near Bungerley Hippingstones in Clitherwood. The account which Leland gives from an ancient chronicle concurs with the tradition of the country, that he was deceived, i.e. betrayed, by Thomas Talbot, son and heir to Sir Edmund Talbot, of Basshall, and John his cousin, of Colbury. The house was beset, but the king found means to get out, ran across the fields below Waddow Hall, and past the Ribble, on the stepping stones, into a wood on the Lancashire side, called Christian Pyttle, but being closely pursued, was there taken. From hence he was carried to London, in the most piteous manner, on horseback, with his legs tied to the stirrups. Rymer has preserved the grant of a reward for this service, of the estates of Sir Richard Tustell, a Lancastrian, to Sir James Harrington, by Edward IV. Dated from Westminster, July 9, 1465. At that time Wardington belonged to the Tempists, who inherited it by virtue of the marriage of their ancestor, Sir Roger, in the reign of Edward I, with Alice, daughter and heiress of Walter de Wardington. An alliance had just been made between the Tempists and the Talbots. It may be presumed that in order to save their estates, which they afterward were suffered quietly to possess, they agreed with Sir James to give up the saintly monarch, which was the reason that the latter had the reward for what the grant calls his great and laborious diligence in taking our great traitor and rebel, Henry, lately called Henry VI. Far different was the conduct of Sir Ralph Pudsey, of Bolton Hall, where the king was concealed for some months prior to his appearance at Wardington. Quitting Bolton, probably from some apprehension that his retreat was in danger of being discovered, he left behind him the well-known relics which are still shown to the curious. These are a pair of boots, a pair of gloves, and a spoon. The boots are of fine brown Spanish leather, lined with deerskin, tanned with the fur on. About the ankles is a kind of wadding under the lining, to keep out wet. They have been fastened by buttons from the ankle to the knee. The feet are remarkably small, little more than 8 inches long, the toes round, and the soles, where they join to the heel, contracted to less than an inch in diameter. The gloves are of the same material, and have the same lining. They reach up, like women's gloves, to the elbow, but have been occasionally turned down, with deerskin outward. The hands are exactly proportioned to the feet, and not larger than those of a middle-sized woman. In an age when the habits of the great, in peace as well as war, required perpetual exertions of bodily strength, this unhappy prince must have been equally contemptible from corporeal and from mental imbecility. 52A well adjoining to Bolton Hall still retains his name. He is said to have ordered it to be dug and walled round for a bath, and it is much venerated by the country people to this day, who fancy that many remarkable cures have been wrought there. It is not generally recorded that the science of alchemy was much encouraged by the royal visionary. Though he had commissioned 3 adepts to make the precious metals, and had not received any returns, his credulity remained unshaken, and he issued a pompous grant in favor of 3 other alchemists, who boasted that they could not only transmute metals, but could impart perpetual youth, with unimpaired powers both of mind and body, by means of a specific called the Mother and Queen of Medicines, the Celestial Glory, the quintessence or elixir of life. In favor of these 3 lovers of the truth, and haters of deception, as they styled themselves, Henry dispensed with the law passed by his grandfather, Henry IV, against the undue multiplication of gold and silver, and empowered them to transmute the precious metals. This extraordinary commission had the sanction of Parliament, and 2 out of the 3 adepts were the heads of Lancashire families, viz. Sir Thomas Ashton of Ashton, and Sir Edmund Trafford of Trafford. These worthy knights obtained a patent for changing metals, 24 hen. 6. The philosophers, probably imposing upon themselves as well as others, kept the king's expectation wound up to the highest pitch, and in the following year he actually informed his people that the happy hour was approaching when, by means of the stone, he should be able to pay off his debts. 53. With regard to the prophecy or denunciation made by him against the Talbots, recorded in our legend, Dr. Whitaker observes, something like these hereditary alternations of sense and folly might have happened, and have given rise to a prophecy fabricated after the event. A real prediction to this effect would have negatived the words of Solomon, Yet, I have hated all my labor which I had taken under the sun, because I should leave it unto the man that shall be after me, and who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool. This, however, is not the only instance in which Henry is reported to have displayed that singular faculty, the vaticinium stultorum. 54. In 798, this place was noted for the defeat of Wada, the Saxon chief, by Aldred, king of Northumberland. He was one of the petty princes who joined the murderers of King Ethelred. After this overthrow he fled to his castle, on a hill near Whitby, and dying, was interred not far from the place. 2 great pillars, about 12 feet asunder, mark the spot and still bear the name of Wada's grave. It was on a bright and glorious summer evening, in the year 1464, while the red glare of sunset was still in the west, and a wide blush of purple passed rapidly over the distant fell and the blue and heath-clad mountain, that a group of labourers were returning from their daily toil through the forest glades that skirt the broad and beautiful Ribble below Waddow. Some of them were of that class called hinds, paying the rents of their little homesteads by stated periods of service allotted to each, in this respect differing but little from the serfs and villains of a more remote era, their toil not a whit less irksome, though their liberty, in name at least, was less under the control and caprice of their lord. 2 of the peasants loitered considerably behind the rest, seemingly engrossed by a conversation too interesting or too important for the ears of their companions. The elder of the speakers was clad in a coarse woolen doublet, a belt of untanned leather girt his form, and on his head was a cap of grey felt, without either rim or band. His gait was heavy and slouching. Strong, tall, and muscular, he stooped considerably, but less through age and infirmity than from the laborious nature of his occupations. His companion, younger and more vivacious, was distinguished by a goodly and well-thriven hump, and by that fullness and projection of the chest which usually characterized this species of deformity. His long arms nearly trailed to the ground as he walked, huge and sprawling. They seemed to have been originally intended as an attachment to a frame of much more gigantic proportions. His face had that peculiar form and expression which always, more or less, accompany this kind of malformation. Wide, large, angular, the chin sharp and projecting, supported on the breast, the whole head scarcely rivaling the shoulders in height and obliquity. His disposition was evidently wayward and irascible, and a keen satirical humour lurked in every line of his pallid visage, generally at war with his species, and ready to act on the defensive, snarling whenever he was approached, and always anticipating gibe and insult from his fellows. "Weary, weary, as a tomfool at a holiday feast," said the hunchback to his companion. "Spade and axe have I lifted these 20 years, and what the better am I o' the labour? A groat's worth of wit is worth a pound o' sweat, as my dame says. I'll turn pedlar some o' these days, and lie, and cheat, and sell." Gregory, interrupted the other, "thee'd sell thy own paws, if so be they'd fetch a groat out of the market, but then, I warrant, the dame at the hall would lack her henchman at the churn." "Tut! I care for naught living but my worthless carcass," replied the hunchback, surveying his own person. "Why should I? There's naught living that cares for me. Sure as fate, if a war dead beside, with currant bores I at the pot every day. What a murrain is it to this hungry moor whether Ned Talbot, or Joe Tempest, or any other knave o' the pack, tumbles into his berth, or is put to bed wi the shovel, a day sooner or later. He maun budge some time. For how I hate your whining, your cat-a-whiskered faces, purring and mewling, while Parson Pudsey says grace over the cold carrion. He cares not if it war hashed and stewed purgatory, so that he gets the shrift money. Out upon tea, Ralph, out upon it. This mattock should delve up the graves the parish, if I could get a tester more my fist. Thou murdering tyke! Wouldst dig my grave? Shouted Gregory with a grin, displaying a huge double crescent of white teeth, portals to a gulf, grim, hideous, and insatiable, for St. Peter's penny. And leave me to knock at the gate, and never a doit to pay the porter. Thou shouldst cry and howl till doomsday, though my pouch had the keeping of a whole congregation of angels. Keep out o' my way, "Cub, unlicked brute," cried the infuriate Ralph, "keep back, I say, or I may send thee first on thine errand to St. Peter." "Take that, knave," but the malicious hunchback stepped aside, and the blow, aimed with a hearty curse at this provoking lump of deformity, fell with a murderous force upon a writ hen stem, which bore witness to the willing disposition with which the stroke was dealt. Gregory was laughing and mocking all the while at the impotent wrath of his companion. "A groat's worth for a penny, I'm not yet bound for St. Peter's blessing, though, old crump-face," cried the leering impertinent, one thumb between his teeth, and the little finger thrust out in its most expressive form of derision and contempt. "Hush, softly, prithee," said the offended party, his anger all at once under the influence of a more powerful feeling. He stood still, in the attitude of listening, earnestly bending forward with great solicitude and attention. He pointed to some object just visible through the arches of the wood, in the dim twilight. "There is the grey man o' the mine again. As I live, Gregory, we'd best turn back, for our companions are gone out of hearing." The terrified rustic was preparing for immediate flight, but Gregory caught him by the belt. "How now? Stand to thy ground, man," said he. "I've had speech at him not long ago. We came upon one another suddenly, to be sure, and I could not well escape, so I stood still. He did the same, shook his pale and saintly face, and, with a wave o' the hand, bade me pass on. But look thee," replied the other, "I'm bodily certain he walks without a shadow at his tail. See at that big tree there, why, the boughs bend before he touches them, like as they were stricken wi the wind. I declare if the very trees don't step aside as if they are afraid of him. I'll not tarry here, good man." Disengaging himself from the other's gripe, Ralph ran through the wood in an opposite direction, and was soon out of sight. A loud shout from Gregory followed him as he fled, which only served to quicken his speed, and the hunchback was left alone. The figure which was the moving cause of this cowardly apprehension almost immediately disappeared behind a projecting crag, at the base of which grew a thick skirting of underwood, but Gregory pursued cautiously in the same direction. He had heard strange stories of demons guarding heaps of treasure, and it was currently reported that in former times a mine had been secretly worked in these parts for fear of discovery, all mines yielding gold and silver, so as to leave a profit from the working, being considered as mines royal, and regarded as the property of the king. 55 Gregory's prevailing sin was avarice, and oftentimes this vice put on the appearance of courage, by rendering him daring for its gratification, though at heart a coward. He thought that if the treasure were once within his grasp neither man nor demon should regain it. For a short time past this part of the forest had been commonly reported as the haunt of a spectre, in the likeness of a man clad in grey apparel, who by some was supposed to be an impalpable exhalation from a concealed mine existing in the neighbourhood. It is well known that these places are generally guarded by some covetous demon, who, though unable to apply the treasures to their proper use, yet strives to hinder anyone else from gaining possession. Gregory had once encountered it unexpectedly, face to face, but he did not then follow, surprise and timidity preventing him. He, however, resolved that, should another opportunity occur, he would track the spectre to its haunt, and by that means find out the opening and situation of the mine. He now crept slowly towards the crag, behind which the figure had retired. Looking cautiously round the point, he again saw the dim spectral form only a few yards distant. Suddenly he heard a low whistle, and the next moment the mysterious figure had disappeared, not a vestige could be traced. He thrust his huge head between the boughs for a more uninterrupted survey, but nothing was seen, save the bare escarpment of the rock, and the low bushes, behind which the phantom had, a moment before, been visible. Though somewhat daunted, he crept closer to the spot, but darkness was fast closing around him, and the search was fruitless. "Humph," said the disappointed treasure hunter audibly, "daylight and a stout pole may probe the mystery to the bottom. I'll mark this spot." "Mark this spot," said another voice at some distance, repeating his words like an echo. The rock was certainly within striking distance, and it might have been this accident which lent its aid to the delusion. Gregory could not withstand so apparently supernatural an occurrence. He took to his heels, driven fairly off the field, nor did he look behind him until safely entrenched before a blazing fire in the kitchen at Wardington Hall. "Out, ill-favoured hound," said a serving wench, who was stirring a blubbering mess of porridge for supper. But Gregory was not in the humour to reply. He sat with one long lean hand under his chin, the other hung down listlessly to his heels, which were drawn securely under the stool on which he sat a-day. His thoughts were not on the victuals, though by long use and instinct his eyes were turned in that direction. "Thee art ever hankering after the brose, thou greedy churl," continued the wench, wishful to goad him on to some intemperate reply. But Gregory was still silent. At this unwonted lack of discourse, Janet, who generally contrived to bring his long tongue into exercise, was not a little astonished. It needed no great wit, any time, to set him a-grumbling, for neither kind word nor civil speech had he for kith or kin, for man or maid. Looking steadfastly towards him, she struck her dark broad fists upon her hips, and, in a loud and contemptuous laugh, abruptly startled the cynic from his studies. He eyed her with a grin of malice and vexation. "Thou she-ape, I wonder what first ye arn made for, the plague o' both man and beast, the worst plague that e'er Pharaoh wore punished wi. Screech on, I'll harm my think out, spite o' thy caterwauling. Thou art a precious wonder, Master Crab. Squirt thy verjuice, when thou art roasting, some other way. I wonder what man-ape thy mother watched I at the breeding. She had been special fond o' children, I bethink me. And what knowest thou o' my dame's humours, thou curl-crop vixen?" said Gregory, unwarily drawn forth again from his taciturnity. "How should her inclinations be subject to thy knowledge?" "She reared thee," was the reply. Two other hinds belonging to the household, who were watching the issue of the contest, here joined in a loud clamour at the victory, and Gregory, dogged with baiting, became silent, scowling defiance at his foe. Waddington Hall was at that period a building of great antiquity. Crooks, or great heavy arched timbers, ascending from the ground to the roof, formed the principal framework of the edifice, not unlike the inverted hull of some stately ship. The whole dwelling consisted of a thorough lobby and a hall, with a parlour beyond it, on one side, and the kitchens and offices on the other. The windows were narrow, scarcely more than a few inches wide, and, in all probability, not originally intended to contain glass. The chimneys and fireplaces were wide and open, the apartments, except the hall, low, narrow, and inconvenient, divided by partitions of oak, clumsy and ill-carved with many strange and uncouth devices. The hall was, on the right of the entrance, lighted by one long low window. A massy table stood beneath. The fireplace was on the opposite side, occupying nearly the whole breadth of the chamber. A screen of wainscot partitioned off the lobby, carved in panels of grotesque workmanship. Beyond the hall was the parlour, furnished as usual with an oaken bedstead, standing upon a ground floor paved with stone. In this dormitory, the timbers of which were of gigantic proportions, slept Master Oliver and Mistress Joan Tempest, the latter not a little given to that species of uxorious domination which most wives, when they apply themselves heartily to its acquisition, rarely fail to usurp. "Here," says Dr. Whitaker, "this being the general style of building for centuries, and scarcely, if at all, deviated from, here the first offspring of our forefathers saw the light, and here too, without a wish to change their habits, fathers and sons in succession resigned their breath. It is not unusual to see one of these apartments now transformed into a modern drawing-room, where a thoughtful mind can scarcely forbear comparing the past and present, the spindled frippery of modern furniture, the frail but elegant apparatus of a tea-table, the general decorum, the equal absence of everything to afflict or to transport, with what has been heard, or seen, or felt, within the same walls, the logs of oak, the clumsy utensils, and, above all, the tumultuous scenes of joy or sorrow, called forth, perhaps, by the birth of an heir, or the death of an husband, in minds little accustomed to restrain the ebullitions of passion. Their system of life was that of domestic economy in perfection. Occupying large portions of his own domains, working his land by oxen, fattening the aged, and rearing a constant supply of young ones, growing his own oats, barley, and sometimes wheat, making his own malt, and furnished often with kilns for the drying of corn at home, the master had pleasing occupation in his farm, and his cottagers regular employment under him. To these operations the high troughs, great garners and chests, yet remaining, bear faithful witness. Within, the mistress, her maid-servants, and daughters, were occupied in spinning flax for the linen of the family, which was woven at home. Cloth, if not always manufactured out of their own wool, was purchased by wholesale, and made up into clothes at home also. 56. This is a true picture of the simple habits of our ancestors, and will apply, with little variation, to the scene before us. Here might be seen the carved armory, the wardrobe, bright, clean, and even magnificent. On the huge rafters hung their usual store of dried hams, beef, mutton, and flitches of bacon. In the storeroom, great chests were filled to the brim with oatmeal and flour. All wore the aspect of plenty and an hospitality that feared neither want nor diminution. In one corner of the hall at Waddington sat Mistress Joan, her only daughter Elizabeth, and 2 or 3 female domestics. They had been spinning, trolling out the while their country ditties with great pathos and simplicity. Being nigh supper time, the group were just loitering in the twilight ere they separated for the meal. "Come, Elizabeth," said her mother, "lay thy gear aside, the strawberries are in the bowl, and the milk is served. Supper and to bed, and a brisk nap while morning." The dame who addressed her was a perfect specimen of the good housewife in the 15th century. She wore a quilted woolen gown, open before, with pendant sleeves, and a long narrow train, a corset, fitted close to the body, unto which the petticoats were attached, and a bodice laced outside. She wore the horned head-dress so fashionable towards the close of the 14th century, and at that time still in use, giving the head and face no slight resemblance to the Ace of Hearts. An apron was tied on with great care, ornamented with embroidery of the preceding century. Her complexion was dark but clear, and her eyebrows high and well arched. Her mouth was drawn in, raised slightly on one side, a conformation more particularly apparent when engaged in scolding the maids, or in other similar but indispensable occupations. Her gait was firm, and her person upright. Her age, ungallant historians we must be, was verging closely upon 60, yet her hair, turned crisp and full behind her head-dress, showed slight symptoms of the chill which hoar and frosty age, sooner or later, never fails to impart. Elizabeth Tempest was young, but of a staid and temperate aspect, almost approaching to that of melancholic. Her complexion, pale and sallow, her eye full, dark, and commanding, though occasionally more languor was on it than eyes of that colour are wont to express. She wore a long jacket of russet colour, and a crimson bodice. Her hair, turned back from her brow, hung in dark heavy ringlets below the neck, which, though not of alabaster, was exquisitely modelled. In person she was tall and well-shapen, and her whole manner displayed a mind of no ordinary proportions. She was well skilled in household duties, her mother having an especial desire that her daughter should be as notable and thrifty as herself in domestic arrangements. Elizabeth, or Elspeth, as she was indiscriminately called, cared little about her reputation touching these important functions. She could sing most of the wild legendary ballads of the time. Her rich full voice had in it a sadness ravishingly tender and expressive, more akin to woe, and the deep untold agony of the spirit, than to lightness and mirth, in which she rarely indulged. "Give us one of thy ditties ere supper," said the dame, who was just then laying aside her implements in the work-press. "I wonder thy father does not return. The roofs of Bash all ring with louder cheer than our own, I trow. He is playing truant for the nonce, which is dangerous play at best." "Is he now at our cousin Talbot's?" inquired the maiden, with a look of more than ordinary interest. "If he be not on the way back again," returned the dame, as though wishful to repress inquiry. "The woods are not safe so late and alone." "Comes he alone, mother?" "Alone." "And why spirest thou?" The dame looked wistfully, though but for a moment, on her daughter, then changing her tone, as if to recommend a change of subject, she cried, "Come, hark done, Elspeth, we will wait no longer than grace be said. Now to thy song." The maiden began as follows: 1. There sits 3 ravens on yon tree, hi-o. There sits 3 ravens on yon tree, as black as they can be. Hi-o, the derry, down, hi-o. 2, says the first raven to the other, hi-o. Says the first raven to the other, we'll go and eat our feast together. Hi-o, and see. 3. It's down in yonder grass-grown field, hi-o. It's down in yonder grass-grown field, there lies a dead knight just new killed. Hi-o, and see. 4. There came a lady full of woe, hi-o. There came a lady full of woe, and her hands she wrung, and her tears did flow. Hi-o, and see. 5. She saw the red blood from his side, hi-o. She saw the red blood from his side, and it was for me my true love died. Hi-o, and see. 6. Oh, cruel was my brother's sword, hi-oh. Oh, cruel, cruel, was his sword, but sharper the edge of one scornful word. Hi-oh, and see, 7. She laid her on his bosom cold, hi-oh. She laid her on his bosom cold, while adown his cheek her tears they rolled. Hi-oh, and see, 8. No word she spake, but one sob gave she, hi-oh. No word she spake, but one sob gave she, said the ravens, another feast have we, and long shall thy rest and thy slumbers be. Hi-oh, the derry, derry, down, hi-oh. At the concluding stanza in walked Oliver Tempest, who, as if to avoid notice, sat down, without uttering a word, in a dark corner at the opposite side of the hall. He looked moody, and wishful to be alone. Joan, for a while, forbore to interrupt his reverie, and the females finished their evening repast in silence. Is Sir Thomas Talbot yet returned from the Harringtons? Inquired the dame soon after, with an air of assumed carelessness. He returned an hour only ere I departed. Another pause ensued. And his son Thomas, comes he back from the Putsays of Bolton? Does the gentle Florence 57 look on him kindly, or is the wedding yet delayed? I know not, was the brief reply. After a short pause he continued, the wanderer has left Bolton, I learn, and, 'tis said, he bides at Warley. Here he cast a furtive look at the domestics, and then at his wife, as though wishful to ascertain if others had understood this intimation. Nay, some do boldly affirm that he has been seen these very woods, continued he, lowering his voice to a whisper. Which heaven forfend, said the wary dame. I would not that he should draw us down with him to the same gulf wherein his fortune is o'erwhelmed. No luck that woman ever brought him from o'er sea, and now she's gone, they say that she hath escaped to Flanders, said Oliver, hastily interrupting her. I wish he had been so fortunate, said the dame. What says our cousin Talbot? Hush, dame, our plans are not yet ripe. But more of this anon. Elizabeth listened with more interest than usual. Every word was eagerly devoured, and with the last sentence she could not forbear inquiring, and Edmund, surely Edmund Talbot is not, what, sternly inquired her father, what knowest thou of? Said I aught whereby thou shouldst suspect us. Hush, thou foolish one, said the more cautious dame, thy thought alone was privy to it, and so no more. There be others listening. The moonbeams now crept softly into the chambers, whither, too, crept the weary household, the master and his wife remaining for a short time together in the hall, apparently in earnest discussion. But Elizabeth retired not to her couch. She passed softly through the courtyard, looking round as though in search of some individual. This proved to be the hunchback Gregory, whom she found ensconced behind a peat stack in marvellous profundity of thought. With a soft step, and one finger raised to her lips, she gently tapped him upon the shoulder. Looking round, he saw her gesture and was silent. Gregory, art thou honest? She inquired, in a whisper. Why, and it be, Mistress Elspeth, when it suits with my discretion, that is, if discretion be none the worse for it, eh? Thou art ever so, Gregory, and yet, if ye want honesty, eschew a knave, and catch a fool by the cap. None but fools worry and distemper themselves with this same pale-faced whining jade, that will leave the lurch at a pinch, Dame Honesty, forsooth. More wit, more wisdom, and there is a plentiful lack of wit in your honest folk, continued the cynic, as though pursuing a train of thought to its ultimate development. Gregory, thou art not the rogue thee seems. I think beneath that rough and captious speech there lurks more honesty than thou art willing to acknowledge. Thou hast been angered with baiting until thou wouldst run at every dog that comes into the paddock, though he fawned on thee, and were never so trusty and well behaved. Gregory was silent. He looked upwards to the bright moon and the quenched orbs that lay about her path. Again Elizabeth whispered, first looking cautiously around, wilt do me a service? For hire, he quickly answered. If thine errand is done faithfully, thou mayest get more largesse than thou dreamest of. Ye want a spoon belike, that ye soil not your delicate fingers? Gregory, and thou wilt, we'll first use thee. And then the spoon shall be broken, I trow. Well, if I am a spoon, I'll be a golden one, and I shall be worth something when I'm done with. Understand ye this, fair mistress? Yes, knave, and thou shalt have thy reward. What? I shall swing the highest, eh? Peace, I want a messenger. Take this. Not treason, I trow, said Gregory, as he eyed the billet with a curious but hesitating glance. Go by the nearer path to the wood. Where the road divides to the ford and the farther pastures, take the latter, then turn to the right, where the old fir tree rises above the rock. Walk carefully through the bushes at the base of the crag. Near unto a sharp angle of the rock thy path will be stayed by a fallen tree. Grasp this with both hands, and whistle thrice. I know thou canst be trusty and discreet. Yet remember thy life is in my power shouldst thou fail. She paused, pointing significantly at the billet. Now hasten. Bring back, and to me only, what shall be committed to thy care. I will expect thee at my window by midnight. Now it so happened that this precise spot was identified to Gregory's apprehensions with the very place where his attention had that night been directed by the mysterious disappearance of the grey man of the mine. He would certainly have preferred making his second visit by daylight, but needs must when a woman drives, especially when that woman is a mistress, and gold is the goad. Besides, he might perchance get a glimpse of the treasure, and his pockets were wide and his gripe close. Thus stimulated to the adventure, he addressed himself to perform her behest. The night was singularly clear, and the shadows lay on his path, still and beautifully distinct. As he hastened onwards, the wood grew darker and more impervious. Here and there the moonbeams crept fantastically through the boughs, like fairy lamps glimmering on his path. Sometimes, preternaturally bright, the wood seemed lit up as though for some magic festival. He followed the directions he had received, pausing not until he saw the dark fir tree rearing its broad crest and gigantic arms into the clear and twinkling heaven. It looked like the guardian genius of the place, a huge monster lifting its terrific head, as though to watch and warn away intruders. Beside this was the rock where his adventure must terminate. With more of desperation than courage, he scrambled through the bushes. Not daring to look behind him, for he felt as though his steps were dogged, an idea for which he could not account, he made his way with difficulty by the crag until he came to a fallen tree that had apparently tumbled from the rock. Laying hold of the trunk, he whistled faintly. It was answered, an echo, or something even more indistinct, gave back the sound. His heart misgave him, but he stood committed to the task, and durst not withdraw. Again he whistled, but louder than before, and again it was repeated. With feelings akin to those of the condemned wretch when he drops the fatal handkerchief, he sounded the last note of the signal. His breath was suspended. Suddenly he felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and he was precipitated into a chasm, dark, and by no means soft at the nether extremity. This was a reception for which he was not prepared. He had sustained a severe shock, but luckily his bones were whole. Recovering from his alarm, he heard a low jabbering noise, and presently a light, which, it seems, had been extinguished by his clumsiness, was again approaching. The intruder saw, with indescribable horror, a hideous black dwarf bearing a torch. He was dressed in the Eastern fashion. A soiled turban, torn and dilapidated, and a vest of crimson, showed symptoms of former splendor that no art could restore. This mysterious being came near, uttering some uncouth and unintelligible jargon, while the unfortunate captive, caught like a wolf in a trap, looked round in vain for some outlet whereby to escape. The only passage, except the hole through which he had tumbled, was completely filled by the broad, unwieldy lump of deformity that was coming towards him. The latter now surveyed him cautiously, and at a convenient distance, croaking, in a broken and foreign accent, "What ho! Prisoner, by Queen's grace. Better stop when little door shall open. Steps, look thee, for climb, hands and toes, go to." Gregory now saw that steps, or rather holes, were cut in the sides of the pit wherein he had fallen, or rather been entrapped. These he ought to have used when the trapdoor was let down, and he remembered his mistress's caution, to hold fast by the tree. There were, however, no means of escape that way, as the door had closed with his descent. The ugly thing before him was 10 times more misshapen than himself, and at any other time this flattering consideration would have restored him to comparative good humor. He was not in the mood now to receive comfort from any source. He felt sore and mightily disquieted. Limping aside, he angrily exclaimed, "B'st thou the de Illinois, or the de Illinois footman, Sir Blackamoor?" I'd have thee tell thy master to admit his guests in a more convenient fashion. Hang me, if my bones will not ache for a 12-month. My back is almost broke, for certain. Here the other bellowed out into a loud laugh, pointing to Gregory's back, then surveying himself, and evidently with congratulation at his own more imaginary prepossessing appearance. Sir Knight, said the black dwarf, what errand comes to our mighty prince? Tut! If it be his infernal kingship ye mean, I bear not messages to one of his quality. Thee brings writing in thy fist. Go to. From a woman, fallen in love wi thee, belike. Well, quit me o woman's favours, say I, if this be of M. Well a day, Sir Page, cried the grinning Ethiop, whose teeth looked like a double row of pearls set in a border of carnelian, my mistress be a queen, I do rub the dust on thy ugly nose if that red tongue wag more, for make bad speech of her. Go to, clown. You'll betide thee for a blackamoor ape, said Gregory, his courage waxing apace when his fears of the supernatural began to subside, and wherefore? Look thee, Mahound, though my mistress sent me to such a ladybird as thou art, Master Oliver shall know on thee. Thou hast won her with spells and foul necromancy, but I've commandment from him to catch all that be poaching on his lands. Thou art the mine, too, as I do verily guess, therefore I arrest thee the king's name, as a lifter of his treasure, and a spoiler of our good venison. Gregory, being stout-limbed, and of a more than ordinary strength for his size, proceeded forthwith to execute his threat, but the dwarf, with a short shrill scream, gave him a sudden trip, which again laid the officious dispenser of justice prostrate, without either loosing the torch from his hand, or seeming to use more exertion than would have thrown a child. Ah, there be quits. Lie still, go to, lick thy paws. No, dog, I'm body to the queen. Body o' me, I think thee bst like a fist and crupper. I would I had thee in a cart at holiday time, and a rope to thy muzzle, said the astonished Gregory. He had dropped his billet in the scuffle, which the dwarf seized, opening it without ceremony. A message. Good, stay here, garbage, I be back 1, 2, tee-ree, and away straddled the black monster along the passage. Turning suddenly, before he was aware, into another avenue, leading apparently far into the interior, Gregory was left once more in total darkness. He heard the sound of retreating footsteps, but not a glimmer was visible, and he feared to follow lest he might be entangled in some inextricable labyrinth. He recollected to have heard a vague sort of tradition, that a subterraneous passage once led from the hall to the Ribble bank, whereby the miners had in former days kept their operations secret. These were the haunts, too, of poachers and deer-stalkers, who made use of such hiding places to screen their nocturnal depredations. He might be gotten unknowingly into one of their retreats, and he knew the character of such men too well to venture farther into their privy places without leave. But it was strange this ugly and insane thing should be kept here. Its outlandish accent, too, as far as Gregory could distinguish, was still more unaccountable, and that his young mistress should hold any intercourse with such a misshapen mockery of the human form was a mystery only to be resolved by a woman. After all, his first conjecture might be true, and this delicate sprite the ministering demon to some magician who brooded over the treasure. He grew more timorous in the dark. His own breathing startled him. He revolved 1,000 plans of escape, but how was it possible to climb to the pit mouth without help, and in total darkness? The door, too, would probably defy his attempts to remove it. Suspense was not to be endured. He would have been glad to see the ugly dwarf again, rather than remain in his present evil case. He now tried to grope out his way, from that sort of undefinable feeling which leads a person to identify change of place with improvement in condition. Ere he had gone many yards from the spot, however, he saw a light, and presently the flaming torch was visible, with the ugly form he desired. Sir Messenger, Alez. Make scrape and go backward. Bah! What for make lady choose ugly lout as thee for page, not know, not inquire. Up, this way, now mind the steps. Bah, not that, fool. With some difficulty Gregory was initiated into the mysteries of the ascent. The torch was brandished high above his head, and with fear and trepidation he prepared to obey. But, Master Sootypaws, my mistress will be wanting of some token, some reply. Hast thou no memory of her sweet favours? Begone, slave dog, begone. say we be snug as the fox that will keep in the hole when dogs go hunt. We not go up again till lady sends leave. Go to. Gregory mounted with great difficulty. When he approached the mouth, looking upward for some mode of exit, he saw the trapdoor slowly open, and he leapt forth into the free air, the cool atmosphere and the quiet moonlight again upon his path. He soon cleared the bushes, and once more was on his way to the house. Elizabeth met him at the gate. "What ho, sirrah," said she, "hast thou been loitering with my message? I left my chamber to look out for thee. What answer? Quick." "Why, forsooth, 'tis not easy to say, methinks, for such jabber is hard to interpret. By my lady's leave, I think." Here he paused, but Elizabeth was impatient for the expected reply. "Softly, softly, mistress. I but thought your worship were ill bestowed on yonder ugly image. Tut, I'm not I the humour for thine. What message, simpleton?" "None, good mistress, but that they be snug until further orders. 'Tis well, to rest, but hark thee, knave, be honest and discreet, thou shalt win both gold and great honours thereby." "What? Shall I harm my share o' the treasure?" inquired Gregory, his eyes glistening in the broad moonlight. "What treasure, thou greedy gled? Why, they say 'tis a mine royal, and how? Knowest thou our secret? A body may quest. I've not found the road to the silver mine for naught. If I get my grip on tea, the king may whistle for his share belike." "The king? What knowest thou of the king?" said the maiden sharply. "Eh? Lady, I know not on him forsooth. Marry, it would be hard to say who that be nowadays, for the clerk told me, peace." "Whom sawest thou?" "Why, the ugliest brute, saving your presence, lady, that my two in ever lipened on." "None else?" "No, no, I warrant ye, the miners wouldna care to let me get a glint o' the gowd. I only had a look at the hobgoblin, who they have set, I guess, to watch the treasure." "Oh? I see, truly," said the maiden thoughtfully, "the mine is guarded, therefore be wary, and reveal not the secret, lest he crush thee. Remember," said she at parting, "remember the demon of the cave. One word, and he will grind thy bones to grist." Gregory did remember the power of this mysterious being, who, he began to fancy, partook more of the supernatural than he had formerly imagined. Wearied with watching, he slept soundly, but his dreams were of wizards and enchanters, heaps of gold and fairy palaces, wherein he roved through glittering halls of illimitable extent, until morning dissipated the illusion. Some weeks passed on, during which, at times, Gregory was employed by his mistress, doubtless to propitiate this greedy monster, in conveying food secretly to the mouth of the chasm. He did not usually wait for his appearance, but ran off with all convenient speed when his errand was accomplished. Still his hankering for the treasure seemed to increase with every visit. He oft invented some plan for outwitting the demon, thereby securing to himself the product of the mine. Some of these devices would doubtless have been accomplished had not fear prevented the attempt. He had no wish to encounter again the hostility of that fearful thing in its unhallowed abode. His mistress, however, would, at some period or another, no doubt, be in possession of all the wealth in the cave, and he should then expect a handsome share. He had heard, in old legends, marvelous accounts of ladies marrying with these accursed dwarfs for gold, and if he waited patiently he might perchance have the best of the spoil. He brooded on this imagination so long that he became fully convinced of its truth, but still the golden egg was long in hatching. One night he thought he would watch a while. He had just left a large barley cake and some cheese, a bowl of furmity, and a dish of fruit. "This monster," thought he, "devours more victuals than the worth of his ugly carcass." He hid himself behind a tree, when presently he heard a rustling behind him. Ere he could retreat he was seized with a rude grasp, and the gruff accents of his master were heard angrily exclaiming, "How now, sir knave, what mischief art thou plotting this blessed night? Answer me. No equivocation. If thou dost serve me with a lie in thy mouth I'll have thee whipped until thou shalt wish the life were out o' thee." Gregory fell on his knees and swore roundly that he would tell the truth. "Quick, hound, I have caught thee lurching here at last. I long thought thou hadst some knavery a-going. What meanest thou?" Gregory pointed towards the provision which was lying hard by. Sirrah? What have we here? Said his master, curiously examining the dainties. Why, thou cormorant, thou greedy kite, is tea not enough to consume victuals and provender under my own roof, but thou must guttle em here too. I warrant there be other company to the work, other grinders at the mill. Now, horrible villain, thou dost smell fearfully over the stocks. O master, forgive me, it was mistress that sent me with the stuff, as I hope the Virgin and Saint Gregory may be my intercessors. Thy mistress, and for whom? Why, there's a hole close by, as I've good cause to remember. Well, sirrah, and what then? As ugly a devilkin lives there as ever put paw and breech upon hidden treasure. 'Tis the mine, master, that I mean. The mine. What knowest thou of the mine? I've been there, and, here he related his former adventure, at the hearing of which Oliver Tempest fell into a marvellous study. Hark thee, said he, after a long silence, I pardon thee on one condition, which is, that thou take another message. Here the terrified Gregory broke forth into unequivocal exclamations of agony and alarm. Peace, said his master, and listen, thou must carry it as from my daughter. I suspect there's treason lurks at that hole. Doubtless, said Gregory, for the neighbours say 'tis treason to hide a mine royal. A mine royal? Knave, I do suspect it to be so. By my troth, I'll ferret out the foul marts either by force or guile. And yet force would avail little. If they have the clue we might attempt to follow them in vain through its labyrinths, they would inevitably escape, and I should lose the reward. Hark thee. Stay here and I'll fetch the writing for the message. Stir not for thy life. Shouldst thou betray me I'll have thy crooked bones ground in a mill to thicken pig's gruel. Fearful was the dilemma, but Gregory durst not budge. The night grew dark and stormy, the wind rose, loud gusts shaking down the dying leaves, and howling through the wide extent of the forest. The moan of the river came on like the agony of some tortured spirit. The sound seemed to creep closer to his ear, and Gregory thought some evil thing was haunting him for intruding into these unhallowed mysteries. He was horribly alarmed at the idea of another visit to the cave, but he durst not disobey. He now heard a rustling in the bushes by the cavern's mouth. He saw, or fancied he saw, something rise therefrom and suddenly disappear. It was the demon, doubtless, retiring with his prey. He scarcely dared to breathe lest the hobgoblin should observe and seize him likewise. But his presence was unnoticed. He, however, thought that the blast grew louder, and a moan more melancholy and appalling arose from the river. Again Oliver Tempest was at his side. Take this, and do thy bidding. He thrust the billet into his hand, which the unfortunate recipient might not refuse. Trembling in every limb, he approached the place of concealment, but he was too wary now to let go his hold of the fallen trunk. He whistled thrice, and the ground again seemed to give way. A light glared from beneath, and he cautiously descended the pit. The grim porter was waiting for him below. He fell as though rushing into the very jaws of the monster, who was but whetting his tusks ere he should devour him. Here again, croaked the ugly dwarf, what brings thy long legs back from Christendom? I know not, master, but if you are at the humour to read, I've a scrap in my pouch at your high mightiness service. Gregory paid more deference to him now than aforetime, having conceived a most profound respect for his attributes, both physical and mental, since his former visit. He is himself either some wondrous enchanter, thought he, or, at any rate, minister or familiar to some mighty wizard, who hath his dwelling place in this subterraneous abode. I have a message here to my lord, said he aloud, handing him the billet at arm's length, with a mighty show of deference and respect. The uncourteous dwarf took the writing, and left Gregory in darkness again to await his return. He shook at every joint, while the minutes seemed an age. Again the light flickered on the damp walls, and the mysterious being approached. He addressed the envoy with his usual grin of contempt. Tell the lady, my master be glad. He will leap from his prison by tomorrow, as she say, and appear at dinner. The dickens he will, said Gregory, as he clambered up the ascent, not without imminent jeopardy, so anxious was he to escape. This is a fearful message to master, thought he, as he leapt out joyfully into the buoyant air, but at any rate I'll now be quit on the job. And the messenger gave his report, for Oliver Tempest was impatiently awaiting his return. "'Tis well," said he, "and now, hark thee, should one syllable of this night's business bubble through thy lips, thou hadst better have stayed in the paws of the hobgoblin. Away." Gregory needed no second invitation, but scampered home with great dispatch, leaving his master to grope out the way as he thought proper. There was more bustle and preparation for dinner than usual on the morrow. Oliver Tempest had sent messengers to Bashall and Waddow, but the guests had not made their appearance. About noon the hall table was furnished with a few victuals and well-scoured trenchers. Bright pewter cups and ale flagons were set in rows on a side table, and on the kitchen hearth lay a savoury chine of pork and pease pudding. In the great boiling pot, hung on a crook over the fire, bubbled a score of hard dumplings, and in the broth reposed a huge piece of beef, these dainties being usually served in the following order: broth, dumpling, beef, according to the old distich, no broth, no ba, no ba, no meat at a. Dame Joan of Wardington was the presiding genius of the feast, the conduit pipe through which flowed the full stream of daily bounty, dispensing every blessing, even the most minute. In that golden age of domestic discipline it was not beneath the dignity of a careful housewife to attend and take the lead in all culinary arrangements. The master strode to and fro in the hall, and Elizabeth was humming at her wheel. He looked anxious and ill at ease, often casting a furtive glance towards the entrance, and occasionally a side look at his daughter. She sometimes watched her father's eye, as though she had caught his restless apprehensions, and would have inquired the cause of his uneasiness. Suddenly a loud bay from a favourite hound that was dozing on the hearth announced the approach of a stranger. Oliver advanced with a quick step into the courtyard, and soon re-entered leading in a middle-sized, middle-aged personage, slightly formed, whose pale and saintly features looked haggard and apprehensive, while his eye wavered to and fro, less perhaps with curiosity than suspicion. He was wrapped in a grey cloak, and a leathern jerkin, barely meeting in front, displayed a considerable breadth of undergarment in the space between hose and doublet. These were fastened together with tags or points, superseding the use of wooden skewers, with which latter mode of suspension not a few of our country yeomen were in those days supplied. His legs were protected by boots of fine brown Spanish leather, lined with deerskin, tanned with the fur on, and buttoned from the ankle to the knee. He had gloves of the same material, reaching to the elbow when drawn up, but now turned down with the fur outwards. The hands and feet were remarkably small, but well shopen. A low grey cap of coarse woolen completed the costume of this singular visitor. There was, at times, in the expression of his eye, an indescribable mixture of imbecility and enthusiasm, as though the spirit of some Eastern Farker had reanimated a living body. A gleam of almost supernatural intelligence was mingled with an expression of fatuity, that in less enlightened ages would have invested him with the dangerous reputation of priest or prophet in the eyes of the multitude. Oliver Tempest led the way with great care and formality. To a keen-eyed observer, though, his courtesy would have appeared overacted and fulsome, but the object of his assiduities seemed to pay him little attention, further than by a vacant smile that struggled around the corners of his melancholy and placid mouth. Dame Joan Tempest now came forth, bending thrice in a deep and formal acknowledgment. The stranger stayed her speech with a look of great benignity. "I know thy words are what our kindness would interpret, and I thank thee. Your hospitality shall not lose its savour in my remembrance, when England hath grown weary of her guilt, when the cry of the widow and the fatherless shall have prevailed. I am hunted like a partridge on the mountains, but, by the help of my God, I shall yet escape from the noisome pit, and from the snares of the fowler." Yet the look which accompanied this prediction seemed incredulous of its purport. He heaved a deep sigh, and his eyes were suddenly bent on the ground. Being introduced into the hall, the seat of honour was assigned him at the table. Elizabeth, when she saw him, uttered an ill-suppressed exclamation of surprise, and her pale countenance grew almost ghastly. Her lips were bloodless, quivering with terror and dismay. Agony was depicted on her brow, that agony which leaves the spirit without support to struggle with unknown, undefined, uncomprehended evil. Not a word escaped her. She hurried out of the hall, as she thought, without observation, but this sudden movement did not escape the eye of her father. Triumph sat on his brow, and his cheek seemed flushed with joy at the result of his stratagem. The servitors appeared, and the smoking victuals were disposed in their due order. The joints were placed at the upper end of the board, while broth and pottage steamed out their savoury fumes from the lower end of the table. At some distance below the master and his dame sat the male domestics, then the females, who occupied the lower places at the feast, except 2, who waited on the rest. The master blessed the meal, the whole company standing. The broth was served round to the lower forms, and the meat and dainties to the higher, but Elizabeth was still absent. When she left the hall it was for the purpose of speaking to Gregory, whom she found skulking and peeping about the premises. "Gregory, why art thou absent from thy no-warning?" inquired Elizabeth, with a suspicious and scrutinizing glance. "I'm not careful to bide at the house just now. Is there aught come that, here he stammered and looked round, confirming the suspicions of the inquirer. "Gregory, thou art a traitor, but thou shalt not escape thy reward. I'll have thee hung, villain, beyond the reach of aught but crows and kites. Hui, mistress, I'd liefer be hung nor stifled to death brimstone and bad humours. None own thy quiddities, thou maker of long lies and quick legs. Confess, or I'll, hui, look ye, mistress, you've been kind, and pulled me out of many an ugly ditch. Why dost thou hesitate, knave? I'm glad thy memory is not so treacherous as thy tongue. Nay, mistress, I've no notion to sup bros old one, those that dinner him he may happen ask to supper, and he'd need have a long whittle that cuts crumbs the de Illinois. Art thou at thy riddles again? Speak in sober similitudes, if thou canst, sirrah. Your father sent me on a message to the little devilkin last night. I was lote enough to the job, but he catched me as I went the victuals. A message, and to what purport? Nay, that I know not. The invitation was conveyed in a scrap of writing, and I'm not gifted in clerkship and such like matters. A ray of intelligence now burst upon her. She saw the imminent danger which threatened the fugitive, who had been hitherto concealed principally by her contrivances. Gregory watched the rapid and changing hues alternating on her cheek. She saw the full extent of the emergency, and, though her father was the traitor, she hesitated not in that trying moment. No time was to be lost, and measures were immediately taken to countervail these designs. What answer sent he? She hastily inquired. The de Illinois Bucky said his master would be at the hall by dinner time, and I'll not be one o' the guests where old Clutie has the pick o' the table. Thou witless runion, haste, or we are lost. It is the king. I would I had trusted thee before with the secret. Mayhap thy wit would have been without obscuration. Supernatural terrors have taken thy reason prisoner. Haste, nor look behind thee until thou art under the eaves of Bashall. This to my cousin, Edmund Talbot, he is honest, or my wishes themselves are turned traitors, said the maiden wistfully. She scrawled but one line, with which Gregory departed on his errand. Oliver Tempest grew uneasy at his daughter's absence. He inquired the cause, but all were alike ignorant. The king inquired too, with some surprise, and a messenger was dispatched with a close whisper in his ear. The meal was nigh finished, when all eyes were turned towards the entrance. A little blackamoor page came waddling in. He made no sign nor obeisance, but took his station, without speaking, behind his master's chair. "Why, how now, my trusty squire," said the disguised monarch, "thou wast not bidden to this feast." The dwarf cast a scowling glance at the master of the house, and he replied, while a hideous grin dilated his thick stubborn features, "This be goodly wassail, methinks. I am weary of lurching and torchlight." "Tempest," said the king, "I would crave grace for this follower of mine. He is somewhat fearsome and forbidding, but of an unwearied fidelity." "Troth," said Tempest, still wishful to maintain the king's incognito, "the Turks having now taken Byzantium, the great bulwark of Christendom, I did fear me that the first of the tribe from that great army of locusts had descended upon us." "Fear not," said the unfortunate monarch, with a smile, "this poor innocent will do no ill. His mistress brought him for me a present from her father's court, and, to say the truth, he has been a great solace in my trouble. He hath not forsaken me when they who fattened on my bounty, who dipped their hands with me in the dish, have been the first to betray me. The knave is shrewd and playful, but of an incredible strength, being, as ye may observe, double-jointed. Madoc, let them behold some token of thy power." The cunning rogue obeyed in a twinkling. He seized the host's chair with one hand, lifting its occupant without difficulty from the ground. With the other he laid hold on him by the throat, and would certainly have strangled him but for the king. The assault was so sudden and unexpected that the domestics stood still a moment, as though rendered powerless by surprise. The next instant they all fled pell-mell out of the hall, every one struggling to be foremost, apprehending that the great personification of all evil was there, bodily, behind them, and in the very act of flying off with their master. In vain Joan shouted after the cowardly villains, her threats but increased their speed. "Fly, King Henry," cried the dwarf, in a voice that sounded like the roar of some infuriated beast, "the rascal curs are barking, the stag is in the net." This traitor, here he became at a loss for words, but his gesticulations were more vehement. "Fly," at length he shouted, in a louder voice than before, "I've seen sword and armor glittering in the forest." But the king was irresolute, as much amazed as any of the rest. He saw the imminent danger of his host, whose face was blackening above the grip of this fierce antagonist, and he cried out, "Leave go, Madoc, let the curs bark, we fear them not in this good house. Let go, I command thee." With a look of pity and of scorn the savage loosened his hold, saying, "Thou be'st not king now, but Henry with the beads and breviary, and here come thy tormentors." A loud whistle rang through the hall, and in burst a band of armed men, led on by Sir Thomas Talbot of Bashall, and his oldest son of the same name, together with Sir James Harrington. Tempest, recovered from his gripe, made a furious dart at the king, but ere he had accomplished his purpose, Edmund Talbot rushed between, at the peril of his life, opening a way for the terrified monarch through the band that had nearly surrounded him. The king fled through the passage made by his deliverer, and the dwarf, keeping his enemies at bay, heroically and effectually covered his retreat. "Edmund Talbot, art thou traitor to thy kin?" said Sir Thomas, from the crowd. "Let me pass, 'tis thy father commands thee." "'Tis not thy king, he is a coward and a usurper." "I care not," said the retreating and faithful Edmund. "My arm shall not compass with traitors. Cowards attack unarmed men at their meals. Then take thy reward." It was the eldest brother of Edmund who said this, whilst he aimed a terrific blow, but the dwarf caught his arm ere it descended, and a swinging stroke from a missile which he had picked up in the fray would have settled accounts between the heir of Bashall and posterity had he not stepped aside. This unequal contest, however, could not long continue, though time, the principal object, was gained, and the king was fast hastening again towards the cavern. In the courtyard he met Elizabeth, who implored him to step aside into another place of concealment, but he was too much terrified to comprehend her meaning. Fear seemed to have bewildered him, and the poor persecuted monarch sped on to his own destruction. In the hurry and uncertainty of his flight, he unfortunately took the wrong path, which led by a circuitous route to the ford, and, as he stepped out of the wood, two of his enemies, having broken through the gallant defence of his adherents, had already gained, and were guarding, the stepping stones over the river, called Brunkerly Hip Pens. Terrified, he flew back into the wood, but was immediately followed, and again his evil destiny seemed to prevail. He took another path, which led him back to the ford. Here he crossed, and, whilst leaping with difficulty over the stones, the pursuers came in full view. Having gained the Lancashire side, he fled into the wood, but his enemies were now too close upon him for escape, and the royal captive was taken, bound, and conveyed to Bashall. Many cruel indignities were heaped upon him, and he was conveyed to London in the most piteous plight, on horseback, with his legs tied to the stirrups. Ere he departed, it is said that he delivered a singular prediction, to wit, that 9 generations of the Talbot family, in succession, should consist of a wise and a weak man by turns, after which the name should be lost. Volume 2.